addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. Boy, I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. Boy, I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there watching for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'd go sailing. It's far beyond the stars, it's near beyond the moon. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet beyond the shore, we'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're bringing you our first series of the day. We've got two excellent schools prepared and ready for you. We've got the Rio Grande Red Storm versus the Randolph-Macon College.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Both teams are 5-0 with
Oh, yeah.
of course Rio Grande taking a bye week. Of course, week 4 they did have a bye, so that is something to kind of keep in mind. But it's still 5-0, right? That is something that has to be said. These teams have played a phenomenal series here in the Navigators White Division. That can only stand forward, and one of them will be the only ones to go undefeated in this week, as we are only from this week on 2 weeks away from being into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, to touch on that, not just, that aspect alone, technically, Rio Grande is literally no games lost. They're not just 5-0, they are straight series wins across the board. On top of that,
Yep.
technically, Randolph's, they've only lost one. And yeah, okay, that means they're technically not completely unfallible. But when you take into account the entirety of that, 5 games, 11 total, only one loss, that's still just as huge. So we've got absolutely two Titans here prepped and ready to go. And like you said, only one's going to come out on top and start leading this division.
Yeah, and that's something that I want to kind of keep track of, because for me, it's always interesting watching undefeated teams go into playoffs or move into the latter half of the season. For me, as someone that, I love watching the LCS, watching Worlds, watching anywhere that has any sort of these standings with the professional teams, there's one thing I always tend to worry about, which is when you tend to start winning a lot, those last few games start to wear on you. That's actually where I start to watch teams either make or break, right? If we see them lose the last 2 series of the season, it I want to say it doesn't always bode well. It does tend to worry me a little bit if we start seeing them floundering, if we see a 2-0 come out here or anything like that. But again, those are only minor doubts, right? These teams should show up. They should be able to follow up. Even if one goes down, obviously one has to go down, but I still think it's going to be a very close 2-0 or 2-1 to finish off week 6.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2-1 here tonight. I mean, both these guys are completely strong in their own rights. And to kind of build off of what you just said there, it's not just that we're looking for those weaknesses. Playoffs are one of those things where you don't have a choice. You either come with the mental that you're going to win it all, or it's going to be a falter across the board. So this is kind of one of those testaments where the pressure is on the line, your back is up against the wall, and while yes, your standings are secured and you're going to find your way to playoffs here anytime shortly, it's still a good representation of that kind of pressure at play.
Oh yeah, and the only ones that we can really watch are going to be, I think, the stars here. As you close in, you start to see 1 or 2 players that tend to really stick out on a team, right? Yeah. Very rarely do you see all 5 members step up at the same time. It's very difficult to do that, honestly, because of how League of Legends is generally drafted as well. Each team will usually have a center point, so one player shines at each specific moment. If there were a team to have all 5 be individual stars, or I want to say, A-list performers, that's actually even better than having a star breakout in that latter half of the season. So I'm very, very interested to see what comes out here as we are in the draft.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're already making headway here in the draft. So let's start breaking down some of these major picks. Of course, we've already had our little pro draft play behind the scenes, but we can analyze and kind of give you our rundown of what each of these matchups kind of work out or will be coming onto the Rift here. So to start things off, the big one I definitely want to look at is towards this top side, because in both respects, major win conditions come out into play here.
Yeah, and the big thing is to note is Udama in the top side picked Kennen blind. Kennen to me is not always the best blind pick champion. It's decent into a lot of champions that go into the top side. You can bully pretty hard. However, Deathless got the better end of that kind of seesaw mentality. The Camille is known to bully squishies, right? That is why you pick the Camille in general. So being able to lock that one as a counter pick on the top side, especially against the likes of, I want to say, a fairly immobile squad. You'll see the last few picks come out here for the Rio Grande side. You're going to have a fantastic time locking someone down. Even if Kennen gets off the Slicing Maelstrom, that Camille is going to chew through the rats so crazy fast.
Absolutely. And we'll look to see in the early game how much of a foot they can put down here onto this rat so that it, hopefully gets squashed, because the team fight composition that has been drafted out here on this side is just perfect. If that Kennen does have the opportunity to slide through, that's just another tool in the arsenal to make these compositions come fully alive. Because past that, when we start looking at the rest of this roster, you've got the Jarvan online, you've got that Misfortune, who's been a complete zone control for the time being in the meta right now. So It's like the icing on top of the cake. It's not the end all be all. And I'm honestly going to tell you, even if Deathless is able to perform on this Camille, I still think we're going to see the Kennen show up eventually.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole point. Is Kennen is not there to win lane. If you blind pick
Yep.
Kennen, you know you're gonna get a pretty short end of the straw. So you play for the mid to late game team fight. That means that you primarily focus on farming. Maybe you get a gank or two from Plo in that jungle phase. Other than that, no, you're not gonna win lane. You're probably gonna concede first tower unless the Camille steps up and makes a drastic overstep. You're looking for that late game damage, right? You want to ramp up at the same pace or even faster than the rest of your team so that level 3 slicing Maelstrom has some oomph behind it. That way you can catch that Annie off guard, you can catch the Ezreal off guard, or even the Leona and Sejuani who decide they want to try and get into the action.
Well, speaking of that, let's drop that top lane. It's going to make its waves whether we like it or not, apparently, for both sides. To start moving on and looking at some of these other picks, the one I want to take off next, of course, is this jungle Rio coming through with a Jarvan to set up and give birth to what will be the major lockdown for most of these team fights. But I also love the Sejuani pick, which will continue to bolster what I really think is a very nice pick composition from Randolph Macon.
Yeah, so we really haven't touched on RMC side. This red side composition is one that instead of, I want to say, kind of an all-around constant damage wombo combo on the side of Rio Grande, RMC are straight up, if you give them about a second and you prep the wrong way, you're just gone. There isn't really a team fight. You're just dead. That's all it is. You have the Annie, you have the Camille, you have the Solar Flare, you have the True Shot Barrage. Everything that they have is basically saying you don't even get to play the game. Whereas on the other side, it's just a slow burn. So I really like RMC if they can coordinate well, if they can prep properly, like you said, off the back of Sejuani, or even off the back of Annie.
Leona too.
We can see some ridiculous picks, some deletions, if you will, of any of the star carries.
Absolutely. It's that single moment in time where you basically break out all the windows you have available to completely destroy one of the potential targets here. Hopefully it's that Misfortune, because that's the real tool that needs to go here if we're looking at Rio. But past that, there's plenty of other opportunities, and especially the early game, that will be a major consequence, because I really do feel like as Rio scales up, it's much harder to put your way in to find those picks, especially if it was really, really good at playing front to back. But they really wouldn't be currently 5-0 if they were not really, really good. Past that, though, we start looking toward this mid lane, and yeah, we've already discussed that Annie being a big burst pick, but what's your take on that Rise coming out?
I will be the little thorn in your side there, Zephyr. I will actually say that the Misfortune is there as the backup damage, right? This is the champion that if you get off the bullet time, if you get off the ultimate, it's going to be good. Rises have a tendency to get damage almost out of nowhere because of the fact that they scale off of AP. Many people know that. The damage tends to sneak up on you, right? Finishing off the Saracen Embrace if you go for it, or the Manamune, whatever you want to say. The constant source of damage that the Rise can put out, if you do not lock down the Rise, gets ridiculously powerful, stupidly quick, and it surprises you a lot of the time. So as much as I like the idea of Misfortune being the carry, I have a terrifying fear that the Rise is actually going to be the one that if RMC don't put their eyes on it, will immediately sneak away, just ace their whole team, whatever you want to say, and teleport straight to victory.
Oh, we'll have to see. A little suspicion in the back of the mind, but I can guarantee you, I will agree, the Rise will scale up eventually. And at that point, the damage does surpass most of the capabilities out of this Misfortune. I'm going to still put my eggs in the Misfortune basket because I obviously am an AD carry myself, and I can have full faith in seeing them F. And I've seen also other teams come through in these recent weeks and perform super adequately with it, but can't hold a candle to the Rise scaling. That's going to be a huge question on the minds of everyone, especially as we get towards that kind of 20, 35-minute mark where, surprise, the damage you're talking about is actually coming for.
Yeah, it's such a difficult way to swing it because it's not so much that one team said, hey, this is going to be a counter composition to the all-in engage. It's both teams actually saying, well, we don't really have any other style to play. We just know to go in, and so we're going to capitalize on that. And it leads to very brutish team fights. It's straight up, someone pulls a trigger, maybe by accident, maybe they land a skill shot by accident. Usually it's a Leona. Very, very sorry to RMC side. If the Leona goes in, Leona has no way out. But one single tick, right? It's a single misstep or even a made, very thorough step. It causes just a cacophony of explosions, of damage, of kills, wherever. And no matter what, it's so much fun because it also leads to the fact that there's a high chance that we will not know who wins the game until the very last team fight.
Oh, well, I hope it doesn't last for that long. Well, we do make our way finally into the Rift to hopefully answer a lot of the questions that we have brought up here. I'm going to introduce us one time as we make our way into the first game. I am Zephyr, going to be your play-by-play caster for this one, joined alongside, of course, the lovely Orbital as my color.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I get to flex my silver knowledge is the best way I put it. I even though I'm gold, I do only have silver knowledge. The rest of it is just me running around aimlessly. So it'll be a really good time, I think.
As I say, in fairness, I get to flex my silver knowledge every single game. I don't really have a choice. Granted, I get to kind of mask a lot of it by screaming really loudly and getting really excited. But past that, it's still silver.
Yeah,
we're working on it though. Season ends in a few days. I'm trying to get gold.
Oh, don't tell me that. I went. Oh, this is a story to tell while we're waiting for this, right? Beginning of the season, I got placed in gold 1 on my account. I went through my promos. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's perfect. I went through my promos 7 times because I couldn't win those. To rack that up, that is 35 games that I played, and I got very depressed and never went back to ranked on that account. So that's a story for you.
You're still technically gold 1, so it's a win in my book.
Yes.
Either way, we take a look here at some of the starts for both of these teams, and one thing I do want to point out is the reverse situation for Ross and Plo here on this Jarvan, both starting the red side respectively. So getting kind of a take on where they might end up. I would be surprised to see the Sedge really gank early at any given point, though.
I've seen it work, but yes, it says Sejuani is primarily a farm jungler. You want that level 3 or even that level 6 to try and get a gank off. You're also never really going to be able to match the J4. The J4 with that knockup just feels a little bit more reliable. So I don't see him going for it. However, if the Sejuani can get maybe a sneaky gank off in bot through the alcove, maybe play for kind of a lane gank scenario that could help, considering how quickly they went for the bus.
I was about to say, the buffs being taken out in such a succinct fashion kind of gives the notion that we might be seeing something. And as this Sedge rotates down, we see those pings come out. This is where it might finally come through. Now that pass is going to be giving it away, but the Xenoblade still comes through. The knockup and a little bit of the passive is on to get here, but no summoners are blown.
And I can't say if I like it or not because you didn't blow any summoners, right? I feel like this is a huge win for the side of Riot Brand because the J4 now gets free farm, right? Again, when you go double buff for ROS, you are going to be stuck in that scenario where if you don't make that first gank work, you lose out on a lot. So Plo on that J4 should have a pretty good handle on getting a lot of this XP, should be able to level up extremely quickly and have a grand old time.
For now here, taking a look finally at some of these other lanes. Nothing too crazy across the board. Noticeably, that ranged advantage for Udama in the top side is still kind of coming and making its way true here as that lane is constantly pushed up. We do see that Jarvan just hovering the shadow here in the mid, so maybe they'll pull the trigger with Jedi King sometime soon, but I'd be surprised.
Annie's also very telegraphed, so if she doesn't have the 4 stack, you're not going to be able to do much, and it's hard to mask it, right? And Annie is very, very threatening. As soon as she goes back, he usually buys tier 2 boots. Surprisingly enough, though, no, I want to say it's Predator, that I like seeing Annie's run that allows them to get in range very, very quickly of their opponent. Because you go electrocute, it means that you're more looking to actually trade with the Rise, which is going to actually cause problems mid to late game, less so in the early.
Well, for now here, that's kind of the question for me as this continues to go on and Randolph Macon really aren't pulling out the moves. We did see that Sedge come through, which I can respect, but it didn't really garner anything. Time continues to tick on here, and I really do think Rio Grande is going to be at the benefit the longer this one plays out, especially if Randolph isn't able to funnel gold on their carries here.
Yeah, I feel it is weird that we're seeing Rio Grande play a little bit slower, but Plo, he's gonna try his first attempt, but walking over that ward, I mean, they're safe. It's rough, right? With a J4, you become a glorified tank in the late game, right? And honestly, that's not gonna compare much to ROS. She's gonna be crazy large at the end of it, right? Just a beefcake rolling through your team. J4's main strengths come from the early game. It comes from being able to get that flag and drag off, from lanes prepping appropriately to help set up those ganks. And for Rio Grande, because they haven't been able to, Plo hasn't been able to get much more than a bit of a CS lead. Only one camp actually in the lead, and maybe a dragon if they can go for this quick.
It doesn't really look like there's much of an advantage across the board here for really anyone. You've got a little bit of a CS lead from lane to lane, margining from what is 2 waves to just a half up there in the top side. So that's kind of why we do see that 500 gold lead starting to stem out for Rio. But past that, like you said, the trigger, dragons up. Maybe this is the point for contention. But for now, it's definitely a lot more of a lull than I expected, which I will say, game 1 is your pace setter, right? And if you're feeling out another team that's also 5-0, this would be a good idea to see kind of where the weakness and strengths are. Ooh.
Well, they might have found
No.
it. No, they just said hello. It's
Yeah.
just a greetings, like I said,
Handshake.
feeling out the lanes, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Feeling out for them probably was quite simple, but for us, it definitely makes me clench.
Oh, but Snow Tiger with level 6, this could be dangerous.
Flag and drag down. That's your first knock-up. The flash comes out from Tiger, and the response is going to be a double stun there, but they should be able to walk out. I like the teleport expender from Udama, but they're not going to be able to find the lockdown. At least they do pressure them off what will be apparently this next dragon.
Yeah, the problem that comes about here is because they use a teleport, they're kind of forced into wanting something from it. So if all they get is a dragon, they'll be happy, and it looks like they back off. But most notably, they didn't pick up the kill on Snow Tiger, which I'm very surprised that if the Rise had flashed after, I think you could have picked up the kill, been able to, you know, kind of accelerate your build path. But instead says, I need the flash for defensive measures only, no reason to chase.
I was about to say, it's very safe. You know, they're not looking to make any particular mistakes or even go risk it for the biscuit here, because I really do particularly believe in the very, very early sense of this one, it only will get more and more out of control. And you know, as you keep stacking your deck, you pull a dragon here, you grab a few plates there, you know, you're not really giving Randolph that much of an opportunity to come into the game.
It's the worst thing that I also like to say about that is it's not their prerogative, right? RMC are not worried about getting early takes. Their composition, I feel the only area that's really supposed to get ahead early is actually going to be that top lane, right? The Camille is the only lane that I expect to get a strong advantage in so far as just keeping even, because the rest of the team just wants to scale. The rest of the team wants to get to that point where they can start team fighting as a full composition. So outside of the Rise, I feel like they do actually have a pretty good scaling composition. You know, if that Ezreal does go for the Divine Thunder build, he starts pumping out, you know, Mystic shots like they're nothing pretty much, and they can outscale. So for them, again, probably happy that so far they've only lost a dragon. They haven't lost too many plates, and they're keeping up in the CS department.
Yeah. Well, for now, I guess your dreams will be coming true here, Orbital, and it's going to be that last team fight of the game, probably the first one of the game, too, at this point. But you know what? One big blast, kind of like a firecracker, I can enjoy the show.
Yeah, it's a firecracker that accidentally was a mortar, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You buy it and you're like, it's just a black cat fire. Nope. It was a triple mortar shell that you accidentally lit with a 30-minute fuse. So that's always fun. I still think we're gonna get a little bit more with the Infernal Drake already going down. I wonder what the next ones are. So if we actually end up with an Ocean Soul, that could be a large cause for concern. So instead of at that dragon, or instead of, you know, running mid somewhere where they're fighting, we might get to see that dragon fought over a little bit more.
Yeah, it's. I would hope the objectives become a point of contest for these teams at some point. I hope in their mind they're like, yeah, we gotta take it to them each other. But for now, it doesn't seem like the mental. But we'll see. Mountain's gonna be next up in 2 minutes 30. But for now, it's definitely a bit more of a lull here as everyone has finally kind of approached that level 6 window and far superseded it at this point here. So all those major cooldowns are ready and well available.
Yeah, and with that top being pinged out, you hear it. Everyone's worried, right? And this is, I wonder if this is how the teams were able to get to the 5-0 point, right? There is something that I always like to talk about in League of Legends, which is the push and pull of matches, right? The first step to learning how to play as a team is you learn how to be kind of like overly aggressive, I guess. You just kind of go ham for a lot of plays and you just play like that. The second is learning how to be reactive to mistakes and capitalize on mistakes. And it's where you get two very defensive teams that tend to just wait for the other team to cause mistakes, don't want to make any mistakes of their own, And then third is being proactive, right? Setting up tower dives, setting up rotations into the jungle or anything like that. This feels like two teams that have won specifically on waiting for the other team to get too antsy, waiting for them to try and be like, oh, we have to make a play here, else we're kind of in the dirt. And so it shows, right? Just none of them wants to make any moves. They're going to play super, super passive. They're going to wait until they 100% have to play. And that's going to lead, honestly, to a very boring play because this is it, right? Now Snow Tiger's maybe caught out of position.
Maybe not even close, though. They're still playing it very safe and reserved. Now, I will bring up the fact there, though, that these teams are both playing very, very well in terms of the vision. Maybe not well enough. Doesn't catch out that one. First blood finally taken here, but a steal from Plo on the Rift Herald. So who really comes out on top? There's going to be that stun on Jedi King and more than likely the end of this rise here. So it's going to be a 3 for a Rift. And I don't know who comes out on top there.
I would absolutely say that was Randolph Macon, right? This is not only a Rift Herald that it's probably not going to get that much, right? Only 2 plates is not going to break you first tower, considering none of the towers have taken any plates off. So not only that, you walked in one by one, right? Yeah. Udama was trying to scout out in that pit, was trying to go for a slicing maelstrom and got popped beforehand. And then Plo tried to follow up. Jedi King trailed afterwards, and kind of walking in one by one to an Annie, Sejuani, and Camille just leads to kind of that dumpster fire issue. So, especially considering Snow Tiger picked up 2 and Deathless picked up 1, the solo lanes now have the gold advantage they need to start catapulting this game, hopefully into a pace for Randolph Macon to take game 1.
I was going to say the burst is in their favor now. You've got that Annie online 2-0. She's got the completed Ludens on her belt. So stepping into any one of these major fights is definitely a pressing matter here. So, hopefully they can take that and run with it for the win. But this dragon is taken either way. No objectives, and the bullet time is looking good as well. First one down. Ross trying to run away, but there is the big stun in the backline. Glacial Maelstrom there, able to secure the 2 here as well as the objective.
Alrighty then. So Rio Grande are giving back their own, and honestly, that time they win, right? They go for the objective, they play it well, and it was stolen. RS still had Smite up. That always feels so bad in mid lane. Ooh, Udama taking a big chunk.
Taking a chunk, but not much else to find there, and they're going to pump extra gold coming off of that already great win. That's what, 3 plates there in the mid?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird to think, but Hello Jin is winning this bot side so nicely. Flash out of the ADC, but for all that they got, they're actually only even up in gold. That huge chunk that was given over to RMC's side early stage because of the first blood and the CS differential has granted Rio Grande only an evening, right? We can see it there. Thank you so much to the observer. We can see about a 1k difference at the top and in the mid. At ADC role, of course, we do see the Misfortune, of course, still ahead there, but majority of those leads are slinging over to Randolph Macon's side, and those 3 plates are only there to kind of help out. I think bot side was able to get 1 plate before it fell. Other than that, though, even across the board, main thing to keep eyes at, 2 dragons into Rio Grande's side and an Ocean Soul to play with.
Right, so now they've been on top of it. They've contested what is the 3 objectives under the belt, 2 of them happening to be steals. And they've now footed a little bit of the extra gold in the face of both Rise there and, my apologies, Jarvan. They did pull what was the Rift, the Break, just to give a little bit, but I consider that a bit of sweetening there, not really something too much. Tried to find the Realm Warp gank, but yeah, Snow Tiger snips that one out.
I don't think it's so much as sniffed it out. I saw a giant teleportation circle appear in mid lane under you. You're just like, I should probably.
I was about to say, you can still smell it. It just happens to be really smelly. Okay.
Yeah. It's very
smelly.
Someone opened up a trash can in front of you.
Exactly.
Man, it smells like someone came into the middle of the battlefield and just sat down there. It's like, well, dang, all right, I should probably leave. So I like the attempt though, right? At least showing some proactivity and saying, hey, well, we haven't used the Realm Warp for a while. Okay, we'll give it a shot.
And I did want to touch on that based off of an early point you made, the concept that these teams have preyed on the mistakes of others. And I can completely agree. They're very good at playing the early in a balanced way that doesn't capitalize on any bleeding, right? But I will say they were proactive to a degree. You did see Plo, you did see the Sedge comes through here and try to find appropriate ganks. But it was the level of control, not only in the vision, but how they played their lanes, keeping it safe, never really too far push forward for either side. It didn't really garner that opportunity. So I think they were being proactive. But I also think these teams are responding very well to each other.
Oh yeah, and I, you know what? I'll piggyback off of your piggyback,
Yep,
right?
yep,
Like,
yep.
that is
Let's
the
keep going.
whole reason that reactionary play tends to look so good. It's because of the fact that when a team reacts, it tends to look really, really amazing. That's exactly why we're sitting at a standstill, even though 5 kills have gone about, right? Even though 2 dragons have gone down, even though stills have gone down. It's when the mistakes occur, it tends to rip a gaping hole into your team's prerogative. It kind of destroys your win conditions to a point, right? That steal on the second dragon, that should not have happened, yet Rio Grande made it look so clean with the cleanup as well. Overall, these games are going to be on a minuscule balance, right? This is going to be so much fun to watch kind of the seesaw go back and forth. And whenever it tilts just a little bit too far in someone's favor, the other person's going to go flying.
I was about to say, eventually there will come the tipping point, as you do put it there. So we will see. I was actually more surprised after what is a 3-0 start for Randolph. Rio was very easily able to turn that one around, find the dragon as well as those additional kills, contesting into a situation where I felt like it wasn't the best setup for them in River, but they made it the best setup. They came through and they performed very nicely. I'll give major credit to ASAP here on this misfortune. Knowing where to place that bolt time and how to control the area, chef's kiss.
Yeah, it also comes from the fact that you don't stat check your opponent enough. This is something that I don't think comes into play too often, but it is something that maybe teams that are not used to coordinated play as much, or maybe still getting the feel of it, right? You don't stat check your opponent, so you don't know how much they can do, so sometimes you feel too safe going for stuff, or like this, you feel a little bit too over-aggressive.
Well, maybe over-aggressive. We see Snow Tiger drop down. What is the Timbers? But a great response from the bullet time is going to keep this fight in line here. Plo stuck in his own Cataclysm, and as a result, Snow Tiger's able to walk up and find that initial kill there onto Doggett.
Great kill to kick things off. Yeah, you burn the flash, but that's enough, right? Plo's out of the fight, and a
Deathless.
More.
Very deep there. That's going to be the slicing maelstrom to fall through. Plo return with the knockup and the secured kill. So bringing this one down to 4v5. Maybe they'll walk their way into pit. Flash over the wall, but no steal this time. Odama is deep there, and he's going to be punished out as Plo finally has the opportunity to come in. But here's the cleanup crew. Hello Jin, though, on his own mission to bring this one out to even. One-on-one to secure the deal. That's that flag and drag, but no kill to follow. 4-4 Randolph with the Drake.
Oh man, I want to say it would have come out cleaner if Deathless hadn't gone in to sacrifice himself for what seemed like a little bit of a greedy kill, right? When your team's doing Dragon, at that point, there's no reason for you to chase that far, right? Chasing the tri-bush, I can see, but diving over into 4 members when the rest of your team wants to kind of sit back, a little bit over-aggressive, but I like it. Right, this is showing that the teams are starting to get a bit more comfortable with their power spikes. You can see the mythics all coming out for the players right now. That's why it was 4-4. That's why it was so close, right? The cleanup from Hello Jin, you pointed it out. The dragon take as well from Randolph's side. They had what they wanted. They got out, and the kills went the appropriate ways. Hello Jin, fully online now, 2-0-2.
Right, and in respect, ASAP comes through as well, 2-1-3, sitting very nicely on this misfortune as well, with actually a great deal of kills finding their way on to Plo, performing remarkably well here on this drive. I'm definitely surprised, especially since we discussed how a bit more of an early carry presence has still managed to work its way through in what was a very slow early game. Either way, though, we look at that gold lead, no difference. You made it a point. It's so even between these two squads, and even if you start checking them stat by stat by stat, I would argue and go as to say that 5v5, they're pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, it's all about who gets the engage off first, right? I love it so much. As someone that plays mid lane champions that have no absolute skill, you press R, you do #skilled in chat, and you're good to go. It's the Syndra, it's the Annie, it's Orianna. These are champions that love to just have prep time. You don't care. And the thing is we've seen so far, Rio Grande, one time, they had a good engage. Randolph, Macon, they've had their own chance to be good as well. It's going to come down to timing.
I would be more than inclined to wonder who has the better initial start. And I would go out on a limb and say, in my personal opinion, I think it is Randolph Macon, as we've seen them time and time perform, but love this one. A very nice Winters bite into a secured concussive blows there. So very quick cleanup.
You love it, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you are a Rio Grande fan, you love it, right? That's all you need to do. You need to hit the concussive blows, follow it up. ASAP is able to clean it up, and here we go.
I was going to say, here's the return from Randolph, but Ploplo's quick on the hunt there. You've got the Sedge trying to step in, but it's Twig that might find it. The slicing Maelstrom prevents it from going that much deeper, and it's even the fissure that prevents the launch of the Zenith Blade. So another kill picked up here for Rio.
Not just a kill, an escape, right? Jedi King survived the entire time. Are you kidding me? And I said it at the beginning, right? RMC, Randolph Macon College, their whole composition hinges on the fact that you have to layer CC perfectly. You have to layer all of these abilities on top of each other to get the kills. If you weather the storm, if you weather the burst, that's their whole kit and caboodle. So Rio Grande play on that. And I have to say, Daggett on the bot side, I'm very sorry if I butcher that name, but Daggett was the reason Jedi survived body blocking that glacial prison from the Sejuani. I don't know if that was planned or not. Heads up play. You keep your mid laner alive and turn it around in a sticky situation. Amazing job done by Rio Grande.
And the craziest part about it is the pacing. The fact that they turn around from that kill down there on ASAP to rotate up and be able to secure safety there on the mid lane. Daggett was footing it across that river to make sure things came out on top, and that's just a remarkable sign of a great support here. For now, though, I will still say that Randolph Macon is in fine position to still source out their own victories here. It's what you said. They need the time to play into their favor. They've got to layer what is those major CC ultimates to wipe whoever may be their best pick to come through, whether that I would definitely go on a limb and say it's ASAP right now, or Jedi King once it gets to that point.
Yeah, and I will say the reason I don't think we've actually seen any big team fights pick out is because these outer towers are actually still up.
That's crazy.
Every single lane is currently trying to knock down a single outer tower, and it's so difficult for them. Right, you can take a look at the gold as well right now. Now that Rio Grande has about I want to say close to a 2K lead, we're still seeing them trying to knock down these outer towers of Randolph Macon, as it is just freestanding gold. So trying to pray for that factor to kind of come out. Meanwhile, Dragon is coming up. If Rio Grande get this would put them at a soul point. That is why they are all kind of corralling around with Deathless for RMC's side, ready to teleport in.
For now here, this one looking a lot better in terms of setup for Rio. They're not shoveled into the corner like last time here, so they can pull that trigger. I was going to step up, but they don't want to enact the play just yet. And this is giving time for Deathless to rotate all the way forward. Ross step forward. That's going to be that slicey, but it doesn't actually come through. The Cataclysm turnaround, though, as they are able to find Twig, but that Tibbers is chunking ASAP. Meanwhile, on the backline, going to have to flash as it's going to be Hello Jin stepping up to secure that one out. Ploplo still hot and fast here as once again, Jin is cleaning this one up on his own in the back. So it's going to be 3 down here as now Randolph start the walk towards this ocean.
Oh no, Udama is never going to hear the end of that one. You
heard me even call it almost. I was trying to say slicing, didn't come out.
Yeah, it hurts, right? Because we knew exactly at that point it goes both ways, right? Rio Grande, their setup needs to be good as well. The call was great. You saw the setup before your eyes, but we were waiting. We were hoping for the slicing maelstrom to come out. It did not, and Udama called the shot. It didn't work, so Randolph Macon were able to exploit that weakness, get so many kills, pick up a second Ocean Dragon. By the way, this is going to help them in these elongated team fights as well.
Right.
And if they continue this trek of the dragons, they will be nigh unkillable, right? With the gold currently leaning in the favor of Rio Grande, only for a bit, or not lying in their favor. I only looked at the ADC's gold. Whoops. But it's still there. They have a minuscule chance right now. It is somewhat even. What worries me is we still don't see any grievous wounds. As soon as that Ocean Soul came up and you lose one, you should be picking up at least a Bramble Vest or an Executioner's Calling.
Well, for now here, it still hasn't garnered what will be that scoreboard. We'll have to keep watch here, but I like this take, knowing that they've got the priority, that these lanes are pushing, and they've got an eye on Jedi and Odama. They're going to take this Baron clean. No contest, no idea, and it's only now that you start seeing the rotation come out here from Rio.
I would actually say that Udama's actually a little bit in trouble. That could have been a dive. Honestly, they're what? Level 14 and 15, and you have an outer tower with only the cannon under it. When a Baron's taken, that always worries me, right? You're like, oh yeah, man, that could be anyone kind of roaming up. Instead, they back off, so RMC say, hey, let's take the safer route. They will lose mid lane to a 4-man push, which is honestly the regular response to losing Baron, so I like it. Meanwhile, topside falls, so we're starting to see a little break open.
Whoa,
for the base.
Deathless deep here on Udama, unable to really find what this Camille wants. I'd be more curious to see them save what would be that Hextech ultimatum for potentially a separate engage, especially knowing that these lanes are constantly pushing, but it's down and out. That window's gone.
The Snow Tiger playing so aggressively here. This could open up a chance for Plo, who really wants to try and dive in. The Cataclysms have been on point, I will say. The entire time, Cataclysms have been amazing, and that's why they're so scared here in the mid. So, loving how Rio Grande are currently responding to this Baron attempt, which is turning into a 5-man barrel down mid.
You know, in that last fight where we did see Udama unable to find the Slicing Maelstrom, Plo did come through there and try to kind of save what could be the end of it with a very nice Cataclysm. And while it wasn't enough to kind of stem into the stuns necessary to wipe them, it was definitely a response that I would consider very, very adequate.
Oh, yeah. And that's going to be the call of ult. All right. Bears down.
Quite literally, it's going to be down here if someone gets one last auto on it.
No. Regenning, listen, a 2 HP regen every like half second, you'll take it. The Bear's going to stay up for a little bit longer, and Tibbers gets to say hi to the Rift. But again, it's the little things, right? We're seeing it there. RMC wanted to try and push open for a chance.
I get it.
Didn't want to. Did that? Okay, I for some reason thought the flag took it. They're looking for the opportunities, which I really, really like, but they need to commit a bit more. I think they're underestimating their damage right now, and either team could try and push a fight.
Well, for now, it's just a simple push. Udama stepping up with a Slicing Maelstrom. It's got the Cataclysm to boot, but no catch. And Snow Tiger able to turn this one around, pump out that burst. And I obviously think Rio's going to walk this one out. But those are two major windows that you now no longer have available. And granted, you weren't even playing around the team to try to make them work.
Yeah, that one's a little bit rougher to play off, right? So that was a lead-in with the Slicing Maelstrom, but Udama didn't have Flash. Protoball wasn't in range to get there, and so you can't really follow up. So well done on RMC's side to be able to kind of finagle around it. You push it down. You knock down pretty much all outer towers and inner towers, so only inhibitors are left on Rio Grande side, meaning any global objective like the Dragon coming up in just about 30 seconds should be Randolph Macon's to take. They should have priority. You can see the deep vision that's currently planted into Rio Grande's jungle. There is not going to be a chance unless Plo can go for a solo steal here.
Well, we've definitely seen Rio pull off the steals before, quite literally to this game alone. So I'm not going to hold them against it. It's definitely within their mantra to get the job done here. But I want more than that. But the problem, they don't have more than that. You're still waiting on those major windows. You don't have slicing. Well, I'll say this. It'll probably be up unless they burn this one out very quickly here.
I mean, they have the damage for it and the prep
Should be
here.
up.
This is going to be huge if they get the flank up. But Snow Tiger wants to cause an interference.
It's just one quick ump over the wall, and that's Snow Tiger with the flash. ASAP just barely able to last out here, but this is already enough. You know the carry's gone, and Twig and Deathless are deep. Udama over the wall, a continuing onslaught as that's going to be Jedi. I love the response from the bullet time to find two there, but I don't think it's enough. Orbital, they continue the onslaught. Plo to fall next. Doggett with the flash, but Deathless quick on his heels with a repel into the Hex deck to find what is ASAP still walking that one out for a triple there onto death.
You know what? For all that went down, I'm surprised they didn't get Ace faster, right? Randolph make out like bandits. They get 4 kills. They only lose 2. And they put themselves on soul point.
Wow.
And they still have Kennen up, right? At least you'll probably only lose an inhibitor off of this. And the tower, probably not more. That's going to be deathless looking. So you were able to take 2 back. You stall it out. That could have been the end of the game. I will say if they had all 5 members, I think that could have been game ending.
Yeah.
But because of the bullet time from ASAP, they were able to save off death.
Oh, yeah.
Well done by Randolph Macon. A little bit of a consolation prize for Rio Grande.
Rio, they shore up the weaknesses that can in that fight, but it's still a massive loss. And what is supposed to be a very nice comp that scales in just cannot handle the pressure here constantly enacted from RMC. And now, this is their best chance to try to recover, but no shot. They just can't get a lock on these guys.
A little disjointed as well, right?
Yeah.
Plo, you can see the walk in and kind of the hesitation to use some of those big ticket ultimates, but I mean, at this point, you might have to go for Hail Mary. You saw a push on the top side. That's why, from Annie, that's why you were trying to lock down some of the tankier members. But as long as you don't know where this ADC is, where Hello Jin will be walking to, it's going to be dangerous. Oh!
That's what we're talking about.
Catch.
Technically, no idea what you're walking into, and Twig is the one to be caught out here, surprisingly not. But Snow's quick on the heels. Another catch. It's Doggett, but he's tanky, but just barely catching the edge of that one there, and they're going to be fine to walk out of this, but it is still 45 and Baron's up.
Yeah, and I like kind of this front push that everyone's going for. A recall by the Braum. They don't know it, so they're going to fight.
They're going to get the initial launch there, Cataclysm. I like the going gold to keep Snow Tiger alive. That's it for the bullet time, and now your front is removed. ASAP just delete it there. The combo from that Ezreal and Annie to make sure that everyone is gone. That's another Baron here for Randolph Macon.
And that was by far the cleanest fight we've seen this entire game from either side, right? Randolph Macon called the shot. They walked forward, and it was based off of Plo trying to find a pick, which I agree with. Just the damage was there, right? They kited it out well. RMC will back off of the bullet time. They get the kills, and now with the Baron in hand and 3 Ocean Dragons, they will have no problem I want to say breaking down the rest of the inhibitors, or if they were just to push mid as 5, I think their combination would be perfect, right? They could either end the game or 100%. Go for the safer play. It's up to them.
And the saddest part about this one is it was a nice engage from Plo, but your team was so split up there. If we play that one back at any point, you will see what is Odama and the rest just separated into the funnel there, unable to make something happen on top of that already decent engage. Meanwhile, Snow Tiger completely lives out that bullet time, so you don't really get to work on that damage having its initial bite either. So it's a mix of not really playing to the strengths of understanding the opposing members here, and also just not being that grouped up 5. I mean, we talk about Randolph kind of wanting to layer CC. Rio still has to step as well. You brought this up prior to, and while they were able to kind of get away with the single picks early game, now it really needs to come out.
Yeah, I'll actually say RMC did us one better, and Snow Tiger was actually the main priority winner of that fight.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Completely shoving out Doggett. There was no Braum to block a lot of that damage, so they took a 5v4 fight so cleanly. So now we're going to see potentially the last-ditch effort here by Rio Grande, unless they're willing to allow this inhibitor to collapse, not take a chance at the fight just yet, and pray that they can maybe get half an item more.
Well, it looks like they drop what is the inhib and now are pulling back. So just kind of petering this one out, slowly ebbing what will be the last embers here of Rio. And I understand it too. Pulling the trigger in situations like that without having, the surefire win on your belt. We talk about solo being up in 20 seconds. You get the reset off. You rotate towards that. You've typically won those fights time and time again the last 2 iterations or so. So it's definitely a strength to play around. And say even if you lose or don't come out as strong, you still get soul.
Yeah. I think even if Rio Grande win this fight here, they lose the dragon, that's going to be the real problem. So really keeping eyes on Snow Tiger once again. That's been the main catalyst for the wins, and they're all funneling in. That could be so dangerous.
If they walk in just like that, Snow Tiger gets one quick Tibbers ulti, and then it is over. But they still just can't let this one go away. Plo's got to try to find a way in to steal. That's what it'll be. Over the wall. The rest of the team's deep in the back, and they aren't even able to steal. Of course, it's a quick wipe to follow there. Doggett, of course, going to be the short end of the stick while eventually working his way out here as we see that flash come through. But Orbital, it's just one quick walk here.
Yeah, this is Randolph Macon finally realizing how far ahead they are and finally pulling that trigger, right? That's what they needed. They just needed that final little push.
And with this, the Nexus falls, and Randolph Macon, once technically undefeated in 1, but able to still take it to 5-0 here against the Rio. First game of the series going their way. And I'll be honest, after seeing the first 20, no surprise.
Yeah, it was clean, coordinated, and I am personally a huge fan of those scaling compositions. The Annie Sejuani and all of that kind of layered CC I love, because to me CC will always win games. We can enjoy a very nice outplay. We can enjoy the ability to have someone, an Aurelia dance a 1v5 or whatever, but the simplicity, there is a reason CC is so strong. If you have it, if your opponents can't move, that's what happens. RMC slaughter that fight at the end. 3 fights, I might add. It was 3 fights in a row where they come out on top. They realized how strong they were, and they capitalized. So very well done by them. No problem to Rio Grande side, because they played the early game, I would say, fairly slow and methodical.
Yeah.
Maybe just a bit more pressure from the J4. That would be all I would really ask for.
I could see that one changing up, and being able to assess kind of, if you're going to play towards mid game, put your team together for the mid game and play around it, because that's something that we truly never really got the opportunity to see, especially as those little picks came out. I've got to give big props to not only what is Snow Tiger on this Annie for being so dominant, controlling the zoning, being the burst menace, but also Deathless. We were able to pick on that Camille for going in very, very early around that Southern Dragon point. But past that, constantly being in that backline, able to find the Hextech all demands in that fight alone at the very end, was the forefront initial engage to really kind of seal the deal there. So those 2 pinpoint pillars here from Randolph Macon being the real show here.
Oh yeah, I loved it, right? And now you go back to the drawing board. Rio Grande are going to have to kind of decide, right? Do they want to go for the counterpunch? Because quite honestly, their disengage at points looked very well. There was a point where, we saw the lockdown onto the rise. It didn't work as planned. So if they want to go around that style, they could easily do it if they know RMC are going to go kind of all in, team fight, go for the head kind of thing. But they have to all agree on it, right? They have to build a composition around that fact. They have to reliably say, this is what we want to do. And if they can get it together, they have a chance at doing a mini reverse sweep to put their own chances of going undefeated here in week 6 kind of up on that pedestal.
You got to at least take one home before we go potentially to that game 3, but that's still up in the air. As for us on desk, we're going to be making our way towards that next lobby so we can bring you what will be maybe the exciting finale to our first series. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. If you're just joining us, we're coming off an excellent win here from Randolph-Macon College, taking out Rio Grande, the undefeated in the first game of the night. I'm still, of course, Zephyr, joining you here alongside Orville as we'll walk you through the exciting action that might just be coming to an end here.
Yeah, it's been crazy to say the least. It was a much slower paced game than I thought, and then all of a sudden, minute 30 rolls around, and everyone decides ultimate
Just
cooldowns are the
done.
new craze. It was dropping fight after fight. It was going in for these clean objectives, and I have to say, from both sides, the only issue I could find is Udama making a very, very unfortunate play directly in the middle of the big screen. Feel so sorry for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's all on camera.
Well, hopefully he can live this one up coming into game 2 here, because there's plenty of realm to fix mistakes. And given the potential we saw out of Rio coming through in that game 1, they definitely were well respecting that early game. They didn't bleed out. That could have been a much more dominant and controlling win from RMC. Not to count them out, they did win it in such a very nice fashion, but there's a lot of room here for Rio to work their way in. They just weren't able to, and then slowly pieces fell to the wayside.
Yeah, it was the whole fact that after a while they kind of started walking into a lot of those fights, and then of course you can't really get out of a flash tibbers. That's the worst part about it. This is point and click CC that you're dealing with at that point. So after a while, that kind of point and click, that easy lockdown is going to catch up with you unless you're picking up QSS, unless you're picking up, I want to say Banshee's Veil or any of these items, right? So Rio Grande, if they come with it with a little bit better knowledge of how they want to approach this early game, maybe capitalize on the slow play, it could get a very different result instead of that kind of stalemate that we went into minute 20 with.
Well, for now, we make our way onto the draft here, and we'll see how this one switches up. The big thing to note, the Camille shifts sides, no longer in the hands of Deathless, into the pocket of Udama, and hopefully that level of engage is enough to give him a bit more of a taste, more control coming into game 2 here.
Yeah, and once again, it was a blind pick. Udama now has had to blind pick twice, I think, their lane. And honestly, the Camille's not the worst one that you could pick. The Deathless Scion, though, is a question mark, because once again, Deathless got a blind pick, and I always feel when you're in a blind pick scenario, I prefer I want to see a lot of impact out of that champion, right?
Yeah.
The whole point of the counter pick, the whole point of that final pick is to bring the most impact with that champion, and yet you had plenty of time to kind of open up, right? To give you a little bit of an idea, it was 5th pick was a Scion before you blind picked. I believe it was. You didn't really blind pick any of them, but it's still in there where I say the Scion, it's giving me a little bit of hesitation. I'm going to be very, very interested to see how Deathless is able to bring impact to the lane as well as those team fights.
Hopefully it works out. It still is an engaged tool, just maybe not as much of a far forward threat as we saw Deathless in game 1 when he, of course, was playing through on this Camille. We take a look towards that jungle, and while yes, the Sedge coming through again here, it is the Olaf to make a show.
Yeah, and this is something that I actually like. I like the idea of Rio Grande running. Reason being is Plo actually farmed very, very well in the early stages. The jungle invades were on point. As soon as he figured out that ROS was lurking in the bottom side, went immediately in, got 2 camps, walked back out.
Yeah.
Olaf is going to leech off of that fact much better than a J4. J4, you're hardwired to help gank, you're hardwired to help your team. Olaf can quite literally say, if I get ahead, I don't care who your team is, I'm going to Ragnarok straight through your face.
Done.
So, yeah, I like the lock-in. The question is will they get as good of an early game as they did in game 1?
Right, and I honestly think the early game will more than likely work out to be the same here. They've got a great sense of each other's pacing, it looks like, and they also are very good at putting a stop to any proactive movement, respectively, both of them. So that's why the first 10 minutes worked out to be something as slow as it was here. But the major 2 triggers are on the board now for Rio. You've got that Camille, you've got that Olaf. We look towards the mid lane here, and it kind of gives a little bit of safety towards the Rio comp, but it's definitely continuing this method of we're going to go all in, and we're putting just all of our focus on making our way towards winning this fight, or else it's going to be a massive punish.
Yeah, the Zillion I found when we saw it in the draft, we were pleasantly surprised is the best
Yeah.
way to put it. I have not seen Zillion in quite some time. I understand some teams do like to run it in place if you're looking for a more utility mid laner without going too heavily into like a Lulu or a Karma mid. It's one that is pretty much the pure enabler, right? You have the speed ups, you have the second
Yep.
life chance, you basically are giving your teammate an extra GA, which is what I think 2800 a 2800 stat boost pretty much right there for you. The problem is you're up against a Sylas. This is a champion that loves to bully, loves to kind of fight you out as well. Even though the Sylas came later, we're a little bit worried about it on RMC's side because there aren't great ultimates to take. If the Sylas is able to take over that mid lane, if the Zillion is pushed out at any point, it will be the downfall, right? That Sylas can start rampaging through, following up on the Sejuani, and you have pretty much an unchecked lane running at your face if you're Rio Grand.
Right, and I will say it can get out of hand here, but there isn't a lot of major excuses here, or even the ultimates to play around. If we talk about this Silas Rio, it was kind of an interesting pick that came through. It came what was fourth, I believe, first pick off of the second banning phase, and into the face of what was an Olaf Misfortune Zillion there. And while you get a little bit of an aspect to work with, not much of that is really some routing tools for the Silas to have as much influence as you would want going into the pick. Either way, like you said, still a bully and still one of the major damage profiles here for RMC. And if early does happen to work its way forward in some forward fashion, maybe the Silas becomes an absolute menace here. For now, though, we look towards this bot lane to wrap this one up. And I'll be honest, I don't think much has truly changed in the hands of Rio as they still draft that Misfortune with a little bit of the engaged potential on this knot. But it's the Samira that brings questions to the mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little bone to pick with this one. Samira is a champion that was really high level, high skilled back, and I want to say the release. This was when she first came out. She was ridiculous, felt overpowered and overtuned. Since then, we've gone through multiple patches, multiple ADCs have risen up, most notably the Ezreal, the Misfortune. I would even warrant a Caitlyn once in a very blue moon that can cause a lot of problems to you. The Samira is one that requires a lot of team action to be able to be pulled off. It is a champion that needs to get in the face of the opponent to be able to trigger that Inferno trigger at the very end. Unless you get a hard lead, you're going to have trouble scaling into the mid to late game. It is a champion that requires a lead. It's much like a Draven with less impact behind it. So picking up the Samir here, I think felt more like a safety point. You saw everything that was coming out. You knew for a fact, hey, gonna have to probably dodge out on a few abilities. It's probably the one they feel safest on. I just feel like it does tend to weigh a little bit off the damage side. Last time they did rely on the Ezreal to clean up. Remember, Jhin had a fantastic game. So now it's about keeping Jhin alive. So it's a drastic kind of shift in terms of how they're playing that bot lane.
Right, and a lot of it definitely plays off the concept of the Samir getting in your face, but that's exactly what the Rio Grande win condition is. They are going to run you down without the care in the world, and if they can't come out on top, then that's their lost game. They already knew that one from the very get-go. For now, though, we finally work our way onto the Rift, bringing you game 2 here of Randolph-Macon versus Rio Grande. I, of course, am going to be your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined by Orbital as my color.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change up than me screaming my head off. So instead, it's Zephyr screaming his head off, right? Like that's a fun little swap up.
Change it for you,
whether
not
you
for
agree
me.
with my yeah,
I'm always screaming.
Oh yeah, and whether you agree with my analysis or not, you can always let me know. That's always a fun part. I will say it's kind of weird to say, I enjoy being proven wrong by teams, right? Like that is something that I do enjoy because it means that they have exceeded my expectations.
I like the concept of setting up, and then the setup just is meaningless, and they pull off something completely different. I don't know if that's to the difference of these teams being super, super good, or maybe just something falling to the wayside. But either way, it makes for a spectacle, and that's what I'm hoping to see here out of this game as well, especially during the first 10 minutes. We talk a lot about what was the very early and controlled pacing from both teams, either playing very safe or just kind of knowing what the other enemy was going to be doing at any given time. I want a little bit more fireworks. I want a little bit more action.
I think the only place that we might see those fireworks actually pop off would be that bottom lane, right? Dog it with a little bit more aggressive. And,
Like that.
all right, that's
Like
one way
that.
to do it.
That's perfect. Good startup. You get Jin low there. You didn't even expend what will be the ignite yet. They're giving us taste. They're giving us a little
Doggett
taste.
heard us.
Yeah.
Doggett straight up heard us
taste.
3 minutes in the future.
He's smart. He can see through and without time here. Omnipresent.
Multiverse, man. Dang. He's part of Marvel right there.
Oh,
I don't
bring
know.
you the
I'm
MCU
talking
here.
something.
Careful, that's going to be a DMCA claim.
All right, I'll see you later. Sorry.
Remember, Disney owns those boys now. You don't mess with the mouse.
The mouse is the watcher, everyone.
Yeah.
Run for your life. Spoiler warning if you haven't seen it. That is,
Yeah,
I think that's what we
that's
should
the
say.
final plot here. It's Mickey Mouse. He's the true end all be all here for the Marvel Universe. It's understandable. Oh, I've seen this one before.
Yeah.
Edge coming in, this time a little bit more far forward, but the Zenith Blade doesn't quite land. It's the flash to follow up. They're going to not be able to find the stun there on Aesop, and instead it's the first blood there taking out Doggett. Woo!
I like it. I 100% like that call this time. It's a little bit easier entry, right? But this time the gank came when Ryo Grand were actually pushed into directly the middle of the lane, right? And at that point, it was a call, right? ASAP had to flash and heal out. Doggett was left to the wind, and I agree with holding on to the flash. But very well done on Randolph Macon's side. They identified that the Samir is going to need a little help. They apply that pressure and gift first blood over.
Well, this time around, Randolph Macon finding strides early. 3 minutes in, putting into the hands, like you said, of that Samir, which is exactly what I wanted to see. We talk about low damage profile. That will hopefully make the bacon for Macon. For now, though, it is a return gank towards that mid. Eyes on Jedi King there. You get the initial knock-up engage. The chain isn't going to be able to follow as the flash comes through.
Yeah. And this time, ROS, she is getting so much value out of these ganks, right? Last time, I think it was a single gank at the bottom side, didn't get a single flash, didn't get a single summoner. Now you've gotten 3 summoners out, 3 summoners and a kill for your team. You are already saying this early game is going so much better than game 1.
Yeah, I was about to say it's much better this time around, and it's sad because the real major point, we can goof about Udon and this thing, the slice and maelstrom, but the one thing that I truly wanted to change out of that game 1 was the presence held by Plo on that Jarvan. Now, we talk about Olaf being kind of hard fixed on making sure you have the ability, Ragnarok, to kind of push yourself forward, but there's definitely still places to play. You can get the undertow, you can find those slows, you can still make an impact, but it is yet to be seen.
Yeah, and the impact with an Olaf, at least I feel like, will usually come in the form of keeping the enemy jungler down, right? A jungler that ganks is mostly not farming, and oh well, can't talk about that now.
He's here. He's here. This is what I wanted. That's the stun to follow. Deathless with the flash, and even a little undertow to seal the deal there. And then yeah, you pull flash, but more than that, you give the perspective that you're on the map. For now, though, Snow Tiger looking to punish Jedi King and unable to follow through is a great double bomb. Comes down.
Honestly, Snow Tiger, I could see where they were going for it, but the flash was a little bit excessive without a level 6. Still, though, we saw it. That was a 90% to about 10% HP on Jedi King from a single rotation.
Ooh. Follow up here. I like the dredge in response there, but ASAP is still ticking. Finally, they're going to be forced to back off, but ooh, I would hope they back off completely. Not going to be caught out this time by Sejuani. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Yeah. I feel that's reversed somehow. I don't know why. I feel that saying is backwards.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me? No.
Yeah. Is that right? Am I crazy?
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The most important part of League of Legends is checking out your idioms.
All right, that's a little bit rude here, Zephyr. Come on, here we go. Fight's breaking out
Fight
here.
is breaking out. Jedi King looking more than low, but the passive doesn't come through. Return there from the Sedge, but no damage. No damage to get the job done. Plo forward, Twig on the sideline, unable to work out what they want.
Oh man, that was so close, and I hate to say this, I don't know. I played this game for so long, and yet I can't remember if a hijacked chrono
Shift.
Chrono Shift, that's the word I was looking for. If a hijack Chrono Shift can actually be put on someone else, so it might not have saved, but we get a 3-man gank here.
Big return, though. They turn immediately to ASAP, stepping into that one. No surprise there. And with the teleport from Snow Tiger, it's going to be more than 1 kill on the board. Plo taken low, but the Zenith doesn't quite follow. Either way, they still find one into the hands again here of Hello Jin on the Samira.
Oh, this, I gave a lot of pressure and criticism over to the Samira pick, and I said the only way it can get ahead, the only way it could work is if they apply pressure and they get the Samira ahead. Look what they freaking done. 2 kills, 10 CS up, level 5 to, a little bit weaker on the other side, still level 5 for ASAP. But they're doing what they need to. They identified it, and I have to give credit where credit is due. This
team's
Samira
proven you
could
wrong,
easily
dude.
be the catalyst for the victory for RMC.
Oh, more than easily. It kind of has to be. We talk about low damage profiles here for this composition. The fact that you're really only working through the Sylas and the Samira. And the Samira was a question that has now been answered redundantly. I'd like to see how it performs into team fights in the future here, but it's definitely a good sight to behold.
Oh, yeah. And with that Immortal Shield bow, it gets even crazier, right? One of the hassles of killing a Samira is the fact that with her kind of ability blocking, with her projectile blocking ability, she ends up being able to soak up a lot more damage than you'd expect. If you layer any type of CC, if you layer anything like that, you tend to take a lot of damage in return, and you're just like, well, dang, that sucks. Not just that, any damage that does bleed through, she lifesteals so easily with that Conqueror rune set as well. So it's so dangerous to try and play against, so they have got to figure out a way to either shut that down or not allow her to get killed. We see again.
Ooh, finding what is that back end for Deathless. Snow Tiger's very quick, though, with the chain, and Deathless still fails to fall. Hextech ultimatums on to Tiger to maybe wrap this one up as the bombs come through. Double stun down. Deathless removed for a 2 for none. Let's see if he can pick up it from the grave. Undead, it's the Blast Cone to keep this one alive as finally Rio find a recovery.
Yeah, I think that was a 2 for 1 there, and honestly, Riot Grande are happy about that one, right? You're able to pick up the Scion and the Sylas, 2 champions that need to kind of be stopped, and you only gave a kill over, I think it was to the Sylas, right? Sylas has been hunting for one, sure. But you get that, you pick up this Herald, possibly? Oh, ROS, if she can get over the wall, that'll be good.
Don't have Plo there to kind of capitalize or go for the smite steal aim point, but they turn it either way, finding the steal and a kill as well. An additional take there onto Udama, and I was about to say he just took out the bullet time. Maybe was looking for the ultimate to follow.
All right, RS wins. RS wins the sacrificial dive right there.
She's
Picks
got
up
it,
a
man.
kill plus. It so simple, right? And that is something that I was worried about because it was Plo that fell. It's always difficult to go for that ability. So well done to prioritize that. Well done to notice that, and for Randolph Macon
He's been
to
on top
get
of
a
it.
free global objective.
From in comparison to Plo from game 1 to game 2, the sedge control has been absolutely immaculate out of her. So major props coming through to each of these lanes and giving what is the opportunity, especially if we look at this one alone, towards Hello Jin right now.
Yeah, and Hello Jin so far is pretty content with just farming up. That's the thing that I actually like to see. Twig has been able to rotate, and the huge thing is, does Hello Jin actually get punished for it, right? Does an ADC get punished for a 1v2 stance the entire time? The problem is Doggett has actually been roaming as well, meaning ASAP has not been allowed to do anything, right? So Hello Jin is going to be a fearsome monster on the level of a solo lane, I would say, if this continues and if the bottom lane stays kind of static as it is.
Ooh. Looks like we got a bit of a shadow here. Ross in again. Straight onto Plo the chain. Deep there onto a major stun. Able to find the Chrono Shift, and now the punishment from the Ragnarok. Look at the life steal here from Plo. Just barely staying alive, but at least the main man, the unstoppable Onslaught, comes through to pick up a return in the end.
It's a very minor return, but it's a good one.
It's
still
something.
amazing fight done by Jedi King and Plo right there. I was worried. It came down to the stats, right? Plo with that Iron Spike whip was able to out-tank Snow Tiger's Kingslayer, so phenomenal job to be able to pick that one up, even things up. And now this this Zillion is going to come into question, right? It's a pocket pick for Jedi King.
Finally.
It's one that he's played twice in his past 20 games, I believe, with the team. That's pretty much all he's played it on. I want to see it work to a decent extent, right? The damage can be good, but still, I want to see the priority placement on the ultimates, on the speed-ups, and how you're going to deal with Hello Jin if you can land the stuns on this ADC.
Oh, that's a bigger question that will have to wait to be answered here. One major point is the massive, and I mean massive, amount of gold that has built onto Hello Jin in the time that is taken for anything to occur. We talk about the plates that are dropping, the Rift Herald that is now following. I mean, it is absurd, the accumulation on the Samira.
Oh,
Yeah, that sucks.
So the reason that we oohed right there is the fact that I understand Rift Herald being dropped, but Rift Herald's HP will always lose about 65 to 70% no matter what, as long as it hits a tower, right? So you want to maximize. Normally you can get about a quarter of a tower. This one got, what, 50 HP off of it, so not the most well-placed
You
Rift
didn't
Herald,
need the Rift.
Yeah, like I was actually hoping that they pushed it in for a second. That would have been worth for me. But you lose out on a large chunk of gold that I think maybe you could have dropped top or mid even, considering how far Hello Jin and Twig are.
Yeah, you've already, I mean, put your carries ahead further. I understand the concept. You do have a second damage in So Tiger here, which is already now being aggressed upon. He's got the Chrono Shift available, so more than likely will be fine. He's got to make his way under turret first. It's going to be tough. Ragnar's slowing it down. The bomb going to keep it up. Oh, just barely dashed out of that dredge line.
Yeah, at that point, I think you probably should have just peeled off Snow Tiger in general, right? Even though you do try and chase, you want to burn that ultimate, right? Don't allow him to use it for maybe an upcoming fight or anything. You put a lot of time there and almost got yourself in a pinch, right? The majority of Randolph Macon were actually moving from that dragon side, but here we go, fighting the top side.
It's a little bit of a knock-up. Dama starting to walk this one out. The burst from the W, keeping him alone. It's the flash swing of the axe to secure the kill here. We talked a lot about maybe Sion not really having the kill potential. He showed us up.
Yeah, and this is Hullbreaker Scion too. I love this so much. This is full split push Scion, and it's so scary to play against. Plo, I don't think you want this fight.
Not with teleport as well. Rossler, she's on the side, is on there. A nice glacial to secure and seal the deal. Now 3 on your top side, and a turret more than likely falling.
Oh man, Randolph Macon pulling out all the stops here, and I don't know if Scion has been played a whole lot lately, and I don't know if people have seen it, but this is a new type of Scion that's been coming out. It's reminiscent of the old inting Scion strategy, right? But it feels way more powerful. It's a Scion that outputs so much ridiculous damage in the base form that even the dead form can cause a lot of damage. So if you leave the Scion unchecked, if the Scion is able to gain any influence over either of the lanes, you will not see Scion ever with the team. This is split push Scion that somehow wrecks your base, your team, and whatever else is thrown in front of his path.
Oh, you know what? I have no idea about it, but apparently RMC does. Both of them probably.
Yeah. Oh man, I didn't know a way to fit that in, but that's probably.
I was waiting for it.
Kudos to you, Zephyr. Kudos to you.
Someone clip that. We got to get that to RMC at some point.
He probably did it himself. Let's be real. He would have done it himself. All right.
I'm glad I took the gig from him. If he was here right now, that man would have made so many RMC puns. But for now, it's the follow-up, the steal of the not-all, and the Chrono Shift keeps Jedi alive. Snow Tigger is going to be able to get back off the wall, but it's the Ragnarok going deep there with the undertow to secure this one. Now the hook to pull him back. Deckless has got to run there, able to turn around with the axe to find the knock-up, but it takes him low. I like this, though. Lex. She's on the side, looking maybe to pull that trigger, but just not quite in the front there. TP kind of keeping him away.
Honestly, that kind of worries me, right? How long that fight went on. Snow Tiger really did try and bounce right back out of that fight. But the fact that it took 3 members that long to cut through Snow Tiger, who didn't have that Chrono Shift, as well as Deathless, who was able to pretty much walk away for free, does kind of bother me. So we'll have to keep track and see how well these teams continue to play through. At this point, the only people that have Chunk, and all right, Deathless wants to go for it.
I was about to say, that's a move, but it didn't really go anywhere there now. Udama and the like, no, they're not going to follow up for any more kills, but that's gotta suck. You pull the trigger, you look for the knock-up, and it goes nowhere.
Deathless gets one of those per game. Did that before on the Camille.
Yep, that's
Did
true.
it now on
That's
the Style. Gets one per game. I think the team gives him a one free pass. Here we go.
Udama here making his own stance from the top end to find the Hex Deck deep there on the Hello Jin. And does able to work that one out. Meanwhile, ASAP turning this one around in her own right there with the bullet time. Twig deep there. Zenith Blade onto the back end, but a good stun's going to make sure that Twig goes down. Surprisingly, it's the Ragnarok keeping, my apologies, Ploplo, or Ploplo, my, whoa. Ploplo healthy.
I think we got Tigger, you went Deckless, and now Poplo, I think.
Yeah,
come on,
these
Zephyr.
are all
we gotta
characters,
talk
by
about
the way.
this.
Do you realize
Yeah,
that? So Tigger is Winnie the Pooh. Ploplo. Okay.
Well, Jedi is part of the franchise now.
True.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
taken
careful.
out. Order 66 has been
You're
executed.
scaring the mouse again. You got to be very careful. He's watching and waiting.
New name's DMCA over here. See you guys later.
DMC.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Anyway, that was a solo kill. So this is something that I pointed out earlier that I was very worried about. It's the fact that no matter how many kills Jedi will get, he's going to be super squishy.
Yeah.
I honestly would have preferred to actually see the Leandri's Anguish instead of the Ludens, right? You don't need pop damage. You need burn damage and a little bit of HP backing it. You go for full damage. You have to expect full damage in return. And this might be the window of opportunity, right? Randolph Macon made a bad play over at the Baron Pit. They might have a little bit of a chance to back it up if this fight is taken for no reason.
Ploplo trying to foot his way in. Punish comes back. Hook down there onto Ross Lex. Nothing really too much further to come out. Dragon is up here. So this is going to be the next major point. I already like the rotation from Randolph. I'm curious if they're going to turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to put
Watch
him on
Deathless.
soul point, and this is going to be so dangerous.
Able to find the knock up there onto Udama into the knot. All stolen from the hijack, but unable to really garner them a kill here. Now, all 5 members footing in the river. It's one quick pair trigger away from the fight. Rio Grande, they step up. They're going to start taking this one out as Twig and the like. They come back in there. There's the major double knock-up deep there from the side. Ragnarok to try to go that much further in the back line as the bullet time continues to tick, but no more damage is available on the field here. 1 member left alive. 1 quick ace, and while, yes, the bomb hits, the job is done.
Well then, RMC,
There you go.
you have shown us that you have won the early game and the mid game. The first team fight that we saw that was a full ace in game 1 came at about 22 or 23 minutes. They do it at 19 and a half, and it was decisive. You saw it. Deathless coming in from the bottom side, a well-timed unstoppable onslaught, followed up with the rest of the squad, enabled Hello Jin to immediately pop that chrono trigger. So well played. They only lost Twig. They pick up everything they need. They're now on soul point. They have a drastic gold lead over their opponents. It's all coming together for a potential 2-0 for this team.
Oh, yeah, baby. It's all coming together now, and it's going to be the next Baron on the Rift. That's going to be the next and maybe even final point of contest here. I get spotted out as well as the rest of the squad. Snow Tiger unable to find the chain he wants off of the Silas, but they're taking control of this river so quickly.
Ooh, and it's a little bit hairy, I would say, with this one. So even though they won the fight before, the reason I felt they did is because, again, allowing Rio Grande to step into that Dragon Pit was their mistake. As long as Randolph Macon College are in the middle, it makes it a bit difficult to lock everyone down. So right now, Rio Grande conceding a little bit of the pressure might look to fight it in later. Or are they just going to be run out? Twig is running interference.
Yeah, Twig will run interference for as long as Twig can, but it won't really be for long there. They cannot contest this 50-50. They have to take the fight first.
Oh,
Udama stepping up.
Yeah, this is going to be so dangerous.
I like that.
Oh, that's a great
Double
stun.
root. turns it in
Oh my
immediately.
gosh.
Udama might be in. That's going to be the 4-man bullet time, but Deathless is on your back line. Deep they go. Zenith Blade to follow. A massive knockup to get the double for Deathless. Continues the onslaught as Twig is going to go down, but the rest of the team has arrived. It's a triple for Deathless and almost the full squad wipe here for Randolph Macon.
This is the kind of fights that we missed in all those seasons prior. Like, these are just straight up, you can't even tell who's winning, but we can see here in a 1v1.
Oh, I don't think Snow Mite came out of this one very well. The burns on both of them. Woo! Taking that, you gotta be careful.
Oh.
Udama can easily get back over this wall and respect that. He's sitting right on the ward.
Oh, they both
missed! Oh! Just barely with the repel. Snow finishes the job.
All right. That was cheeky on both their parts. I'll give him that.
They both
I'll
knew.
give him that.
They both technically missed, but the auto comes down.
Yeah, and it's, again, that Kingslayer, right? It's another ability that of a gap closer that the Silas has in the pocket that the Camille doesn't, right? So I saw it happen, and again, Snow Tiger was prepped, but let's go back to the original fight, right? It happened again. Randolph Macon. Every time they have won these fights, it's consistently not them actually engaging, it's them baiting. I think that's the best way to put it. If you go back to each of their specific fights, the last two that they won, it's baiting Rio Grande into a much more cornered off section, right? It's either dragging him near Baron Pit or dragging him near Dragon Pit, and they collapse that way. So Randolph Macon have identified that win condition. Rio Grande have got to start approaching these fights differently, but ASAP gets out.
Oh, barely able to flash over the wall, but that's a major window now gone on the board. And you talk about engage potential, and oh, Randolph's got it. Snow's now deep. Chain is in. It's a big bullet time, but it does no damage. Doggett is out for the count. The Chrono Shift is expended. Twig's looking low as can be, but Deathless is stepping up to front for this squad here, but it's going to be punished either way. Midline, my apologies. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is Hello Jin finding a kill there onto Udama and now pushing out this tower. They won't let these backs come through. They won't let them defend.
Yeah, this is going to be another re-engage.
Oh, finds their way in. Doggett now low. Zenith onto ASAP, but he's able to turn around and find the kill either way. They're going to keep possibly rushing this one out. It's the steal with the bullet time, and Jedi is barely, but now, finally, Hello Jin has joined the fight, joined the squad, and found the 3. It only took the turret, though.
That was a full, like, 35-second fight. Keep in mind, Udama was able to respawn by the time that fight finished. And it still took 30 seconds of fighting for Udama to go down in the first place. That is how tanky Randolph Macon are currently. That's how far ahead they are. And again, this Silas pick, one that we were also kind of questioning, you know, not a lot of great ultimates. We keep forgetting the sustainability of a Silas is still so terrifying, right? With that cooldown reduction in pocket. Always being able to have that Kingslayer up, always being able to have that re-engage. And when Conquer is fully stacked, you deal a lot of damage. So Randolph Macon slowly, I want to say almost accelerating their idea of them being ahead, because my gosh, are they closing in on a 9K lead. Jeez. The largest I think we've seen in this series.
This is definitely the biggest it has gotten, but now unstoppable onslaught. It might not hit, but the engage is through. Slow on to ASAP. No. Knock up to follow. Jedi King is there to make sure that they walk out fine. Doggett as well to kind of scare him out of his boots too.
I feel so bad for ASAP though. ASAP has so far been like the priority target for Deathless, and that's allowed Randolph Macon to get Soul that quickly. That's all it took, 25.5 minutes.
Wow, that's fast. That is just insanely fast here. We talk about control. That is one of the best starts for Dragon there. And now with Soul on their belt, the onslaught of the turret continues. They still have Baron. Of course they still have Baron. They just got it. What am I talking about?
it feels like a long time, right? With how long they've been fighting, it feels like a super long time. And with that damage coming out, you know that they have freedom to do a 3-2. I would even do it a 1-3-1, right? Send Stone Tiger down to the bottom side. You get free pushes, or you can fight
Just fight it in. Dog gets down. Bullet time is officially out here. It's technically 4 for 4, but that 5 is pushing what will be your tops end. A massive bomb is going to slow Randolph-Macon, but they still find turret. Now their attention on Inhib. No, they actually going to rotate towards the tier 2.
Yeah, I actually like this because that double bomb had some oomph behind it. You don't want to chance another fight without your Scion, so take the safer route. This is kind of their bread and butter for Randolph-Macon. Yes, they know how to play aggressive, but it does well to play safe. It does well not to aggress when you don't need to. This is going to be a bit dangerous. Plo looking at it. Unstoppable Force.
Finds the knockup this time around. Straight on to ASAP. Able to get the Chrono Shift down, so he's going to come back alive, but they get Plo either way. A return from the rest of the squad. Stands up here. Now it's deep from Snow Tiger to secure the last remaining 2. And with that, all members are down for Rio. That's going to be game for Randolph-Macon.
It only took a single trigger pull, and this time Deathless had help from his team. They're able to sweep the fight. It is a win and a 2-0.
A 2-0 win. Absolutely massive. Titans here in what is the Navigators White Division in a quick 2-0, albeit that to finish the job here. What an excellent series, and I got to give props to both of these squads for coming out here, not just Randolph-Macon.
Oh, yeah. Rio Grande, the style that they played is one that I've seen quite often as well. It's one that all of us, I think, have seen, right? It's a very standard style of play, especially with J4 in the mix for game 1. I love it, right? It's supposed to be very controlled. It's supposed to be very technical, how you walk through a lot of these fights, and it's all meta-standard champions. Just the problem that came about is maybe a little bit of indecision. And in this game, in game 2, you see what happens when indecision turns into decision. It's when a team knows that they have that point to go aggressive, and they took off with it on Randolph-Macon's side. What Rio Grande can say from this, though, is they have had a taste for it. They've now had a taste of that loss, and I will say it wasn't so much that they made jarring mistakes, right? It wasn't that they all stepped out of zone at one point. It was Randolph-Macon making better moves. It was them rotating properly. It's them dragging out some of those baits and kind of corralling the side of Rio Grande into those right spots. So very well done. Rio Grande now know, though, what to do if they face RMC later on, maybe in the playoffs.
Who knew RMC could be so terrifying? Personally, I think that both of us have that idea under our belt officially after watching this one, but maybe that's an inside joke. Past that, though, I got to give major props to Rio Grande. Even still, with that loss, you talk about them learning. I still think they're a dominant force. Even if they may not be top of the Navigators White, they are right there, and I'm not going to be surprised seeing them work their way all the way to the end. But let me ask you, Orbital, any last shout-outs, any maybe thoughts to wrap this one up here before we send you on your way?
Just Big Mouse, please don't DMCA me. This is my livelihood, and I would really like to keep working, so that's all I can say.
Well, with that off his chest there in the sanctimony of maybe not prison time from the DMC King himself in his future, we'll be saying goodbye to Orbital as he joins us lovely here on this first game. As for me, we're going to be working our way towards Valpo Esports versus JWU League Blue as we make our way towards the Challenger Yellow circuit here. But that's Series 2. And until then, we're going to be going towards a short break. So stick around for not only me, but RMC joining you on the desk. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. You're seeing a familiar face, but maybe one that's not so familiar. RMC, of course, now joining me on the desk instead of Orbital to bring some actual color knowledge to the Rift here. We got another great series for you. Valpo Esports versus JWU League Blue in our Challengers Yellow series.
Well, Zephyr, the face might not be familiar, but the name should, because I heard my name plenty of times in that last series there. Started off with a win, so I'm good for today already. And like you mentioned, Valpo versus Johnson and Wales here today. Interesting situation we find ourselves in. We're in Challengers Yellow for this matchup, and neither of these teams are really secure right now in their playoff spots. Top 8 teams make it, and currently they're sitting in the top 8, but it's not a comfortable lead. The winner of today does put themselves in, and the loser might find themselves out.
I mean, I was about to say, that's just as good of a narrative to work off as any. This is playoff contention right here. You lose today, you are more than likely not working your way into the playoffs. But now we finally find our way into the draft here. Game 1.
Yeah, and in this draft here, Valpo is going to be blue side, JW on red side for game 1. The teams themselves have a very interesting dynamic here. For Johnson and Wales on the red side here, they like to play through their solo lanes. It's a fairly new roster, and only their top laner really has that competitive experience, though they've certainly been picking it up real fast here. Valpo, on the other hand, their top laner, interestingly enough, has not had the best season necessarily, but has very solid mechanics. If anything, it's been their bot lane, Thonk Senpai there, one of their returning members from last season of NECC as well, who has been carrying their games.
We'll have to see how they're able to perform out here, but now we start getting a little bit of a taste of what these comps are starting to pick here. Notably, it does play off of that kind of win game there, as we do look at the Graves Warwick Syndra here. I don't usually relate these champions together, but they've got the damage to boot at least.
Yeah, I mean, in the first place, we hardly see Warwick anymore, really. He's such an old champion, a staple champion, and he was kind of good in the Turbo Chemtech Better, where you could just run around, but he has fallen off compared to a lot of mobility. But if we look at the other side, it's a Nunu. It is an old school matchup between these two junglers, both of them very fast at clearing, and both of them potent gankers. The difference is Warwick ganks better after level 6, whereas Nunu can start right away with those massive snowballs.
We'll have to see how it comes out here. Personally, I do feel like Nunu has more of a potential to have safety on board when it comes to feeling out areas, whereas Warwick can be punished. Granted, he has a lot of sustain, granted the most in the game practically, to at least even the playing field here. But the pick potential, eventually as it scales up here from the side of JWU, is going to be scary. So I'm not going to put all my eggs in the Warwick basket. As much as a main I was myself at the champ, I actually can tell you how hard it is.
Fair enough here, and especially since Nunu has so many immobile lanes you can gank, like you mentioned, the Syndra, that's fairly immobile. Those snowballs are going to be quite difficult to dodge out. You've got to get the perfect scatter of the week to stop Nunu reaching you in the first place. Bot lane as well, the Black Shield can keep one of them safe, and then at that point it's a question of how good is 2K Dota player at drifting here. If you can get around the target with the Black Shield, you can definitely force the gank. If you can't, much rougher top lane. Likewise with the Graves, quick draw gets you out. It's a quick draw, but it doesn't have the endurance, and you still get run down by that snowball, so definitely much harder. But Zephyr, we should talk a little bit about the lanes here, the individual matchups, because I did mention JWU likes to play through their solo lanes. They've got a Darius, they've got a Vex here, and both are very lane dominant. Vex, the newest champion to join the roster of champions here in League of Legends, and her early game is rather weak. She doesn't do much against the Syndra in the early game, so JWU have to protect that mid lane till later on when that Vex scales up and starts to outrange that Syndra a little bit.
I was about to say, it doesn't work out too early on, but I don't think JWU is really playing for the early, especially in that lane. They're going to bide their time, and eventually when the Syndra has to bite the bullet, it more than likely will come through. But hey, that's a perfect opportunity for Valpo to play through, knowing that they have that opportunity. And I do really say that I think the lockdown potential combined with the aggressive amount of damage they have in terms of rotation skills could potentially capitalize on finding weakness within that Vex at some point. Now you have kind of a short window because eventually that Vex is going to group up and play around the strengths of hopefully all these lanes that have succeeded in their own equal rights to combine into this massive snowball.
Yeah. And you definitely do want to try and get a lead early. Neither of these compositions have a great team fight for the most part. Neither of
Yeah.
them, their skillings are okay. They're not amazing. So for both these teams, it is vastly about the early game and snowballing. And the nice part is because the comps aren't necessarily great at have a particularly strong identity in any sort of situation.
So, yeah.
Whichever team gets ahead here should continue to stay ahead. It becomes about catches, picks to try and reverse that. And especially once we start hitting the mid game where everybody's grouping up here, it's so hard to get an individual pick. And then it just becomes like, okay, can we maybe find a flank, find a way to get on the carries rather than, trying to be crafty, trying to play off any particular strength here.
Right. And while Valpo kind of lacks the succinct nature of having a front to sustain what should be your also kind of flagrant, CC lockdown pick engage, where they really only have that through might be the scatter of the week on the Syndra, a massive infinite duress from Work, or the dark binding, of course, from Morgana. Past that, they don't really have a way to foot their way in without being consequently punished if they step out too far and they aren't able to pump out in a quick enough succession. JWU suffers from the opposite end of the fashion where, while yes, their damage is going to get to potential with Caitlyn and Vex, it's definitely not as aggressive as Valpo's. So they have to constantly be wary. And while they, I think, have better pick potential, whether it be through the death sentence, that snowball, or Darius even finding what is that wayward hook, or Vex going in for the massive giant fear, it still could potentially not be enough if you're not careful, because you may pick off the one misfortune, but you've still got the Syndra, Warwick, Graves all just waiting to wipe you on the side.
Yeah, for JWU here, they've got a fairly balanced damage profile throughout the game. Early, you have that Caitlyn who's so strong, that Darius as well. In the mid game, your Darius will still be strong. Vex starts to come online as Caitlyn falls off, and Vex will scale up into the late game. So the damage profile is balanced, which is nice, but it might also be a weakness because Valpo's composition here is Fortune strong early, Syndra strong early, Graves is strong early. Mid game is their power spike. If you get past the mid game, sure, they fall off right off the end of a cliff there, but you've got to survive that peak first. And so Valpo Esports, I want to see them be the ones to put down the pressure early here, not necessarily through jungle pressure, just through lane pressure here, depending on how you play it. Graves into Darius is highly volatile, but if the Graves player is good, he can space around and maintain that space, get that range advantage. We talked about Syndra already. There's Fortune Morgana as well. Yes, you do struggle into the range of Caitlyn, but if you can land a single Dark Binding, that fight should go Miss Fortune's way.
I think volatile is really the word that comes out here to mind for both these compositions, because you put it very nicely. When it comes to the script and then you start seeing a lead out of one or another, that should stay steady for the rest of the game. It's not like you're going to have a switch up this time around. It doesn't feel like there's many opportunities for that to occur. For now, though, Valpo, hot on the take. They do find the initial route here, the slow to follow on a miner. And yes, the first blood acquired here for Zach.
And it was so clean coming through from Valpo Esports there. They just literally round the corner. You get a perfect route, and Miner Dude doesn't even get to flash. I mean, there was an opportunity to flash at the end there, but good call by Miner Dude not to do it, because you're dead no matter what. You want to save that for the lane here.
Well, it doesn't bode well. I would say out of all the champs that have the hardest fall off here for Valpo, Warwick definitely takes the cake. Everyone else definitely has a bit more of a stronger foot when it comes to that mid game. So the fact that the Warwick is the first champion to start lining his pockets early and will be the first one to make impact here across the map is definitely one of the poor things to happen here for JWU.
Yeah, and I mean, we already touched on the fact that, hey, Warwick really wants to start ganking at 6 here, so getting him that early lead as well will unlock him sooner, accelerate that mid-game. But, Zephyr, before we go any further here, normally we introduce the teams. We got delayed a little bit by that initial invade, but on the blue side, it is Valpo Esports with Zuni Haorin in the top lane. We'll abbreviate that to 2 because it's really
much easier.
Quite a mouthful here, unfortunately. In the jungle, it is going to be Zach's DR mid lane MF Jakimbo, Thonk Senpai as AD carry, and Exordinal here in the bot lane.
And for JW League Blue, we've got Ho-Ho on the top, 2K Dota player in the jungle, Miner Dude in your mid, and Lalo Day as your AD carry, and Loveaholics as your support. And of course, I'm going to be your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joining you through our second series, not just the first, but this time with RMC technically again, but just this time it's the caster, not so much the team.
In the bot lane, good flashes away there. They can't keep going here. And I was just going to say that JWU, yeah, sure, they gave up first blood here, but that's not going to slow them. It really only affects the jungle and Zax there. So every lane should be perfectly fine. I'm glad to see that we're starting to see this pressure come through, but it was flashes traded 80 carry for support.
80 carry for support, and you definitely know which one you want to see gone there. So Thonk, got to be careful, especially since technically we talked about how that early 6 is better for Nunu if rotation comes through. Sad thing is, jungle kind of path towards that upper end, which maybe we'll see him return down to Thonk sometime soon, knowing he has the information. But for now, he definitely wants to look towards Zoo.
Oh, snowball coming in.
Oh, beautiful hook back.
TP?
The teleport's already down as Zoo flashes into the back end, and it is going to come out before MF. And now MF is punished for trying to save the day.
4-second channel. That is how long it takes for a teleport to complete. And if you're not sure your buddy's gonna die, then don't do it. If he's dead before you arrive, you're just serving yourself up on a silver platter. And JWU, they answer back. Zax just trying to catch this farm in the mid lane, and he just lost half his health for it. If anything, 2K could potentially go in, look for the invade on wherever Zax is looking for, because you're definitely gonna win that when the Warwick's down to half health to start.
I was about to say, it really sucks that 8.23 came through that day and removed the ability to cancel the teleport. Because in moments like that, I really wish that change had never came through. Either way, it is a nice return in Ho-Ho on this Darius. We talk about win lane, win game. Definitely heavy presence now into the face of that Graves. And not only that, into these team fights that will come through in the mid game. It's going to continue though. They're already back at it. Now this time around, I don't know if he's going to make his way out. He's got the full passive stack, and he doesn't even need the new RMC.
I was getting real worried for the Darius there, and that's why the Graves has a lot of damage early, can win out those fights, but it's all contingent on having that pocket of space, on never getting hooked. And now that the Darius is starting to snowball 3 and got both the kills in that first gank there, anytime that Ghost or flashes up, Zoo is going to be in massive trouble here, and it's going to have to play so carefully. I think you cap that top lane to keep him alive.
And I like this though, Valpo trying to find some semblance of response. They try to bring all 4 members down here to look for potential kills onto Lalo and Jinyuk, but unable to do so. At least it will garner them potentially the ability to take this dragon, but they don't really have priority. You've got to be very careful. 2K's in the silence. Miner as well. Snowball down. Knockup starting to line up here for Jakimbo. Able to get on the back, but it's the fear that spells disaster. Zac is now even lower, taken out by Lalo Day, stepping finally into the pit here as 2K Dota players straight onto Ordinal, and there's no way for him to walk out of Dragon. It's actually Miner over the wall, securing that kills. Now Thonk might be the next to go here. We still have Lalo Day stepping up as just barely enough damage to walk out there.
Lalo Day had flash. If you want to just go and flash and finish that, that would have been a kill. But as it stands right now, Valpo starting up that dragon was really dangerous, especially the way they were spread out. Thonk wasn't even with them, and now Zoo might be in trouble.
That's a massive Noxian guillotine into the auto to follow. Mind you, he came back with steel plated cap stated pleel snaps, and a sheen to boot here. Not really even too much on the damage oriented. I can't imagine what he'll reintroduce here on his next back.
Well, he doesn't need damage, right? Like,
no, not at this point. I just think it's crazy.
Are so high. Yeah, and Graves right now doesn't have a ton of armor either with that Noxian guillotine, the execute as well. It's just effective. The boots are more important to me, not because of the armor, but because he can now just run down Graves every time. MF Jakimbo?
They do find the snowball right off the hook of that one. Oh my god, just wiping the floor here. Miner with another kill and barely down. Watch Zac though, he's got that blood curdling hunt coming through. DP goes, he's got the damage to flee this one back, but that's going to be The Frost. Oh, infinite Duress to jump out of that one. Not quite, but finally returned for Valpo.
Okay, worth noting is that Warwick is actually very effective into Vex because only the infinite Duress is stoppable in terms of that dash here. His ganks are kind of brute force. He just runs at you, and Vex literally can't do a thing about it.
Oh my
outside.
gosh. A hook into the death
Lalude?
sentence. They can't even find Lalude. Ordinal's in the bush here, but they've got the vision. But I don't think they want more. They've already had enough. They're stuffed, RMC.
2K Dota once more. He's snowballing down there. I'm not sure if the Black Shield's still available.
Oh.
Okay, it is.
It is.
Ordinal's
It
safe.
is. He's good. He's good. Oh,
Ordinal gonna be fine.
little bit of speed. I like this. Death sentence gonna pull him back. The fear comes through to push them out. Oh, big flash right out of the dark binding, and it's another punish.
No.
Zunk is
Top side.
out. And the top side, there's a burn awaiting here. Oh, they might finally be too
They
big
need this.
for their britches. Jin
They
Yook
need this.
is rooted down as Jakimbo's keeping this one up, but 2K's deep. 2K's
Okay.
deep, but he's not deep enough to prevent the action. Jakimbo at least gets it with the unleashed power.
Props to 2K. He was trying to body block. He was literally putting his
I liked
body to
it.
try
I
and
liked it.
interrupt people there. I love it. But it's, even though you do lose Jin Yook, you lost your support and you got kills all over the place. I mean, yes, we got to see you go down the top side to the bleed. That's going to be expected at this point. If Valpo is not sending somebody up there to shadow Zoo, top side is just going to keep on dying. And I know that you don't want to keep throwing resources into a losing lane, but this isn't a losing lane. It's an actively bleeding, gaping wound right now that you do need to cover up at least. And for Valpo, your bot lane's actually okay. Thonk and Exo were fine down there. Yes, you want to get them ahead, but not at the expense of other lanes. And we talked about it in draft. The fact that because of the way these compositions interact, whoever's ahead is going to keep getting ahead. And it's certainly looking that way for JWU right now.
Yeah, JWU playing off the strengths here now in a massive 5-0 lead on Ho-Ho. I am just waiting for this Darius to make his way towards team fight gameplay. If this was like a Voltron, it would be like combining and then your right arm is just like huge for some reason. You just have like a right arm that's like twice as big as the rest of the body. It's like slugging around, but you still get the lift on it. It's kind of like Trindamir's sword. You know what I mean? You're just kind of like smack that Van Dam down. And now, look, here's an example. Big gang. Zoo's looking low. Flash over the wall. Ho-Ho's following more like, uh-oh. Miner and 2K to follow as Zach. He might be starving there, but he still goes down. Either way, another 2 kills for JWU.
Oh my goodness here. Like and Infinite Duress was used defensively. He used it to escape and still couldn't get out. We had already touched on the fact that, you know, you can do that, but not against the Vex. That's the one skill Vex blocks on Zach's Warwick, and unfortunately, it was your one way out of that fight. And that one isn't just blamed on the wallets right now. It's also the fact that Miner's moving and Jakimbo's not. Valpo isn't able to quite respond, isn't willing perhaps to respond here. And for Valpo, that you can't be this sort of reactive at this point here. Yes, if you sack one person, you sack one person, but you need to be looking to set up plays off your own here. If you're always responding to JWU, they're going to win by virtue of just being ahead.
Oh my gosh, not just that. It's the other lanes are starting to become a problem too.
Yeah.
JWU's whole composition is based off of taking lane advantage and then transferring that into a massive win here. And they've already secured the first part of that win condition. Now they're just looking to combine. For now though, it's just oppressive to watch.
It is, and that sentence barely missed tickling Ordinal's back there. If it landed, you did. And for Valpo, I think you just play it passive, sit back a little bit, give up this dragon.
Maybe not. Valpo, they're looking aggressive here. Deep they go. The fleeing is going to hit as it's the fear, but I love it. 2K comes in to prevent the bullet time. Yes, Lalo still goes down, but maybe the rest won't here. Jinyuk's low, Miner's autoing, and just barely. But no, it's the ball from Syndra's. Jakimbo comes in at the very last moment to secure the deal. Deep goes Miner, and that is an absolute blast of a kill. Going in once again. Jakimbo gets the scatter the weak, but 2K and the rest, they want it. They want it, man. Oh.
Okay, yeah, does not interrupt the back there. So Jakimbo still head out. Diving, that's really, really risky. I think JWU taking this time to back off is fine. And for Valpo Sports, I was very worried about the engage. I don't think the engage was necessarily the right call, but when the fight actually started, this is pretty much, it went about as good for Valpo as it could have gone. Yes, they end up losing the fight, but the early looked really good for them. They did get the kill on Lalode fairly early on and Jinyok. They rotated better. So those are all good signs. The problem is you're down 6,000 gold right now. Like I said, I think you just give up the objectives. Maybe you wait for Seoul to fight. If you want to take an objective, you got to sneak it away, and you can't do it anywhere where JWU can respond.
Well, for now here, Ho-Ho finally taking out that first turret of the game, starting his rotation. Mind you, there's still the extra minute or so on plates left. Maybe he can find something in the spot side, but it's going to be the rest of the squad showing up first. That'll probably garner this one. Snowball coming through here.
Oh,
nice route from Ordinal to prevent that one out, and a Black Shield to follow. Very good.
Yeah, but like I said, Ho-Ho now in here. Keep in mind that 5-0-1 on this Darius, none of it was from team fights. He just sat in his lane. He doesn't have TP, and now he's down here.
Oh, that flash was barely. You talk about the death sentence being a tickle. This could have been a punch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for Ho-Ho, it would have been a tickle, but you're right. For Ordinal, just knocked them out right away. And look at them. They're just
so much money.
They just brute force this. They just keep going, and Valpo can't really effectively respond here. Zoo is trying to answer, but keep in mind, he has no TP, so it's a numbers disadvantage right now in the bot lane.
11 plates on the board there, most of them accumulated by Ho-Ho. The gold advantage is just unsurmountable here on the top side. Not just that, but 2K Dota player, I don't know where he's coming from, but I'll tell you right now, 2K isn't very good in Dota, so I guess we got to do the math. It's like Korea. You move over. If you're like silver in Korea, you must be platinum in America. If you're 2K in Dota, you must be a god in League, because that's all I'm seeing in the jungle.
From what I was told by 2K, he was a divine player in Dota. So I don't know if that 2K necessarily refers to his elo here. But yeah, I mean, his mechanics have been clean on this Nunu. 5-0-6 here. Sure, the knowledge doesn't translate over, and that is something that he's mentioned he's been struggling with a little bit in League. Well, like, he doesn't know the champions quite as well and things like that, but the mechanics are there. And you know what? I think it's not just transferring into League of Legends right now. If he wants to go racing games, his drifts have been clean so far.
You're telling me I don't know if I can believe that. Divine is like top of the top. That's right underneath Immortal. That's like the
like
masters
or grandmasters.
Yeah, masters, grandmasters of Dota. I mean, honestly, watching this, maybe I can believe it, but holy, if that's a true fact, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, it will be justified by this game and how cleanly they can close it out, because Ho-Ho and 2K Dota player have not died a single time this series, and they only get tankier here. Look at that gold differential coming through. Okay, 2K Dota players is not as impressive, but keep in mind he's a Nunu. Ho-Ho's, though, 3,000 gold up almost right now. Half the team's lead sits in this champion, and now that they're going for Herald, now that they've started grouping up, you can see that JW doesn't want to, can't even really contest them. And I like that they're not trying, that Zoo is just trying to get turrets on the other side of the map, because they're trying. That's a safe way of getting back into the game here.
It's a strategy to get back, but I don't know how long it will for last. We talk about time ticking on here. You're 4 minutes away from Baron being on the board, a Rift Herald that's more than likely going to expunge another turret in the face of Valpo. It just gets tougher and tougher, and eventually you are forced to respond. Yes, he is able to pull the turret in the bot side, but let's watch how far this push goes.
Yep, that's the first turret here. Only Zax and Ordinal here, not really damaged to try and clear this. They're looking for Ho-Ho. I don't think this is the call.
Ho-Ho 2v1. Can he get it done? A nice flash out of the axe to prevent the passive, and an unleashed power to find the shutdown. Valpo breaks it back, baby.
Jakimbo and Zoo in that bot lane just breaking ankles, juggling the aggro so well as well. Ho-Ho could not focus, and now 2K might have gone too deep.
He's not going to be unkillable as of yet. Big fear, big run, no escape, though. Another shutdown into the hands of Jakimbo, racking this one up.
That was at least 1,000 golden bounties given over to the side of Valpo Esports here, and it has significantly reduced that gap. We were looking at 6K It's now only about 4K here. Sure, it's big, but signs of
gosh.
life. And I like that a lot of that gold went to Jakimbo, to the Syndra, because you need to bear somebody down that's more important than sustained damage right now.
All the Jakimbo rain continues forward. Oh, look at this. A bullet time, but no damage to follow because of the flash there. Zach not hooked out as he works his own way out and then into the flash there. Inyuk stepping up hard here. He's going to be punished for that one. The autos don't quite connect to finish the job as now 2K might be looking for revenge. Zach in, Ho-Ho low. He needs one axe to keep the healing in as the stun finally comes through. It's a big charge from 2K and a flea into Thog for a double into the face of Ho-Ho. With 2 members down, they work their way straight onto the ocean.
And Valpo was doing so well. The problem was they had already expended all their ultimates. They were out of these tools for that fight, and now can Zach steal this?
No! Prevents it with the fear and the follow-up for injury? Minor dude. Oh my gosh.
That was just salt
That's
into
gotta hurt.
the wound. Oh, are they looking for
He's
Zoom?
continuing. Miner's damage is just absurd. Now, Zoom might be able to pull this one forward, but an Ignite and some extra autos makes it 2 for Miner. Oh.
Pain, as Robert likes to say, here's ever pain. Coming
It's
through right
Spain
now.
without the letter S, baby.
Oh boy, and that's I guess the problem here when you're trying to play into the Vex. Vex likes her personal space. That is literally the name of the skill there. You can't just jump into her, and she's denying your way in. Even the blast cone gets denied. Now 5-2 and 5. We said that Jakimbo getting kills was important because Valpo can then burst down a single target right away and then try and get numbers advantage. The same thing holds for JWU, and Miner also has 5 kills right now. This Vex does scale harder than that Syndra, and if you're gonna let Miner continue running people down, well, Miner's gonna be that thing that's gonna stop you from even contesting these objectives, stopping your chances of trying to get back in.
Everyone has a role to get the job done. Congratulations, League. You are a team game. You know what? It definitely comes back. It feels good. Feels good. If it's like one of those wholesome moments. You can't just rely all on Ho-Ho being 7-1. You at least need, you know, the Vex to fear and the new to engage. It's all strategy. Very simple strategy, but strategy, baby.
Fair enough. And for Valpo here, I do want to point out that they played that last fight positionally very well against Ho-Ho. He's taking a chunk.
Chunked out, but he should be fine.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good trade for Valpo there. Really, ever. But Valpo playing the space really well right now. Baron is the place to turn it, if there is any for them right here. JW has not been diving turrets recklessly, so you can't trust on getting those turrets. Instead, if they set up Baron, they will take debuffs, but there's no vision here, and Valpo have to go blind.
No. Oh, they went in far too early. The ball continues, but he's out. Bullet time takes them all to half here, but now look for the re-engage. I like that, though. Dark Binding gonna put Miner Dude in his place. Ho-Ho, though, oh my gosh, still on the hunt there. The Ghost expended.
Okay, what got burnt there? Bullet time and collateral damage for the side of Valpo Esports. JWU burnt absolutely nothing. Well, maybe a ghost coming through from Ho-Ho there, and that's going to give them the confidence to go for this. Remember, Nunu has Consume as well, so trying to beat him in a smite fight is so difficult.
For now, they're going to just do their best. Jinyuk being the one to front this one forward. Here's the vision comes out to make sure they got an eye over the wall. They've got to finish it as it goes deep. They secure the Baron, but they might not be alive for that much longer. Jinyuk to fall. Ho-Ho's got to step in as 2K's tanky.
That's one kill.
That's going to be the kill on the Noxian. Tries to stem it forward, but unable to do so. 3 members down, but Miner and Lalo at least walk out free.
That's what I'm talking about, Zephyr. That is why I'm saying Baron is the turning point. It gives Valpo an opportunity to come back in. And sure, they didn't get the Baron, but Zax did manage to get past the personal space, did get in there, did threaten, and you could see the chaos it caused, that fear as well, to disrupt everybody and let the rest of Valpo lay down that damage was critical. Most notably, that was without bullet time. If it happens again in 5 minutes, 6 minutes, when that Baron comes back up here, if Thong Senpai has bullet time, JWU cannot just walk in there and try and take it. They'll probably secure it, but they might not come back out.
I don't know. You've got to be careful, though, RMC. That was kind of like the turning point, but I really hoped it would have gone that much even more better for Valpo because the Baron is on the board and it's on Lalo and Miner. And those are two major carries that you're not intrinsically going to kill right off of the bat. So if they go for the hard push, if they start walking this one down 5-man, it's going to be very hard to slow the roll here.
Oh, definitely. And because Caitlyn is that sieger here, it's even more important. Good flash away from Jakimbo to survive, but it was blown early. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and Syndra with no flash is going to be a very, very juicy target in that standoff.
Juicy indeed. Who gets to take a bite? I won't know. Whether she's rare, medium rare, or well done, well, that's just going to wait. We'll see how quickly the damage comes out to make that judgment. For now, Dragon, 16 seconds. The big soul here, potentially for JWU.
JW not knowing there's a ward in that bush. Ocean map has that bush, but that might not matter.
The snowball from afar, just barely catching Jakimbo. That's your major target. That's the Syndra you need. And I'll tell you what, that damage came out so fast. She's more than well done. She's burnt, RMC.
Okay, now can
my
they try
God!
to...
Look at that quadruple fear there! The dragon is secured, the job is done, Warwick is dead. Yeah, it's a bullet time, but the soul's in your face. Ho-ho over the wall, Anoxian guillotine, 2 to boot, and now 1 more member to fall. JWU are unstoppable.
Miner dude is cracked. Did you watch that engage? He's a squishy mid laner. He died free, no fear. And even on the exit as well, Zoo was hunting for Miner, could not kill Miner. I was worried for Zoo on that chase. And now with the Baron still ticking here for another 13 seconds, they're pushing in. They're looking to crack the base here. And Valpo, sure, there was an opportunity. There was a chance. The door has just been shielded right back shut with that Ocean Soul.
That is crazy. You got, I mean, you've already given props to Miner Dude, but I've got to do it again. Both of the major takes there. You would think the initial engage started from 2K. Technically, it was. 2K. Okay, I'll take that back. 2K technically did start the engage with a nice snowball, but Miner's follow-up is what really sealed the deal. If we're talking about nails, then I guess Nunu is the nail. The hammer, though, it's Miner.
And for Valpo, they've been here before, down 10k gold this time though, and things are looking more and more dire for them. You can look at the gold leads on your screens there. It's only getting worse. And just to put it into context, a mythic or a legendary item is roughly around the 3,000 gold mark. So JWU in multiple positions right now has at least 1 legendary in the top, and in the other lanes, half an item lead right now over Valpo. JWU, they can siege. They have the range advantage. Caitlyn on 3 items is going to feel pretty good. Generally, the 2-item power dip is where Caitlyn's a little bit weak. At 3 items, she starts to come back up. And when you look at Thonk, there's only an Eclipse. And that Dirk, serrated Dirk, that's not even close here. So JWU don't even need Baron. You just need to group up and push with the minions.
For now, we start seeing that push come through. 2K, not really able to get the snowball running. There's too much in front of it. It's those damn minions standing out in front. You would know.
Should have built a Hellbreaker. Please don't. Please don't. I was just thinking back to the
heard him,
Hellbreaker
2K. Hellbreaker, get it done.
Honestly, if Ho-Ho wants to build it right now, they could set up a very effective 1-3-1, but Zoo has to actually burn the Ghost Blade to get out here. And I only mention it because it's a fairly short cooldown, 60 seconds, and Baron isn't even up by that time. But if he steps out again, he's going to get punished.
Oh, I was about to say, more than anyone's getting punished out here. It's the Black Shield that saves Ordinal's life, but anyone else could have been picked off there. We talk about the level of control JW has over these jungles. Look at it. It is like a playground. You've got a little bit of sparing vision, but that's nothing compared to the spots that they will take you out from.
Actually, now that you mention vision here, Zephyr, I do want to say Valpo has done an actually pretty good job of maintaining vision while being stifled. Normally, when you see your base get cracked, the team that's on the defensive side often loses all control of their jungle. They can't even poke their head out. But up to about a second ago there, Valpo had almost full vision on their top side jungle. Even now, that pink ward near the banana bush, near the Baron, is still up and available. So they can roughly get a feel.
Give them time. Okay, maybe they're a little far forward. Just give them a second. Once they realize Baron's the name of the game, that vision's gone, RMC. Okay, my point makes more sense, okay?
Fair enough. And
I'm casting from the future.
Yeah, well, the only problem is that JW has one sweeper. They only have the one sweeper, so
They're
it's
doing
difficult
it.
for them to clear it. Yeah, they are. They did just clear that vision. It might be a little bit too late, though, because Valpo probably know that they're doing Baron. The question is, what can Valpo do about it? Do they even try and walk in there?
Well, they're about to get a hint on how far that damage is gone as that sweeper comes through there.
It's too late.
3,000 on the board, and yes, it is far too late. You see that collateral damage try to make an impact, and it is nothing. Ooh, Zoo here, looking like the next
not
one to be
again.
caught out. You see him expend, what is that? Yomu's, but the follow-up is absurd. Lalo, 50 caliber, the burst from the ult, doesn't even need to use the ace in the hole. Now 4v5, they continue to walk.
4v5, and not only is it 4v5, but the 4 is already the 4v4 is still in favor of JWU.
gosh, ho-ho.
What, under a turret, really?
Under turret, disrespectful, and now coming in deep, Vex to make it a wipe. Jakimbo's still alive. That's your major carry. That's who's supposed to save the day, but the day is gone. We're approaching dusk and nighttime, baby.
Jakimbo can't even step up. I mean, sure, you can carry, but you need to actually hit something to be able to carry. And JW, because of that exposed inhibitor in the mid lane, they can just walk the minions in as well. Now they have to collapse up. Jakimbo has to be careful here.
Oh, more than careful. Oh, we know that didn't come through because the camera pulled away, but if that hook had hit, it would have been smacking. Zoo, no scatter the weak, major windows down, and more inhibs to fall here. And oh, JW, they're just going to walk away. Insult to injury.
Job's done. You took
Job's
inhib, the
done,
base
baby.
is wide open. Nexus turret down as well. You've got a lot of gold to spend. Keep in mind, JW did not base after that Baron. They just straight push, which was the right call. Now, 15,000 gold up here. They just need to go back shop and start pushing down that bot lane. And I want to highlight Midjai's Soul Stealer for Minor Dude, currently on 12 stacks there. It's brutal. Anytime Midjai's gets above 10 stacks, you kind of know you're in trouble, and you need to focus down that Vex. But there's so many other distractions. Ho-Ho's still a
There's so
monster.
much.
Lalo Day, 700 gold bounty has quietly been picking up kills on the back end here. And now Elder being taken. It's another opportunity. Can Valpo try and do something here?
This
No
is
bullet
their
time.
last opportunity. This is the last shot they get. If this Elder goes down the way of JW, the game is done. And the worst part about it, they're looking for the 50-50 steal here. 2K Dota's in, and they still find it. Zach, of course, out for the count. There's the follow-up. Miners deep for an instant deletion onto Ordinal. Snowball down. They don't quite hit Dimbo, but it's going to be the axe and pullback to make sure it's out, as well as Miner securing the final and last kill here. It's the burn. Can it get the job done? Whoa! Baby! Triple!
Okay, Zephyr, I highlighted 12 stack Medjais. We've got a fully stacked Medjais to close this one out here. JWU in game one, just being overbearing with all of it. The compositions,
Oh my
we
god.
said snowball. JW took it literally with the Nunu, and 2K did indeed snowball every single
JW,
lane.
baby. Every single lane, as you said, coming out on top here, more or less just destroying time and time again. I got to give massive props, of course, to Ho-Ho to starting this one off. We didn't really get to see too much of the action from that Darius' time went on, other than the fact that he literally dived turret to secure those kills on their first rush in the base. But past that, the dude started and sealed the story from the very get-go.
Yeah, and that is one of the strengths of JW Blue. They already mentioned that Ho-Ho is their only player who actually has competitive experience. All other four members don't. And you couldn't tell it from the way they played. They played it very clean. Yes, the composition doesn't necessarily have a clear identity, so it's not as simple as just, oh, wait till level 6, start grouping up for team fights, or, oh, contest every objective, or, oh, we've got a siege composition, just siege under a turret. No. It's about winning out a lane and then applying the pressure. And they did that immaculately.
So good.
I love the fact they didn't pull Ho-Ho out immediately as soon as he started getting a winning lane. They got him the entire first turret, rotated him to the bot lane. The reason why we didn't see him was because he was just applying pressure the entire time elsewhere.
Oh my gosh, pressure now on the board here. Valpo, I can't even give them a solution to start off with other than just don't do that. Don't bleed. don't intrinsically just feed
Well.
over what is 10 to 15 kills in the massive beginnings of your game, because you're taking away a lead. And the craziest thing, had not for that, it would have actually gone so much better for Valpo, because there's so many times where they came into fights and they really did not look bad. You had Jakimbo start things off with that Syndra and start really becoming a problem, but it was just too far too late.
Yeah, I mean, Jakimbo still had really good plays. Ordinal, I want to highlight Ordinal a little bit, because as a support player, as a Morgana, oftentimes your highlight plays are, bindings when you're ahead, but the Black Shields were on point so many times. If you think the score was bad here, with 30-something kills to 10, it would have been a lot worse if not for Ordinal's Black Shields, because that saw a lot of the pick potentials coming through. And I think it is an easy fix going into game 2. Don't first pick blind Graves. That was what Valpo did. Graves was the first blind pick for Zoo. And the problems, if you're going to do that, then you're exposing Zoo a little bit here to whatever pressure JWU wants to put on him. And since JWU's carry is in the top lane, it's a very, very risky. I'd rather see them hold a later pick for Zoo here, or pick something that's much more difficult to punish. Pick like a weak side top laner, like the Ornn, like the Scion even, to come through.
Wow. We'll see. Draft is still going to under its way here, but for us, we've got to take a little bit of a break, get a little bit of a breather, maybe find our way to a source of an oasis to hydrate ourselves after that absolute explosive burner of a game, though. For now, you stay tuned, sit tight as we bring you potentially the final of this massive series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're still bringing you some great action in our second series of the night. Remember, Valpo Esports versus JWU Blue, baby, as JWU insanely and dominantly took game one in such an aggressive fashion. I'm still, of course, your play-by-play Zephyr, joined by my lovely random minion caster.
Zephyr, you could say that JWU blew Valpo out of the water there in game one. And coming into game two.
You're fired. Get out of my face. I'm done.
In game two here, Valpo is going to have to adapt. They have actually swapped out their top laner, Zoo, for Dreadful here, who have been splitting time throughout the season. And after that game one performance, it's a little bit understandable. Maybe it's a champion pool issue potentially to come in, but Zoo was really struggling. And while I'm not saying that Zoo couldn't have come back, I think Zoo might have been able to bounce back in game two. For Valpo, in such a high stakes game where the loser might get knocked out of the playoff run, I think just bringing in Dreadful, that's the safer alternative right now.
You want safe. After seeing game one, safe is the name of the game, because not being safe is what cost you that game. The fact of the matter is, I really don't think Valpo were in as bad a position as they set up for themselves until they started really funneling kills into those major carries. Because there was a point where it really did feel like there was those small inklings, those lights at the end of the tunnel, where if they could pull off X, Y, Z, they might have a win. But it just was against the avalanche that was JWU, that they themselves had dug their own hole into.
Yeah, and speaking of the avalanche, there's Zephyr. The light at the end of the tunnel was just light glinting off the snowballs off 2K Dota player.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, 2K Dota player, once again, on this Nunu pickup, was actually the first pick in this draft. Worth noting, JWU Blue are on blue side this time, Valpo red side. And I like the draft changes that we have seen come through. We saw Ho-Ho play the Darius. This time, Dreadful denies it away, says, I will pick it, you can't play it. Now, you've got a counter to Darius that you were so good on last game. And the changes in the jungle role as well. Last game, we saw the Warwick to try and answer to Nunu. Didn't work out too well. Nunu just doesn't have enough dueling threat or really any way to push the ball. This time with the ball bear, your ganks are still strong, but you can actually try and fight the Nunu this time.
But at the same consequence here, all of these combos and these picks definitely work out to be something more aggressive, which goes against kind of what I was asking for. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means, okay, buddy boy, you've picked what you picked. Now you've got to step up to the plate, all right? You want to bat? You want to bat. Let's go. You better grand slam this baby.
Well, sometimes, Zephyr, a good offense is the best defense. And I think it is still fairly safe in that they're picking meaty, beefy champions here. These boys are thick. You've got Darius, you've got Volibear. They can soak some damage and not go down. If you think back to last game, the only tanky member in Valpo was the Warwick. Graves, Syndra, both very, very squishy. Morgana as well. This time, Nautilus, Volibear, Darius, Silas, all these guys are frontliners. And speaking of which, we can tell what Valpo wants to do right here. It is to engage. They saw the Blitzcrank come out, and they were just like, okay, no problem. You want to hook somebody? We'll let you hook somebody. We don't care who you hook, as long as it's not Thonk Senpai here. This beefy meatball frontline is going to make it very difficult for JWU Blue to find a good engage.
Oh, we'll see how that works out, because I honestly don't know. Yes, they're thick. I will give you that. They are thick. But thick doesn't work out for much for very long, especially knowing how well JWU was able to scale and start pumping out damage rhythmically. I think the biggest thing here is 2K is such a massive pillar for this game. I cannot stress it, especially now that Ho-Ho's sitting on Orin instead of what was a more aggressive kind of top lane force in the Darius. Yeah. You're going to have to put all of your faith into making sure that he kind of stems the flow into each of these lanes. I definitely think it's possible. After seeing 2K last game, I think it's well within his realm. It's just that this time around, it's definitely more of a risk-adverse kind of composition, whereas before, it really did feel like you could just win your lane without assistance from anyone else and get the job done.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. 2K didn't have to do too much work.
Yeah.
Did still get a lot of ganks, which was good, but was it necessary? No. This time, you don't have the winning lanes. Ornn isn't a winning lane into Darius. It's a fine pick. It'll outscale the Darius, and out of all the tanks, it actually has one of the better laning phases against Darius, and that you can actually trade back to damage, but it's not a winning lane. Veigar into Silas, likewise. Vigar's not really a late game champion. A lot of people think, yes, infinite skilling. Yeah, he's late game-ish, but when we talk about late game Vigar, that's like post 40 minutes. He's actually
Yeah.
strongest in the mid game. His early game, however, has always been a weakness, and that's never been disputed. Against the Silas here who normally needs to scale, Vigar, again, is not necessarily a winning lane. It is a pseudo-even lane, which gets a little bit scary for Vigar come the mid-game point. The only winning lane they really have is that Blitzcrank Caitlyn, and even that's kind of dicey because Senna can match the poke up that Caitlyn has better sustain. And if it comes down to Nautilus Blitzcrank, Nautilus will win that fight, and you don't want to be hooking that Nautilus into your Caitlyn either. So a lot of it now coming down to the captain shoulders. 2K Dota player here. This time, his ganks are not just nice, they are necessary.
Absolutely. And I think it goes both ways, though. We ham up 2K, especially coming off of a win from JW. But if Valpo wants to find their way back into the series, Zach also needs to pick up the pace.
True.
Yeah, the work didn't work out. And the Volley Bear is now giving you a little bit more of a forward step, given that you can actually kind of beef your way through and find yourself in these lanes with a different but alternative set of safety. But it has to come through. You have lanes that can find success and roll over in the exact same way that we saw from JWU in game one. But that's a tall tale. That was just an amalgam. You mean, that's one of those things where they ask you, what champion is great when they're fed? Congrats, all of them. JWU just showed us that. Valpo's got to do the same thing, or at least run it more even than game one, or else this composition will fall off just due to the nature of the fact that I just don't think they route in the same direction together.
Yeah, and touching on that sort of idea that the team doesn't necessarily want to work together or doesn't all go in the same direction here, we talked about the thick boys. What we didn't talk about was Senna, the one non-tanky member for Valpo. Exactly, the caveat to their composition here for the likes of Thong Senpai. And Senna is an interesting AD carry because she has lane pressure, but like Caitlyn, her mid game's kind of weak. I'm actually not even sure what mythic she currently runs. It used to be that Kraken Slayer, and I think they might still need that Kraken Slayer right now because they don't have a lot of good sustained damage in the mid game here either. You've got all your meatballs going in, but their damage is fairly limited, especially Darius, especially Volibear here. Silas, great. And when you run into the likes of a Vigar, the likes of an Ornn as well, Ornn getting the possibility of applying brittle procs on everybody and slowly just systematically knocking them up one after another, or just the call with the Forge God, stopping the entire engage dead in its tracks, allowing that event horizon from Vigar to come up, put them all in the baby cage. That's all big problems. And a lot of times you need that AD carry to pump out that damage to make up for that. Senna might not be able to do that. She's not really an auto attack heavy champion here.
Well, your meatballs really are only as good as your spaghetti. So we'll see how tasty this Senna spaghetti is. Because personally, I don't think Senna's good spaghetti, man.
I don't want to call anybody spaghetti right now. I mean, Riot spaghetti.
This
is
is
a whole different type of
Riot.
spaghetti,
It's definitely
Cody.
within the nature. Okay, spaghetti is akin and is
Zach?
equal to everything. For now, though, 5v5, hook for a hook there, but no one's gonna fall. Especially noticing that it's 5-on-5. Either way, action down pat. The information's already out there, but you guys at home are joining us hopefully for JWU League Blue versus Valpo Esports as they compete to make sure they are not falling out of the Challengers Yellow Circuit. I, of course, am your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined by the random minion caster as my color.
And just to put things in perspective a little bit, Zephyr, losing today doesn't mean you're automatically out. But there's only 3 weeks left, and both these teams are just on the cusp.
They're
out there.
so close.
So, yeah, you need every win you can get under your belt. So there's still chances. It's not game over, but it is still fairly dangerous for these teams. Now, the early invade coming through, expected. It's a Blitzcrank. Who doesn't invade with a Blitzcrank? And on top of that, you trade flash for flash. And normally, support flashes are considered the least important flashes, especially in the early game. But I do think that it's actually a losing trade for the Blitzcrank to lose his flash like that. He doesn't have the Hex flash, and you trade it for the Volibear, who doesn't really need the flash to make his ganks happen early.
No, and we talk about the winning lanes that are available here for JBU, especially in the early game. And the one that does come to mind is this Blitzcrank Caitlyn bot lane. And stuff like this where you get hooked out and you need it to maybe fall through could be a big impact. Either way, hook down, knock up onto Ornn. Maybe I should just shut my mouth sometimes. First blood here for 2K Dota.
Good hold on the flash for Ordinal. You knew you were dead one way or another. You can't outrun that. But this is why, Zephyr, we were hyping up 2K Dota player. We cannot talk enough about this guy. Not just because he's good, but also because this is what you need to see out of him. Good response from Zax, though. As the gank goes bot, Zax just like, okay, you're down there. I'm taking your jungle. I'm going to try and set you behind and make you pay the price for killing my bot lane.
Well, we'll see how long that price pays out here. Zach, great idea. The macro is in set motion, but we need more. We need Zach to make his impact on some of these more early aggressive lanes just as quickly as, say, someone like 2K Dota player. Because if he doesn't, I'm telling you, man, the damage potential will scale off so quickly.
True. Nevertheless, early games, I think taking the camps does net you a bit of an advantage. You can already see Zax is up a level. And if you can convert that, and you do have to convert that, it's kind of worth it. They're looking for Miner in the mid lane. We do see the ping come down here.
Things down. Zach finally going for the gank. The stun in as Miner's going to try to walk back into the cage, but it's already gone. And that's what I wanted. That's exactly what needed to happen. And Zach is the one to pick up the kill there.
Yeah, Zephyr and Valpo delivered. Consume going to be able to take away that scuttle here. But 2K, can he get out?
More than able should be. The flash, though, to follow. Oh! Beautiful grace of God there. Dreadful making sure that 2K does not walk out scot-free, punishing the scuttle take.
Zephyr, we just found out why the Sasquatch went extinct there. That's just straight bullying. Zax first goes and clears his jungle, punishes him for all of that, and then Dreadful coming in as well to deliver the second punch, the knockout punch, just absolutely punishing. Now, 2K Dota player, he's not just down a half a side of the map. He's down significantly more than that. Zax can now clear his bot side, and at least for the next couple of minutes, the next maybe 2-3 ganks to come through, 2K Dota player cannot gank any lane where Zax is at. He has to play away from this very, very scary bear.
Definitely. A big question to ask is, oh no, snowball down there as 2K doesn't really get to line that one up. They do force the flash, though, this time out of Ordinal, so maybe not the kill, but it's definitely a 5-minute timer lying in wait.
Yeah, and that was because Ordinal didn't burn the flash the first time, is going to save him now. Zax clearing out that blue buff, and Valpo should have a pretty good idea of where 2K Dota player is. Hook lands bot side.
Root down as well, double root, notably. Lalo steps in there. I like the exhaust to prevent any damage onto Thonk here. But the craziest part about all that is you would think with such a startling engage, with such a heavy source of lockdown, you would usually have great follow-up. But because it's the Senna, it doesn't have the damage to boot. For now, though, Jinyu already on top. They know the flash is gone. The snowball's falling through. Thunder from the sky. The knock up to find double there as Ordinal is just barely taken out. But the response on his Zac is huge for a double onto Lalo. Teleport from Ho-Ho as he's not able to find the knock up, but he does get the clap onto Dreadful. Knock up short stopped onto the snowball, and it's Lalo with another kill here on this Caitlyn. Free for none, baby.
Let's go, Zephyr. It's a party at the bot lane at 5 minutes here. Every last member showing up to that fight there. And while we did say that 2K Dota player had to play away from Zax, not when the entire team is there to back you up. Yeah, he just forced it, and it worked because everybody came through from JWU. Very little hesitation, and they got their numbers there first. Now, Lalo Dai 3-0-1 on this Caitlyn here is set to run this lane. You don't need any more ganks bot lane. If anything, I want to see that Nunu camp the mid lane now.
Yeah, find a different route. Go towards one of these carries that you know isn't as strong in the early game. Take what you have garnered from your success elsewhere and start funneling it. Because we already knew early game was going to look good for Lalo. Now we need to see it look good for the rest. Oh, here. Pull back. No, should be fine. Should be fine. Should be. Maybe
he's level 6.
Maybe not. Zack's down. Remember, he already utilized what is supposed to be his
flash.
No, he still got flash. Okay, he's good. He's good. He's good. He's worrying me. I'm a little worried over here on the desk tonight.
He has Searing Charge. He still has the flash as well to get out, and the dive is possible, but the Call to Forge God is available.
It's definitely a strong take. It's going to clear that wave out, but if Zack sticks around, it'd be a waste of time because 2K's on the side.
Yeah, well played from Ho-Ho there to survive that. And that's partially because Dreadful did run the flash teleport instead of the flash ghost that we saw Ho-Ho run in game 1 there. It's weaker in lane, so it's harder to secure some of these kills, but it has its effect cross map wise.
Right.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the strength of that Darius in that last fight, but later on, hopefully that teleport pays off a little bit better. Dreadful is still running this lane, so it's not like the gank failing really cost him too much here.
One thing to note here, kills spell a different story, but oh no. Hold the thought. Knock up. Now a snowball. All said and done. That is the gank we were waiting for. But it wasn't just 2K. It was a rotation from Jinyuk as well.
I mean, why not? Lalo Day is...
It works, baby.
Yeah, Lalo Day is far ahead enough that he can 1v2. So that works. And if you're a Blitz player and you ever get flamed for not being able to land your hook, take notes from what Jinyuk just did there. Walk in, rocket punch first.
E, then Q. E,
exactly.
then Q.
That's
the simplest way, but can't miss.
Arrow, though?
We'll watch this one, though. Dreadful's in the point of target here, going deep. 2K, they get the pullback, but can he find the passive? A little bit of a heal, but it's minor, dude, with the security on that one. Lalo steps up to make sure it's going to be the end for Zach, and they even secure the rift to top this one off.
I did not even see Lalo Day leaving that bot lane and walking all the way up. It does secure them the Herald, but the question is, what can Thong Senpai and Ordinal do in this bot lane? They've got one plate so far here, but you need at least two to match that Herald. They're continuing to push in, and Jakimbo is not safe to hold this here. No Primordial Burst for the Vigar, but just the poke is going to be enough, and Ace in the Hole is still there.
Doesn't even need it, like you said, just pressuring out with damage. Now, yes, they find two in response, but you have to remember, pull back to Lalo. Lalo secured 2 plates alone in the bot side when we saw that roam come up from Jinyuk into the mid lane. So he already matched, if not exceeded, the gold secured there by Thonk in the combo from Valpo.
Yeah, and the other thing about Herald as well, we talk about plates because it's pre-14 minutes, but Herald doesn't die after it gets you 2 plates every single time. If you have enough members there, you can flat out take the turrets or take more plates here. So I want to see that Herald being used that way. Get a gank off. If you kill Thonk, if you kill Ordinal, that's going to be first turret with that Herald, even in the mid lane here. If you kill Jakimbo, I don't think we're going to see Valpo rotate quick enough, and Zax is not at the point where he can safely hold this turret against a fed Caitlyn and a Vigar who's starting to get up there in terms of damage.
Wherever it may be, the question regarding plates is a sincere one that takes place every single time we work our way onto the rift. For now, though, different questions in store. Can Jakimbo make his way out? A hook into the snowball. A hook into the snowball, ladies and gentlemen. A massive CC wombo to wipe Jakimbo from the face of the earth.
If anything, I think that impresses me more because it's not one player. It's multi-players have to get everything right to make that combo go up. Jinyuk has to hook the right person at the right time. And here we go, that mid lane push coming through here. Herald onto 2K Dota.
There it is.
They're going to drop it.
They drop it. More than likely, they may find all. Zach's going to do his best to defend here, but a great cage stops these players in their track. Oh, look at the gold. Look at how it stuns forward into a great hook onto Zach. And Lalo with another kill onto this Caitlyn.
And that was the hook into Caitlyn trap. The additional headshot damage to come through there. Last game, when we looked at the gold, every time it was Ho-Ho with 1,000, 2,000 gold lead. This time, Lalo Day with a 2,000 gold lead. 6-0-1 Caitlyn here. Caitlyn has a mid-game power trough. We might not see it this game because when she's at the mid-game, everyone else is still in early game.
Whoa! Just barely amidst on the last auto there, but already again, Jakimbo has to walk back out of lane here. Technically recall, but either way, the way you want to address it, he's out of there, baby. And look at the response. You're forcing your whole team up there? Valpo, you are losing it. You're dropping that bot lane turret to defend what here?
A mid lane turret that's already low, but upside, Dreadful might go down.
Good knock-up follow-through on the Forge God, and it is the secured kill. 2K, buddy. Go home. Go home. You're already dead.
2K had to go up to secure. They didn't know that for sure.
Oh my
Can they
gosh.
hold this bot side? I don't think Jimbo's not even able to win the 1v1 right now. Oh.
He's dead.
No way.
He's dead. He didn't respect a darn thing there. Did anything in the mid lane teach him something? That is a 6-0 Caitlyn, now 7 due to you. And don't just forget, that's a 6-0 Caitlyn who just got all those turret plates. Oh, it couldn't be worse.
Mid lane now. Flash force out of Thong here. And the rocket grab not even used. Barely whiffing. Or no, you don't want that hook to land. You don't. That turret is a lot. It looks like a turret. It'll go down with like 3 autos here.
It looks
not
like a turret.
safe for
It
you.
sounds like a turret, but it might as well just be a caster minion at this point.
To be fair, it hits harder than a caster minion, but yeah, it's got the health of a siege minion. That's called. It's pretty much just.
You're getting a little
lot,
too
an
factual. I
illusion.
forgot I shouldn't touch on minion stats. That's your expertise. My apologies, sir, minion.
Hey man, gotta rep my people. But I do want to go back to that bot lane where Jimbo died because, yes, it was really rough for Jimbo. But in his defense, there, I didn't think Lalo Day would 100-0 him in basically what would for a mage have been one rotation there. The Caitlyn's just incredibly far ahead. Collector plus Kraken Slayer right now, the lethality is hitting like a truck. And Jimbo doesn't have a safe lane. You can't lane into Caitlyn. You can't lane into the Vigar. And right now against the Ornn, I don't fancy your odds either. So Valpo Esports need to protect this Silas to give Jimbo time to skill up.
Oh, that's a big hook straight on Orno. I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize on it. They pump the damage either way here. Ooh, a little bit of a trade. Dreadful not able to really find the passive he wants, though.
I'm scared for this because Call of the Forge God is almost back up, and once it's up,
Oh, no.
that's killable.
Brittle clap, follow through, a little bit of the dash. Like you said, call the Forge Gods up. If Dreadful steps back into that wave, he's dead. He backs.
Good call from Dreadful.
Good
Dreadful
call.
knows.
Very good.
Yeah, a lot of times as Darius, you're tempted to think I can sustain up with Q, and as we say that, he canceled the recall. He's still in lane.
Oh, hook from Thonk. Already dead. Lalo's in a bad spot, but a flash works its way back there. Reminder, though, Jimbo's on the back end. Steals the ultimate for Blitz, but it doesn't matter. Lalo's insane. A triple to behold here as this Caitlyn just wipes the floor with Valpo.
10-0-1 here, and the worst part of it is Caitlyn is the one person you cannot reach. We talk about the meatballs, we talk about all these tanks, but none of them are adept at navigating the fights and reaching the back line. So how are you going to reach Lalo Day?
15 minutes.
Yeah, and Lalo Day's going to keep ripping you through, even in the turrets as well. She's the one who's going to siege down things here, this Caitlyn, and if you can't threaten the Caitlyn, you can't stop the sieges.
Okay, I gotta be careful. Inhib pre-20, you do garner a little bit of comeback material if you put that one down, unless you're that confident you're gonna end the game. So I'm happy that they chose not to take the inhib, so actually continue to stunt the growth and play out of Valpo, because you don't want to constantly pushing lane there unless you know you're going to work that one out. So holding off, especially knowing that the Rift Herald's available, they can turn that one around, push it that much more far forward, having that under the belt. I mean, it's a much better play.
Yes, normally, Zephyr, you're completely right. The whole risk of taking down the inhibitors is your supers are pushing in. All your waves get a small buff as well, and they'll all just start pushing, and then the enemy team just needs to soak up all the minions.
Right.
Because it's pre-20, there's no Baron for
It's
you to
still a
take, and
risk.
there's no usually Elder or Soul either on the table immediately. But because JW is so far ahead, and because they have a Caitlyn, it does allow them to look to take turrets. This is 2v4.
I don't think this is a good move from Jinyuk or Miner here. Maybe a little bit too excited. As a result, Miner's going to go down. Jinyuk, of course, forced to flash there over that wall, but they know that he did so. It's not like Robot goes missing. Robo's still here. Now, can Robo execute? That's the big question. And
yes.
it is. Okay. You're still
Yeah,
two
and-
members down, though, in the face of Dragon. That's a pretty big loss.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's the benefit here. The right call from Valpo. Focus the dragons. It's not worth taking. There's no bounty on Jinyuk here. Oh, dreadful.
Any vision, and Dreadful's more than close to dead there. Now, I like the pull. Gotta be careful there. Yeah, they secure it.
I was gonna say, if 2K Dota player was actually around there, I think they might have been able to zone them out and take it. Because if Lalo Day can do that to you over the wall, like you said, Vision would have been a kill. And just being able to auto-attack anybody, everybody, and they'd all have shredded. I mean, that's Dreadful. And Dreadful is kind of... Sure, he doesn't have armor, so it's hard to say he's truly tanky. But he's got health. I mean, nobody's really got defensive items built up on the side of Valpo right now. So, kind of iffy. Now, top side, 2K does drop second Herald, and they're gonna look to push in on this. For Valpo, you don't really get to contest this. You don't have vision. Almost all the vision has expired here. If you try and punish 2K Dota this far out, you risk being ganked here because you don't know where JWU is.
I'm okay with it because at least they pulled a turret down. I would have liked to see that Rift transition to something more aggressive of a push, especially knowing you don't really have any other member from JWU to back you up to kind of further the extent of that Rift Herald. I mean, we look at the damage 2K was pumping into the turret. It was basically nothing. But it's still the last and final remaining tier 1. You continue to open up this map at least.
Yeah, and JWU's comp isn't what we'd consider a split push composition normally.
No.
But they can afford to because they're so far ahead right now that, sure, it's not necessarily Miner and Ho-Ho who are ahead, but they are safe enough. They are tanky enough in the case of Ho-Ho, and for Miner, you've got enough CC. Lalo Day just continuously applying the pressure as well. We were just talking about the last outer turret. Zephyr, we're looking at the last inner turret now.
Oh, we'll see. We're not gonna put the cart before the horse here just yet. No one really touches top lane anyways, okay, RMC? So forget about it. Or as my Italian ancestors say, forget about it.
You do your Italian ancestors pseudo proud there, Zephyr. Probably could have used a
I
bit
do
more
them.
accent. I won't try.
Do you want me to go deeper? I can dive deeper here, baby.
Let's go all the way, Zephyr, because I mean, right now, JWU isn't going deep enough for me, so you can go deeper, Zephyr.
Forget about it.
Hey, there we go. But I don't think JWU will. I do think top lane turret is the right call to go for right now. You're waiting for Baron, I think is effectively what JWU is doing. At 20 minutes, you take that Baron, you hard push to end. It's a bit difficult to push into the base, and that is where games might get thrown in those choke points under turrets. Let's not forget, Valpo has a lot of CC still available in these type choke points. But for now,
Ho might be punished for this kind of decision. Unable to find the Call of the Forge God. 2K's coming in there, and he's just barely alive. A heal from Lalo almost saved him. Either way, it's still 1-for-1 as Lalo picks that up. A turnaround from Jinyo gets the pull there. Silence as well from the static field as Lalo secures the second of 2 now. Ortal able to walk out, but still the damage is done. You've lost 2-for-1.
You've lost the jungler for 1. And Baron just spawned. We were just talking about it, Zephyr. That's why I was calling for top lane play. Jinyook here as well to try and deny anybody, zone everybody in. And who's going to come for it? Ordinal? Sure, he's tanky enough to get in there, but he can't steal it. Tonk and Jakimbo want nothing to do with this. Now, JW are set up to end the game here. Just group up and push.
Oh, that's gotta hurt there. And then the saddest part of all, it was Zach to fall first. Such an aggressive play, such a hard take trying to find Ho-Ho there, but not realizing the potential of that objective. Even I didn't. I missed it. I whiffed it. I couldn't even call out the Baron. This, though, this might just be throwing 2K. What are you doing there, buddy?
Well, questions. Many questions. Not so many answers. Here's the question, though, Zephyr. Does it matter that he died and that Ho-Ho might die here?
I was going to say, it may not matter maybe him, but if you keep doing it to the rest of your squad, yeah, it kind of does. Ho-Ho looking low. Looking more than low. He looking gone. I don't even see him on the map anymore. Where'd he go, RMC?
Took a break, Zephyr. He's taking a break. He worked hard there, baiting that last fight. But it is worth noting, though, it took 4 members to kill him. It took quite a bit of time. And Lalo Day was able to take top lane turret. Is it optimal play? No. But JW are still in it. They didn't give over any bounties. Everything is on Lalo Day. And as long as Lalo Day is on the map with at least 1 bodyguard, with 1 body, it can even be the Vigar at this point. You just literally need 1 body because Lalo Day 3 shots anybody except for maybe Zax right now. As long as Lalo Day is on the map, JWU for me is winning.
Well, it's definitely a take to have here, but I want to see some cleaner play at least. JW, they've realized their mistakes, and hopefully they'll come back from that one looking far better. They take what is their sole point on that next mountain. Sadly, not soul, as they did drop the one off the excruciating 2 loss a little bit earlier, but I don't know. RMC, I don't even think that the next Dragon's going to be up by the time they end this game, maybe.
Potentially not. 1 minute still on Baron. JWU did not get optimal use of it here, but that is an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane, I believe. Can't quite see if there's a turret there. No, there isn't. Yeah, so it's an exposed inhib mid. Both your sort of base turrets are not in great position either. And if anybody from Valpo goes down here, JW pushed in.
Well, they've already pushed in to pull the inhib out here. More than likely going to rotate towards that bot lane, keep the wave running, so maybe even finding the duo of both inhibs here, which I can't blame them. Valpo has done nothing to stop the aggression.
This turret, though, will be where, Zephyr, they will look to try and stop the aggression because Baron's running out in 20 seconds. Yeah, so you wait out that Baron. The moment it goes down, you pick this fight because if you don't win it, you lose.
Knockups found onto Ordinal, but that's not really enough here. The Siege is interacting. We talked about how they're not really split push comp. They are a Siege comp.
10 seconds.
Ordinal, hook in. There's the call. Forge call, but Lalo's already gotten rid of Ordinal. 2 down. The core ram comes back in, but it doesn't garner you a kill, baby. They continue their onslaught. Thonk and Dreadful, the only 2 left alive. And Baron, yes, it may be down, but you haven't scratched the carries of this squad.
Lalode is still up here, so it's so difficult. Dreadful can't actually space into there, and Thonk is just trying to dodge every single hook. Lalode!
Oh, a heal saves the day.
That was one auto.
Oh, what? Well, if the auto doesn't get the job done, why don't you just use the ultimate?
I don't know if they didn't block that because they didn't think it was going to... It's 40% health.
Oh, return here from Zach. You've got to defend now, or it's all but done. Ho-Ho and Lalo, they're able to pick off Dreadful. The kite continues. Exhaust is down, but exhaust doesn't mean nothing when you're this far forward. Lalo, JWU League Blue, taking it all home tonight in Series 2.
I'm going to be honest, Zephyr. I didn't think this match would look this one-sided here because it's 2-0, and in both games JWU tripled the kill count here of Valpo. And in this game too, it's not about Ho-Ho just running the lane. It was all about Lalode. We were hyping up 2K Dota player. Yeah, he got some early ganks going, but right now JWU, they look like they've got carries in every single lane. You can't just kind of go, okay, we'll focus this lane down and we got this. You got to focus every single lane down. And unfortunately for Valpo today, they just didn't have the ability to do so.
So now JW League Blue sitting 3-2 here at Challengers Yellow. Sadly, Valpo sitting now 2-4. These are scores that we do have to bring up at the end of the day because even with performance like that, they're still close, if not even tight, towards that cusp of playoff contention, and Valpo even more so here. So I want to touch on that, but definitely don't want to take away from the absolutely incredible win from JWU here.
Yeah. Like you said, Valpo, right now, I think they're under the line after this loss here, below that 8th place cutoff. They have 2 weeks to come back in. And while they did lose quite badly in terms of kills here, again, there are still good points to how they played that, their individual strong plays. Dreadful coming to the top lane, working with Zax, looked much, much better. They were able to punish Ho-Ho quite a bit and even look for 2K a couple of times. So the jungle position for Zax actually looks pretty decent. And Jakimbo, yeah, okay, he died to the Caitlyn, one-on-one, but that was, I think, the only real mistake I saw from Jakimbo. His usage of the Ornhorn, of some of those ultimates, were still really, really solid there. So there are pieces. They just need to figure out how to make things click. But JWU, the winners for tonight here. It really was a team effort because as much as we focus on Ho-Ho and Lalode for carrying, 2K's ganks were on point, and their support, Jinyuk, who is a substitute. Jinyuk isn't even their main starting support. Wow. He played for them back in week 1, and then their usual starting support is Puppycat, but Jinyuk looked really, really clean in this series. The Blitzcrank hooks as well. The Blitzcrank not hooked, just walking up to use that power fist on people. That was really effective. I saw flashes being blown preemptively just because Blitzcrank was walking at
you're
them.
dead, buddy. If you get caught by that, that's it.
Yeah. Absolutely massive showing from them all. And minor dude as well. I mean, the Vex game one was definitely pop off. And even in this game too, the Vygar didn't look as impressive, but the baby cage, the Event Horizon, to constantly control those zones
Baby cage
was massive. It really was, I think, the biggest factor in stopping Valpo from mounting any comebacks, because anytime they tried to engage in you, baby cage, too bad. You sit in there and then Lalaurie gets a free fire.
Well, either way, Valpo, they couldn't quite find the space that they wanted, and JWU League Blue finds their way that much closer to fighting their way through Challengers Yellow. As for us here on Desk, that's going to be all for me today, finally, and of course, Random Minion as well. But that doesn't mean the NECC is done. We've got the Braves Esports versus Central Methodist University in the Desk. You'll be joined by Nelhad and Beat Down Boulevard. Stick around for a continuation of some great games.
3 weeks left on the schedule until the playoffs here in the NECC, and that means the first thing on everybody's minds has to be playoffs. The Ottawa Braves, they are really in there. They've already essentially clinched their spot in the competitive Challengers Sign division, trailing only UBC Cobalt, and their opponent tonight does not have the same luxury. The Central Methodist Eagles are, in fact, really out of the playoffs. They're trying to get their way back in, and tiebreakers may become essential for them later on in the season. A win tonight doesn't get them any breathing room, but nary a singular breath. Will Ottawa punch their ticket for an even higher seed, or will Central Methodist get a lease on life? Braves, Eagles, let's get it cracking. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nell Adam. Tonight, I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, our first time casting together.
I know, and I'm so excited to be working with Nelhad. We had like a 5-minute conversation, and you know what I knew immediately? I knew I liked you. I knew I messed with you. I knew you're the kind of guy I'd mess with. And that opening too, man, goosebumps. I know you can't see them, but goosebumps.
They're
That's
there.
all I'm
They're
gonna
there.
say. They're there. And you bring up such a great point about the stakes here, especially for Central Methodist. And the interesting thing, I got to talk to some of the people over on that side, for both teams actually. And from Central Methodist side, part of their struggles is what they attribute to the fact that they had some roster issues for the last 4 to 5 weeks, basically since the split started here at NECC. Not every week to week, it would be people playing different roles and having things swapped out. But now, this basically the roster that we're seeing now in the roles they're playing now have been solidified. Now they know who's playing where, and now this is something they can work towards, kind of trying to get that spot in the playoffs like you were talking about there, Nell. And the thing too is they have a pretty solid game plan from what I understand as well. And I mean, I won't get into that too much just yet, but I gotta say, even though if we look records aside, I do like Central Methodist chances. I think they can put up a really good fight. And like you said, they have to.
They absolutely have to. This is a team that has to catch fire in order to make the playoffs. And, you know, once you're there, you are trying to make some noise, but you brought up roster changes, right? And these changes creating a little bit of friction. Will we see some sparks tonight? Because they do need to catch fire. Vex being taken off the board. No, I actually haven't seen a Vex in NECC play yet at all.
Neither have I. She's honestly, as soon as she was available, teams were just getting rid of it. And I can't say I blame her. She's still really new. You don't want to really take any chances in that regard. And you know what? Same is true with Yumi. Really strong, very obnoxious at the moment. And the fact is, Enchanters just really have found their way back into the meta, it seems. You look at Worlds, you look at every level of organized play. It makes a lot of sense to just be getting rid of those picks. The early Silas ban, definitely interesting. Tells me that either Dripped is the nastiest Silas player in collegiate, or they have they're gonna play Malphite or something.
Yeah, we will see. I do really like this Poppy jungle. Poppy to me is such an annoying champ to play against, and getting that much utility out of your jungle is so great. We had a brief conversation about this Jax set matchup off the air. We did say, yeah, in lane probably a pretty skilled matchup, but late game this Jax is going to be a monster. So having the ability to get a pretty tanky champion that brings some utility to the table in team fightings like Poppy out of the jungle, absolute dub for me.
Agreed. I'm also a big fan, especially when you think about champions like the J4, who is very popular in the jungle, the steadfast presence being able to make it so that you can't go in. You really have to think about the engages you choose, and you can't run away if you find yourself in an unlucky situation. Sort of one of the many reasons why it's such a nice pickup here. And Akshan being there in the mid lane as well, I think is another one who you can technically counter because of the E. The way he swings on the rope can be canceled by that steadfast presence as well. But still, do you talk about champs we haven't seen very often? Akshan is definitely one who is only just now finding his way into organized play. Of course, not enabled at Worlds, but any other league you look at, he is available. Some people have been picking him, but I think he's still being figured out at the moment here. But I do like that we're seeing it come out here on the night. Only thing I'm concerned about is, are we going to see a Ziggs pick in the bot lane? Because we are very AD focused right now on the side of Braves.
Yeah, the Braves really focusing on one type of damage. And to be fair, we will see an AP pick up there with the Karthus. I like that a lot. as far as Akshan goes, when you need a Rosetta Stone to figure out what each ability does and just decipher that wall of text, I might not want to touch it with a 10-foot pole
True.
either. I love this Leona pick, though. I was looking over at this Central Methodist team, the Eagles, and I was saying to myself, man, there's a lot of great damage here. There's a lot of utility. Where's my engage? Where is it? Misfortune might be really sad when you're just hovering that R button and you're like, there never was that moment. Leona fills that gap entirely and is really the glue to bring this team together.
And it's just so much engage. Your ability to engage it with from range with that solar flare, how tanky she can be with the Eclipse, Aftershock, all of these things working in Shy Edit's favor. It's just a really good frontliner for Whale Lord, who's going to be looking to dish out as much damage as possible and basically just trying to keep him busy while Drift is looking for some of these backline plays. That's what you do as Little Blanc. You're either side laning or you're looking for these flank angles. And in this case, the only one you're really looking to try and avoid is Frank on the Alistar. He's the only one who could truly lock this enchanter down and basically make it so Drift can't play the game. And that's kind of the big thing to look at here. I'm also interested in this lane matchup too, because even though you are technically a sort of caster, a mage as the LeBlanc, you probably lose out in the early levels just because of Akshan's 2-hit passive, the extra damage he can do, and just the fact that early on, AD range champs usually end up coming on top of some of these early trades.
So my analysis on this Alistar pick, for reference, I'm a support name. Frank earlier in the week, I'm pulling up the tweet, I've got the receipts, told me he was going to play Alistar. I had the singular most legendary losing streak of all time where I went 16-4 in ranked, and I broke it with an Alistar, and he said, you know what, buddy, just for you, this week I'm breaking out the Alistar. So mad ups to Frank, and you know what? Just for that tweet, just for that, Frank's gonna have the best Alistar game of all time. I don't care. He's going 20-0-3. I'm calling it right now. The beef is being brought tonight.
I'm going to be honest, Ethan, my respect for you has just raised once again, because a man like me would not be talking about 16-game losing streaks. I would just delete my account, change the name so people can't find my OPGG. I would just keep it a secret tighter than the security of Fortnite. I don't know. I don't want people to know these things, but look at you, just bringing it out there, bearing your soul to the world. I love that. I love that about you.
Oh, I am an open book, and I will also tell you that
I'm here to read.
I hope that everyone in chat is here to read. It's going to be a good night. I do really like that the Braves have 1 or 2 more go buttons. We talked about how that Leona really is the glue here, but you look at the Jarvan, right? And you look at the Alistar pick, there's a few more go buttons, right? If that Leona dies, gets picked off early in a fight, once again, you're just kind of sitting there with your hands tied, and you're like, well, we would attack, we've got the damage, we just can't find the opening.
The thing that's interesting too is even though you're right, the beautiful thing about Poppy as a champion is that no matter how many go buttons you have, she is the proverbial red light, making it so that you don't actually get to move. It's like, oh, you thought? Nope. Stop. No. And basically, as my good buddy likes to say, steadfast.
I did not know you had the censor button. That caught me so
now you
do. Yeah, Ryan on Poppy was really like, Alistar W was a really big hit. Really so played cool. Well. What if we made it an alternate ability? That'd be really, really great. It's really like the return to go. Don't collect your $200. Yep. You're an absolute scrub. We'll see you later.
Yeah, just have a sick one, as I like to say. It's just how it ends up going down. But it's true. I think being able to keep an eye on that cooldown is important. Of course, it's not an ability you max on Poppy very early on. So that's a really long cooldown you do have to keep track of. But if it's used incorrectly, that's still a lot of openings for Braves to really jump into. I think the other thing I'm really curious about is Cart This Bot. It's definitely a pick we've seen in the past in many different places, but it's not common. And it's interesting that it's in the hands of Racecar Worm as well, because I actually talked to Kenny, their jungler, on the side of Braves, and he said, when I asked for players to watch out for, he said Racecar Worm. And you know what else he said that I just loved? He said their game plan is, quote, no cap, only gap. And they're looking to stomp them.
I will say that 10 minutes ago as well, Frank in the Twitch chat during the last game said, are you ready for this bot gap? So they feel really good heading into this game, as they should, right? They are hot right now. They did win a long 3-game series last week, but they've been on a bit of a roll here. On the other side, Central Methodist, they went 2-1 to open up the year and have not found a win since. They are hungry. They are fiending for this win, but they've come up wanting every single performance.
And I'm really interested to see how this draft will play out, because the thing I like about Central Methodist, and they actually said this to me when I spoke to them before you and I grouped up for this cast tonight, is that they understand that the bot lane, and them and everyone else who watches Braves knows it's the bot lane. That is where the magic happens. That's where the sauce is for this team. And that's why you see them. And actually, this happens at the highest levels of play as well. That's why champs like MF are played so much. You want champs that can have some good early prio and also a very easy laning phase, because at the end of the day, you want your Leona to move elsewhere. You're not getting much jungle attention. We're going to the other side of the map. We're helping out in top because of how strong Bruisers are at the moment. That's why you see this Jax pick. Noah is the guy this game for Central Methodist, and if Drift can manage to find a lead in this early game, that is just yet another way they can move resources into this top side, because once this Jax get out of hand, oh, Ethan, it's over.
It is going to be over. We thank you for joining us tonight for this presentation of League of Legends here with the NECC. Braves Esports, they're in the playoffs. They're looking for a higher seed, led out here by Kenny, Bump, Race Car Worm, Frank, and you notice I skipped the top laner. Denocius? I'm sure, is that Dion, D-E-O-N? Can we go with Dion?
His name is Dion.
His name is Dion. Let's go. We're Dion.
No, sorry. I meant more along the lines of like I'm calling him Dion from now on. That does look right.
It's a Dion.
In the first 4 level, that's Dion. Yeah.
And coming up for Central Methodist University in the top lane, hi there, I'm Noah, the Sebastian, Drift, Warlord, and Shy Edits on the bot side beatdown. What are we looking at here in the early game?
I'll tell you what, I like the fake leash coming through from Race Car Worm and Frank. No deep vision was placed, so that does mean that Kenny, the Central Methodists are playing the guessing game on where he actually ended up starting. Little do they know, he is matching clears with Sebastian, so they will likely meet for the top crab. However, if Noah keeps up this pressure and manages to get that top push, I think that's going to be a crab secured for Sebastian, and it could be a skirmish that goes their way, and we got to pause.
And this pause is a fantastic time for me to educate myself on the master sheet. That is Dionysius. Dionysius, aka Christopher Sigianto, who is a business admin major. So you know what? Might be all about that business in the top side. Definitely gonna have their work cut out for them. As we talked about off air, Jax having a slightly higher win rate into this set.
That's right. And we talked about how important the thing is too. It's how what you're referring to is definitely more in the learning, the early laning phase rather. And as time goes on, we know that this Jax will be doing well as long as he keeps even manages to find some leads and just starts to outscale massively. So the fact that early is already going well is a great thing.
Oh, and there's the QW coming in, franking a lot of damage. Warlord going to have that ignite on them. Nothing more going to come of it, but big to get sums out on the bot side. Warlord going to be without that flash for quite some time. If I am Kenny, I am taking a big note right there. Say, hey, head bot within the next minute or two. But good stuff by Frank and Race Car Worm.
Yeah, Shy is still only level 1, so I don't know, we must have missed some minions, but still, we'll get the HP from leveling up. Does have Biscuits and Pots to play with, so with Race Car Worm running out of mana, I think they are safe for the moment here, but getting this early push as the Karthus is definitely pretty big so far. It will allow Frank to get that first move if he really wants to, although Alistar is a kind of that champion that needs to get to level 3. You want all his abilities before you can really make something happen. So he might go to lane for that level up before he tries to go elsewhere. And because Kenny did clear a bit faster, he's actually going to get first free reign on that top crab. I'm really curious to see if he's going to go for an invade, maybe a gank top. The Sebastian is in the area, but they should know that because of the bot leash.
Yeah, and we'll see if there will be some action on the top side. Notably, Poppy is up there right now, also clearing, but Dionysius pushing in, and here comes the Jarvan, as you noted. Kenny right there, Facebreaker, not going to find its target. Kenny looping around, maybe going for that invade. There's the aggression. Hi there, I'm Noah, going in, getting a little bit of damage. Kenny going to go onto these Krug. Dionysius not finding much under tower. Little bit of brawling going on, but not much coming in. And there's Hey There I'm Noah. Kenny coming over the trap, beautifully set the Facebreaker, and there is the flash. So Kenny has so many opportunities to gank now. Top without flash, bot without flash. You can leave the mid lane alone for a while.
Wow, and I'm surprised Sebastian just ended up abandoning the Krugs and moved to the bottom crab. I don't know if he saw Kenny or not, or maybe he just believed that he was leashed by bot pathing top. But I mean, overall, it does mean that Noah has to blow the flash and won't have that for a couple minutes, like you're saying. He's gonna walk back to lane. Looks like both top laners will hold on to their TPs. But it looks like the ward did catch out Sebastian, who's trying to Krug trade, but he's in trouble.
It's not going to work out. Yeah, was actually caught out there by Fump. Hit the Mia Ping Fump, rotating over, and that's going to be an easy first blood. They do give it over to the Karthus. Whether or not that was intentional will be up for debate. I will choose to believe that it is. We talk about how good this bot lane is. I want to get them going, especially we talk about playing on the Karthus. You're not going to have the prio they normally might as ground pound coming on through. There's the headbutt in from Alistar, popping the trample, looking for the CC. Frank getting it to go. Race car pushing up, dropping down Skittles. Pretty aggressive. Gives a Dark Harvest stack. This should be a kill.
Care.
Oh, there's the race car warp going low. Shy edits nearly fights the dust, and there's Frank coming in again with the CC. Drops the trample. Frank really going for it, popping in the vicinity. Keep your eyes on that in the top lane. Hi there, I'm Noah, pushing Dionysius off of wave. Kenny starting the drag and has a lot of reason to do so. The bot lane is dominating.
Man, and this is what they were talking about. Oh, wait a minute. Is he dead? No, he's okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, no Facebreaker, but gotta be careful. That just scares me as support. You drop Facebreaker, Haymaker, I am 100 to 0 on every single character I play. You'd be so careful. Hi there, Noah, playing with fire in lane right now.
Indeed, no corrupting potion. Stacks that Bramblefest really coming in clutch for Dionysius there. Now, the first dragon was secured because of all the bot prio that Racecar and Frank have been able to get for the team. And they can just continue to stack these dragons if they so choose. The fact that Kenny has been finding this value early game is very big too. I mean, for the most part, you're not really short on scaling if you're a Central Methodist. The problem is, though, Karthus, if he ends up picking up kill after kill, that becomes a serious problem. Speaking of kills...
Oh, the Haymaker not enough, but the auto following up is. And there's a kill on the top side. Braves Esports out to a quick 2-0 kill lead, translating to 600 extra gold in their back pocket.
Man, he really wanted that kill so he could shove in the wave. Now he might be forced to blow the teleport so that Dion won't be able to freeze on him there. And you can see the pings coming through. Dion knows this. He's just gonna go. What?
Yeah, but here's Kenny and the counter gank by Sebastian. Dionysius going in. Here's a teleport coming in as well. The stun on the side. Well, hi there, Noah gets a Kenny in a whole lot of trouble. Here is Drip. They're not going to find anything else, but they do find their first kill of the game, and that one had to be cathartic.
Taking advantage of the fact that Fump does not have the teleport means that, wow, that's another kill. They're just going to dive Kenny. But speaking of teleports, look who's here.
And Fump here as well, putting in the damage. Hi there, Noah going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Dionysius misses the Facebreaker, flashes over the wall, doesn't care. Fump coming through. There's the ulti. Yeah, it's not going to matter here. Blast Cone, that's going to be big.
No.
Using the vegetation to your advantage. Hi there, I'm Noah. Is able to get out, though, finding the jump. The threat of Drip, there was enough for make him turn around, but here's Fump going invis, looking for Hi there, I'm Noah, some autos, not going to find it there. Drip putting in some damage on the crackback. Hi there, I'm Noah, jumping back in. There's the stun. They get the kill. Haymaker going to do a bit more on top, but I'll tell you what, the Eagles stick around a little bit too long, and they give a kill they didn't have to.
Oh, Noah, you were free, brother. You could have walked away. You didn't need to turn and fight there, but he just ends up giving up more gold over to Braves, who are starting to really take control of this game. That first kill, it was really all Racecar Worm needed in the bottom side, and they are just running this bot lane matchup here. Once we see the Lost Chapter come through for Racecar Worm, that plus the tier means he's going to not struggle with mana any longer. He'll just be able to continuously push out this bottom wave and make it so Whale Lord and Shy Edits are just stuck under the tower for the most part. This was a minorly unfortunate back timer, so there will be some plates going in Whale Lord's pocket. Much needed, much appreciated here. But I think Central Methodist needs to do a little more to catch this one, to really start to get back into this game. I think making a play for that Rift Herald is the move, especially with Shy not resetting, getting the move on the map. If they can get a kill mid, it's so easy for him and the Sebastian to move up and go for Herald.
And they also have vision on Kenny, so they know if they're looking for a roam here, although it is spotted out that the jungler won't be there for a little bit of time. Good warding has benefited the Braves greatly here so far today. If you check the items, you will see as well that Racecar does have those Sork boots, so that's going to be a big buff. We know how slow and immobile this Karthus is. Getting those level 2 boots right off the bat, being able to outmaneuver is going to be big. Here's Sebastian going in with Noah, trying to find the kill on Kenny. Won't get much there, but is able to get them off of the Herald. We might see a bit of a fight over Herald here. Kenny waiting in the wings, not going to find anything there. The Scuttler goes down. They get some vision and maybe a gank on the Dionysius here on the top side. Oh no, what are you doing, Dionysius? You're not going to find your way out of this one. Goes low. There's the Haymaker. I may have spoken too soon.
Presence.
Oh, here's the ulti from Karthus
The
from
Requiem.
the bot side. That is big. Kenny still fighting. Hi there, I'm Noah. Gets knocked up. The double kill. It's going to be too much damage from the Jackson. That's not who you want to be handing kills over to.
No, sir, but Noah's been picking them up regardless. He's 4-2 right now, and that's exactly what he needs to be catching up, getting back into this game here, because he's still going to be a problem later on if he manages to get enough gold, reach those key item spikes here. Oh, wait a minute.
Making it rain.
Oh,
There's the
well,
wall. Oh,
Lord.
Racecar might just profit off this one. Skittles are doing so much damage. The flash,
Oh.
but there is the flash in return. Oh, drops the bullet time, but it doesn't even matter. Racecar Worm, what a maneuver in the bot side. Dripped going into the Fump. Fump says, I eat those. Not much damage taken. Frank rotating bot side. It doesn't matter. The flash is effective enough. What a trade there on the bottom. Both carries going at it.
Yeah, absolutely not the 1v1s you're used to seeing here, but it's just so nice that they're not afraid to be trying things out for Central Methodist, especially because they're still finding themselves to be a little bit behind here. Now, this Fump is 2-0 at the moment, getting a little ahead of the itemization. Drip is starting to feel the brunt of that one. Also, chunk of health needs to recall. No mid means no mid prio, which means Dragon number 2 over to Braves Esports, and they just continue to stack these dragons up. I didn't quite catch. Okay, it's an Infernal Dragon. So, I mean, if we get something like a Mountain Soul going in this game, Ethan. Ooh.
It could be ugly, and that is the case if you check the scoreboard on the right-hand side of your screen. This could be one thick Braves squad. We're going to find out, but look at this on the bot side, Wailord. You might be in a whole world of trouble. Shidus on the backside. It's not going to matter. There's the knockup. We will see you later. Have fun at the gray screen deciding what items to buy. Shy Edits, you might be next on the chopping block. There's the ulti coming through. Shy Edits not going to go down, but Kenny in hot pursuit.
Flash,
There's the flag and drag. Doesn't even have to use the flash. Holds on to it. Big kill on the bot side. 3 plates still up for grabs in the tower. They're not done. Kenny, Bump. They say this has been a whole lot of fun. Who's next? But on the backside, in return, they will get the Herald. Eye of the Herald being picked up by Sebastian. But here's the gank from across the map. The flag and drag. That's big. Bump coming on in. Drip on the backside so low. The 4v2 turns into a 2-on-2. Dionysius, you gotta find some damage. Either
no W.
Bump. Kenny getting knocked out of there. Dionysius next to go. So they may have lost out on the bot side of the map, but they profit largely after that team fight.
Now, that Keeper's verdict was so big from the Sebastian to keep themselves in that one and make sure Kenny can't have any more effect on the map. And because they picked up the Herald, because there's a big wave top, Noah is getting so much gold. If we could just get a toggle, I need to see what the numbers are between these top laners, because he's 5-2. He got first Surah gold all to himself, while plates were still up and available here. And I mean, the only solace is that Wailord probably dead.
Yeah, there's the WQ. Frank doing their job, so Racecar Worm doesn't have to do much. 3-0-1 is the total on that Karthus, and I'll tell you what, if I'm a squishy, I am shaking in my brown boots because that ult is going to do a whole lot of damage. Requiem, nothing to joke about. Kenny, not joking about Sebastian as they come in. That's a load of damage there. Fump holding on. The more I watch Fump play, the more I'm like, yes, you needed some type of marksman mid if you're going with this Karthus spot, because otherwise your fighting just feels so awkward, and I really think Fump has played that role nicely.
absolutely has been. And the fact is, he's just been running this matchup for the most part. Even though Drip does it, or Drip is the one with the teleport advantage, Bump has been so effective, like you're talking about, being able to move across the map. You do get move speed with your W when you activate it and you're shrouded. But overall, just his ability, him getting priority and being able to move. And this is kind of what we were hoping to see from Central Methodist with Dripped in this mid lane. LeBlanc, really strong blind pick matchup in the current patch. And it's usually the LeBlanc who we see win things out and try to move these leads elsewhere. But it's Bump doing so. And speaking of leads, Noah's liking to flex his.
Oh, but here comes Racecar Worm. There's the haymaker on the crackback of the shutdown gold. Noah gets deleted.
That, unlucky. He was feeling good about that one. Dionysius was low too, but man, they didn't expect the Racecar Worm roam. Now that the first turret's gone, we're out of laning phase. This is when the roles, lane positions swap up. So now Racecar Worm, he can really move and push this lead around the map as well. Is he in trouble?
This might be fine. Fump's in the vicinity. I don't know if Sebastian and Shy had to counter that Warlord on the backside. Just kind of disconnect for a second. Wasn't doing anything. There's the knockup. Kenny in a whole lot of trouble. There's the Cataclysm coming through. Flashes out. Bump. There's the bullet time. Kenny, tick, tick, tick. Boom. Sebastian finds it. But here is Frank and Racecar Worm. Oh no.
He's back.
Stuck between a rock and a whole mess of damage. But hi there, I'm Noah. They have no idea. Or do they? Skittle right there finding out. I don't think they had vision. I think that ward was placed after. So Dionysius on the backside. So much happening. This fight elongated. It's a 3v1 on Dionysius. The haymaker does a lot of damage, but not enough. There's the knockup.
Doesn't die.
Noah going down. Racecar Worm gets another. Bump dropping ult in the bottom side of your screen. Warlord and Shy, and they're going to get out of the backside, but this dragon is going to be up in 50 seconds.
He can't keep getting away with this, Ethan. Every time it seems like Dionysius just is about to lose his life. He ends up getting one, bailed out by the team. Two, he's playing set, so the haymaker ends up coming in so very clutch for him too. It just buys all that much needed time. And Central Methodist, they just can't find a leg to stand on here. Every play they make just ends up being responded to, and it's even worse when you're playing into an Akshan. 1-for-1 trades are usually not worth it unless you're killing the Akshan because of that W passive, allowing him to revive teammates as long as he gets an assist or a kill on them. And wow, it is tough. You're down 2.5 gold, 2.5k gold if you're Central Methodist. At this point, all you can really do is try to play to the side lane. Noah is still exceptionally strong at the moment here, close to that Blade of the Ruin King, the second item, which means he's unstoppable in the 1v1. There's no way around that. The thing is, though, one, you need to group to fight for some of these objectives, and this is going to be Brave Esports' third dragon, so Noah with no TP isn't going to be in the area. I mean, Braves is pinging him. They're probably thinking, what's he doing?
They're probably thinking that indeed. I still can't get over. You're absolutely right. Dionysius just gets away with it again. That haymaker giving the shield is so big, as a real boxer. He's really got that Floyd Mayweather. You cover up well, you're punching with the offhand.
Oh,
and
do you
that
box?
Fight, no. I just watch it. I mean, I've gotten to one fight. Frank wants to get into a fight here. They're gonna find the QW. That's big. Dionysius drops the showtime. Oh, hi there, I'm Noah. There's the face breaker. Doesn't find anything else. The haymaker is down. Noah taking a bit of damage. This bot tower under siege, and they're probably gonna have no trouble taking at least most of this. There's the Requiem coming on through. Blue tower goes down. No kills off of the Requiem. They were hoping to snag that Jax.
No, and I mean, honestly, even though you don't get it, you get this third Drake. You're trading turret for turret here, and this is still positive here for Braves. You're at Mountain Soul Point, and this was the soul we were talking about. If they manage to get it, that bonus shield, the resistances from the individual Drakes, Braves are going to be in a spot where it's going to be really hard to lose the game. When we think about their front to back, the fact that Racecar Worm is so strong, Bump is in the exact same position. How do you actually threaten this back line? Again, Jax isn't for the team fights. He is for the side. Unless he can find an exceptional flank and get on top of these members, I don't see how Noah's going to be able to clutch it up for his team.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct about the Jax. They're best when they have time to themselves, and they can even find some picks for you, just enabling the rest of the team to do so much. I think back to Sealol, Mayan Vile used to have this tremendous top laner, Mayamo, who would just one-trick Jax, and teams would invariably give it to him every single time. It was a nightmare in the side lanes. But when the rest of your team's struggling, you don't have the opportunity to just feast in those side lanes. As Shelly being taken here, Ken Frank, well, the whole squad is showing up, minus Dionysius. They don't have teleport to get there. I don't know if it's going to matter. The steal attempt comes through, but it's going to be a little too late. They may find Cheyette's out here. And we talked about this, so hard to fight if Leona gets picked out, but it's hard to fight if Warlord gets picked out as well. Bump able to get a one-on-one. Beautiful play right there. And then ironic twist, Leona's the one who gets out for the time being. Not going to be the case any longer. There's the double kill for Fump.
Man, and it's just, you have two people on the bottom side of the map here. As soon as you see Sebastian, Braves know that they can just keep on pushing here. They see Noah on the wave, and this Rift Herald means you can't be splitting at the moment here. I need to see recalls coming through from the members of Central Methodist so they don't lose the inhibitor, because realistically, they could just go for, oh my god, that cancel's so huge.
Stop the ports, cancel huge indeed. They're gonna need a tower there, and they elect to turn back, not trying to grab this inhibitor. May not want their waves to just constantly be pushing in. We actually saw this in the prior game today. Jwoo did not push in that inhibitor when they were able to under 20 minutes because, hey, Baron's not on the table yet. What use did if we're just giving them free farm down Main Street? So they'll elect not to do that. Next Dragon's up in 2 minutes. No huge objectives on the board. Looks like they are pinging. They're trying to find this Jax out and cue the great escape from Noah.
And it's looking like, yeah, he's going to get out. Leap Strike, very useful in these situations, but with Baron coming up, it means you probably are still going to have a lot of control over this map here. Someone will have to push out that bot lane soon, but Dionysius has the teleport. Just move him to the bottom side of the map. Focus all your vision on this Baron, and realistically, you're so strong, you could win a fight right now as Braves and just go straight for that Baron. Then they can look for the inhib like you were talking about, Ethan, and they can just potentially look to end the game here.
Fump on the bot side here, so it looks like if you're the Braves, you're saying, hey, we're not looking to make any big moves on Baron. We've got our whole bot lane recalled. Fump, who notably, as we've talked about, doesn't have teleport on the bottom side of the map, so they're not doing anything too rash, and I gotta say, I really like the slow roll style of play. Let the game come to you. You're already up 3k gold. You're already on soul point. There is no reason to put any big objectives at low health where they could be stolen, where you could lose out on a team fight. I love what they're doing. They recall. They're saying, you know what? We're just going to wait the 50 seconds until Dragon.
Yeah, and realistically, the fact that they have so much vision means Methodist could technically make a play for that Baron. That whole side of the map is dark for Braves. I just don't know if that's actually going to be a worthwhile trade because Mountain Soul is such a big deal. Unless that Baron you hypothetically take ends up netting you thousands of gold for your team, I think you find yourself in a really difficult position as Central Methodist. You only real lane you had pushing was top, but that's being fixed by Dionysus at the moment. And now Central Methodist, they have to answer this bot wave. And look at all the people on this side of the map. They know Dragon is the play, but right now, if they can get pumped, it would be huge.
That would be a big pick. The flash coming through, the teleport on the backside. They're going to need a little bit of help. And there it is. Big Haymaker coming through to follow the ulti. Sebastian might be in trouble. There's a big bullet time. But Warlord found out. Flash onto Fump, who's going to go down here. Frank pursuing Noah. Dionysius has to be careful. There's Leon on the front line, dropping the ulti. And here comes the cavalry. Double kill up the Haymaker. That was big. Drip, you got to get out of there. But I'm Noah still on the back line. They're only half health. They've been fighting for so long. Frank finally tracks him down, says, hey, get over here. And they say, you know what? Dragon is cool, but Baron is better.
And Kenny is up. Racecar Worm is up. These are the big damage dealers on the side of the team, and you have your jungler ready to go. The TP is coming from Dripped, but I don't know how much he can do as one person. Kenny is low on the HP.
Bad split there from Kenny. Ooh, that could be dangerous, right? You split up the two on one side, Kenny closer. I guess at the Flag Drag able to get over the wall. They're gonna ward, but Dragon being soloed. So you know what?
Oh, that's so bad.
They got their Cardi B on for a second there. They said, I don't want to choose. I want both of them. They're going to be pulled off here, so the MF responding is going to do it, and nothing happens. We have the big fight. We have the subsequent teleport, and the Dragon has been taken.
Oh, it can't land the smite for Kenny, so they do deny the soul point. That is so huge for Central Methodist. They managed to buy themselves some more time to try and scale, and you saw briefly in that fight how much impact Noah was able to put in. It was scrappy, and because of how it was and bloody it was, it wasn't a clean Baron take from Braves. They weren't able to get it. They weren't able to get anything ultimately, except for Drip's teleport. So now you can look for these angles. If Noah happens to be on the other side of the map, you can make a play away from him and immediately move into that Baron since he's on the bottom side.
The Eagles prolonged the game so much in the last minute. That fight, they lost out in it, but the Braves were unable to secure Baron. In their indecision, they also lose out on Dragon, which they easily could have gotten if they all committed instead of just putting the Sept there. So they don't have Baron. They didn't secure the soul, and all of a sudden the Eagles are looking to be in a position where they can come back into this game, and by no means are they in the lead, are they in the driver's seat, but they're in a much better position than they were just a few minutes ago. Noah?
And at this moment, I think Noah's going to end up taking him out. That's a 1v1. You do not win anymore, Dion. I'm sorry.
Oh, but there's the ulti coming through, so the cavalry showing up. Dionysius gets the shield. This could be big. Frank coming through with the knockup.
Unless.
But there's the jump. Can they find the way out? There's Bump coming through. Put some shots in the back. That is a massive kill with Baron on the board.
Look at the timer. It's 40 seconds. They could move up to the Baron. Kenny is already in the area, Ethan. We could see it happen right now as the pings are coming through. It's going to be tough. Sebastian will have to go for the steal, but he's on the other side of the map. Without their strongest member, can Central Methodist even try to stop this?
Dripped may just have a shot, or at least they think they do, as they approach boldly, looking for an entry point. Kenny going to be taking off Fump, looking for the Baron stays aggro here. Kenny going pretty low. You cannot die if you have the smite. Yeah, and here comes the burst. Kenny, you gotta hold on to the smite. Here's the cavalry coming from the mid lane. Baron going low, and they do get the smite off.
Finish.
Bullet time off the back line won't matter. Drip going down, as does the Baron. Big Leona ulti. Warlord not gonna do much. Neither will Sebastian, and it's a big wipe. The Braves doing so well in the subsequent team fight. Either I'm no responding. Dionysius, you gotta be careful. Warlord. Oh, Dionysius jumped in on. There's the haymaker. Warlord going to escape right there. Is the cavalry coming yet again? Yes, they are. Sound the horn. Here's Frank and the boys. Bump. Pulling up, putting some shots into I'm Noah. They'll go down. Warlord, the last one remaining for the Eagles.
And with Baron buff in tow, Braves could look to just end game one here and now. Jax, again, 30 seconds away, and they have a pretty big enough wave with that cannon to be able to just end it right here.
Yeah, game one looking like it's nearing over. Here they come. They're all up. Big fight for the Eagles. Can they find a race car warm on the backside? They're going to get out just fine. Shyad's taking the brunt of the damage there. Sebastian as well. Looking for something. Won't get it to go. These buffed up minions putting in some damage onto that Nexus tower, but they're not going to find anything else. But just getting that first inhib really does hurt.
And that's still a big deal. You get that wave from pushing. This is a game state where it is going to be very impactful, especially with Dragon being 120 away. You secure that for yourselves. That's Dragon Soul. That is almost as good as GG well played for Braves. So they need to prioritize this, and you can see it only having one person on that top side of the map, just shoving the wave, immediately going for the recall so they can set up for this Dragon. And the Central Method is having to do the responding, sending Noah up a little late. And of course, they still have the supers mid to go through. And not much vision is set up for Methodist on in and around this Drake.
Yeah, and talking about this Drake Soul so big, yes, it gives Fump and Racecar Worm a little bit of extra survivability, but it turns Dionysius, Kenny, and Frank into like real legitimate tanks. Like, these are some beefy boys that need to be contended with, and that's especially ugly when you're looking at Dionysius because they've already been so hard to take down. In addition, looking at Kenny and Frank, when your engagers, when your go buttons, when your catalysts are that much tankier, it just makes it so much harder to lose out in any team fights. Drag up in 20 seconds, and if you're the Eagles, it feels like you gotta die on this hill.
Man, it's going to be tough. Noah has the TP, so he is going to keep pushing top lane in hopes that maybe he can win the 1v1 in TP so that they have a numbers advantage. But for the moment, it's looking like it's going to be the 4-on-4 with Jax splitting, and that's not a situation you want to be in at such a crucial point, but maybe Methodist feel that it is their only choice. Here we go. It's going to be the 50-50. Keeper's verdict goes wide.
Oh, Frankie engaging here. There's the bullet time. Not going to find really anyone. Race Car Worm gets the first kill to crack things off. There's the Cataclysm. Dripped on the backside. Dragon going low. You got to get in there. Cheyenne goes down. Dripped next to go. Warlord. Don't think you're safe.
sold.
There's the Requiem. That's probably going to be the final nail in the coffin. In addition, Noah not even getting the dub in the 1v1 on the top side. Dionysius turns around. There's a haymaker. Noah turning the fight around. Is going to get the kill, but has to back so quick. It's going to be a 4v1, and I don't think Noah can do it. The Braves are bearing down on the Nexus, and this looks to be the finishing touches for game number 1. Noah, you're going to need everything you've got in the bag and more. Not going to find him, but here's Calvary. Sebastian is up. There is the stasis. Nexus going low. A few more autos will do it. They hold on for the time being, and there it is. You see that big minion on the bottom right? Really just spoiling the fun for CMU as they lose game number 1.
Hey, that minion it ain't much, but he's doing honest work there. You got to credit him, Ethan. You got to credit Braves for a good game 1. I got to say, I like the plan we saw from Central Methodist. It lines up exactly with what they told me. A lot of resources indexed into the top lane for Noah on this Jax. It's just playing around it to the best of your ability, which they did struggle with a bit, taking some unnecessary fights. Kind of struggling with how they wanted to play the map and play to the side lane. It didn't end up working out in their favor. And honestly, it was just really good play from Braves overall to be just forcing these team fights, these 5v5 situations, because that's one where they thrive, and two, a situation where Central Methodist really weren't comfortable in. They only won, I think, one honest team fight 5v5. Everything else was skirmishes led with Noah and his Jacks at the charge.
Yeah, the Eagles were grounded in game 1 despite a solid game plan. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll see if the script continues for game 2. The Eagles, they've got to find something in their bag if they want to be able to flip the script here. Stick around. Welcome back to game 2 of our matchup tonight. The Eagles taking on the Braves. Braves took a decisive game number 1 and back for some more action. We'll see if the Eagles are able to claw back into this one. Once again, my name is Ethan Down, probably better known as Nellhead, and today I'm joined by Beatdown. What are we looking at for game number 2? What are you excited for?
I never, when I'm here, I never look at the draft link. So I just kind of like to see as it's happening in the client. Yeah. So
I've got spoilers.
I don't know what's going on yet. So I heard you mention some things, but I won't say anything until we actually.
My hands full here. I'll sit on it. Okay. I don't want to play anything too early here.
No, of course not. Keep it close to the chest.
We're finally in here, and I think the big question, right, is this top lane. We saw what Dionysius and Noah did last time, and we know that the Eagles want to play around the top side of the map. Is there a better pick than Jax to achieve what they're trying to do?
Pretty much a lot of bruiser picks, I think, fit this build really well, and we've seen examples of that happen in the top side and like higher levels of play. My brain just think Gore Drinker users like Camille is still a pretty good one. People do run set actually in this sort of role, very useful as well. Arius, if you're well versed on the champion, comes up. Wukong is another one. There's like a handful of champions where you can kind of play through top and they can actually have a really high impact on your performances. So Noah playing the Darius, I think if it's a champ he is comfortable and well versed on, I think he can do a lot of damage because it's something that teams in organized play are not used to playing against because it's usually people who are only like borderline one tricks picking this champion, and they're few and far between.
Talk to me about what makes Wukong so good right now. I'm looking at the win rate, looks great. Listen to S tier for tops. I just haven't seen a whole lot of Wukong either in my games or games I've casted since they tweaked that alt, allowed the reactivation. I was absolutely going nuts for a while.
Well, part of it is like the passive allowing him to stack more armor, the fact that he can stack Conqueror pretty easily, especially in these melee matchups. So I think that's why he is really good in a lot of these situations. I like it here too, because of the fact that if he can get a good flank angle, maybe a flank TP, he can set up this team for a lot of success here inside of the Braves, so they can go for this sort of setup into these team fights. They got a lot of damage going in here, but a lot of damage for later so far. I mean, you see Viego, he needs some time for items to really come online. You see Kale, she needs items and a lot of experience to really come online. We're looking level 11 before Funk is really, or whoever's playing the champ, is actually relevant and able to have the impact here.
And we do see Fump playing this Kale in the mid lane. So that's the Braves really signaling, saying, hey, we are okay if we don't do great in the early to mid game. But boy, oh boy, do not let us get to the late game, because that Kale is going to be a problem.
Not just Kale, Kog'Maw too. Race Car Worm, he's running this one in the bot lane. Had a great game one. Could very well have a great game two as well. I think the thing about this comp too is that you have this want to try and just run them down, especially with something like Olaf there for the Sebastian. But the problem is he's the only one who can really kind of fill that role. Darius, he's looking for these sort of not he wants to run people down, but more in isolation, less in the team fight sense. And if you look at Jinx is just trying to front to back. So Sebastian doesn't have a dive buddy, really. No one to really help him try and threaten this backline. And when you think about what Ragnarok does, you shed the bonus resistances your R passively gives you. Means that when the damage starts to come online from Braves Esports, by the time Sebastian gets to the backline, he might actually just be torn to shreds. So this early game is going to be a little more important here. I still think Darius is going to be really good in the lane phase. Lux should be able to get pushed, since that does seem to be a Kale in the mid lane who isn't ranged till level 6. So Sebastian needs to use his priority to be able to have an impact around the map. I want to see aggressive plays, ganks, invades, all of it, because he farms noticeably faster than the Viego. So even if both full clear, Sebastian will have more time on the map to be able to make an impact. I want to see it.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy that jungle analysis, talking about the clear time. My vision, I mean, I'm a sport man, right? So I'm always looking at the sports. A lot of people just gonna discount it. I love that they took the Leona away here, as I've got it pulled up on my screen, because you take that go button away from a Central Methodist team that could not find solo play outside of their jacks, right? And what did you leave them with? The ways they're gonna initiate fight is Olaf Darius just running in. Maybe a Lux ulti can find you some sort of pick, but these two compositions minus Leona feel very standoffish, right? Kog'Maw just lobbing that ulti from a range. Jinx, you're cool playing back, popping the rockets. Lux, super cool playing back as well. Feels like there's a lot of dissonance here.
Yeah, if we talk about comp and like draft identity, I definitely agree with you there on Central Methodist side. This could very well be a like we're backs against the wall. Let's pick champions we're comfortable on here, especially when you look at things like Lux and Darius, who don't see a lot of play at this level or really any level of team play. So I could see that being the thought here. And honestly, it works even in the amateur space where you got a lot of high elo players, like I'm talking challenger players. Sometimes that does manage to actually end up working. You do kind of, because you're comfortable on these picks, you know how you want to play these champions, you do end up coming out on top. And that gives you the mental reset you need to really make a good push for that game 3. And that's what Central Methodists need here, because again, if they lose this, they will not have a chance to make it into the playoffs. This is their last chance to basically buy themselves more time and more opportunities to actually get into that bracket stage. And for Braves, they're one game away from securing themselves a higher seed, as they're already in.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. Comfort is key, especially when you're trailing 1-0, especially when your back's against the wall. Playoff lives are on the line. I think anybody who has played Clash knows that, right? You go into matches, you're like, what's your most played? Where's your comfort champ? I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
care necessarily what your
Accent.
highest winner it is, but what do you have 1.5 million games on?
Yeah, that's the big one. And it's funny you mentioned Clash. That is definitely a really common strategy. Or you just pick the 5 champs that one person likes to play and you just ban them out, which is a really toxic strategy, I gotta say. And luckily, neither of these teams have employed on the night. I want to see what Central Methodist have to show us. They've had time now with this roster, not having to switch up the roles anymore like they had to early on. I want to see if they can come out on top here and really give themselves that opportunity to make it into the playoffs out of this group, as Braves have already guaranteed themselves to do.
And a competitive group that it is.
Indeed.
Cyan Challenger. I mean, this is looking like a really good group. We've had a lot of sweeps up to this point, but I'll tell you what, once we hit the bracket stage, once we hit playoffs, there are going to be some very, very tight games. I mean, these two teams, provided the Eagles make it included, I'm very excited to see what happens, because that's the exciting point. This Central Methodist team has already been on stream one other time. I don't think Ottawa has been. I was looking through. I didn't see him. But the point stands is there's lots of VODs here. There's lots of footage to look. Hey, I not only have your match history, I can not only scroll through and say, oh, you did this, you built this item. I can see your team play. I can say, oh, at 20 minutes when Baron's up, they like to ward here, and they do this, and they gank like this. We're going to see what teams can do their homework come playoffs. We've got Game 2, Braves Esports taking on Central Methodist, who are trailing 1-0. It's going to be a good one.
And it's looking like no early shenanigans are coming through Central Methodist. They want to keep this one clean. This is their last chance. Do not want to flip anything at level 1, especially because their level 1 is not great when you run things like the Lulu, even with Olaf, who historically has a really strong early game. So it's just going to be quiet early. Worth noting, Sebastian is running Ghost, no Flash. So I really see that he feels what I'm saying. He's going to be looking for some early aggression here, trying to get some of these ganks off, these invades, because once that Ghost is popped and he starts landing those undertows, I don't think you're actually going to get away from him unless you manage to flash over a wall.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. And I talked about them not having a lot of go buttons and the trouble they might have. They're really just embodying the Usain Bolt school of thought here. We're just going to run at you really fast and see what you do with the Darius, with the Olaf. We're going to see how that comes to fruition later on. I'm really excited to see this top matchmaker beatdown, because we saw Dionysius and Noah have a lot of action one-on-one last game. I mean, top lane, a lot of people just think it's an island. It's farming simulator until 20 minutes, and then the rest of the map opens up. But these two were duking it out, brawling.
They were.
It looked like Fury Wilder rounds 1, 2, and 3 all in one game, and we see it again on the top side. Noah not taking anything without some crackback.
Right, that bleed passive means you are not trading level 1 into this Darius. Theon knows this, he's just backing right off. And I think one thing I want to talk about too is I like it. Braves, they seem to be planning things out a lot with regards to their jungle pathing. It's this time they fake leashing topside, having Dionysius show up late, with Race Car Woman Frank showing up on time. So they got to be thinking, all right, Kenny is going top to bottom, but it's actually the opposite. And with Noah having priority, this actually leaves quite the opening for a gank to come through. If he just goes for a 3-4 clamp here and go top, you can already set the Darius behind.
And I think they did the opposite last game, right? They had Frank and Race Car show up late despite the leash being top. So
yep,
they are definitely a little bit tricky. And this is the type of things we're talking about when you're doing your homework, when you're trying to figure these things out. Frank, Race Car, they're doing well on the bot side. Shy it's going to take a decent amount of damage early on. Dionysius going to take the brute of that spin there. Noah pushing in wave, farming so well to kick things up. 12 farm on Dionysius here to kick things off.
And already, CS lead gained topside because, of course, this is what we expect in this matchup. But now, wow, we got fights going on both sides of the map.
doesn't get on the bot side, but here's Kenny dropping the camo. Hi, I'm Noah, gonna be in a lot of trouble fighting in the bush. Can they find one kill in return? There's a teleport coming through. DNish has the flash.
Oh, he missed.
Noah gets the kill. The counter TP. This might be a double. Dripped gets it. Fump has nowhere to go. Showed up at the wrong address. Was just looking for their goldfish. Went to Pete Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, Australia, but they found the dentist office.
Oh man, if Kenny landed the Q, that goes very differently, but Noah gets the heal and manages to be a part of two very crucial kills for Central Methodist early game. And no one died bot after that play. You get Shy at its flash out, but you can't actually secure anything here. Man, it is really good for Central Methodist to be able to get that and not really lose anything on the cross-map trade. And it's just such a big play for them. You get gold on this Lux, who is starting to pull ahead. Gold on this Darius, who is also pulling ahead. But we talked about it. Scaling is a big plus here for Braves. So we need to see this aggression kept up by Central Methodist so they can just run away with this game. Make it so Braves never reach those crucial spikes that will win it for them.
Beatdown, this is exactly the start that they were looking for. They held an ugly game, one loss, but they are back and better than ever. That kill on the Lux is so big, and Noah putting in damage on the top side. DNish has got to be very careful because you're hitting the nail on the head. Bump cannot get online if you want to win this game. You have to have so much advantage by the time that kill hits 16, if you even allow that kill to hit 16. DNish is going in there, not going to find much, so getting that Lux going early is going to be so big, and Fump has it back here again, most likely, getting bullied there in the mid lane.
And I gotta give credit to DNCS. The fact that he came back with boots and the Hearthbound axe is there for Noah. Him doing well in these trades, I think, is a big deal. Something Noah's gonna have to be careful of. Yeah, because Fump TP top, when realistically he wasn't able to offer much, he's losing out on farm and XP. Already almost a 20 CS lead in favor of Dripped on this Lux. And I mean, again, it's Kale looking to scale, will have a lot better of a time once Bump gets to level 6. But until then, you got to be careful, not looking for any plays that are too aggressive. You're just looking to farm and scale right now.
Sebastian backing in the jungle was a camp ahead, going to lose out on that advantage they had gained, but getting some items in the shop, I'm sure they're not going to be too upset about that. Right now, Fump able to farm freely and trying to recoup some of their losses, and hey, this is Braves League of Legends if I have ever seen it. The bot lane is what we're looking at right now. Everywhere else, not doing fantastic, but you know what? Frank and Racecar Worm, these two are all reliable on the bot side. We're going to see if they're able to help dig their team out of this hole they've dug themselves into early on. Noah, you're absolutely right. Your note on DNish able to really still contend in these trades despite just buying boots on the back.
Yeah, now he's come back to lane with Sheen, so he's definitely a lot happier to go toe-to-toe with Noah, but still, Noah gets the shove, means he gets to recall and walk back to lane and not lose out on anything, really. And with Sebastian in the area, Dionysius needs to definitely watch himself. But because you do have priority in the mid and you can affect that bottom lane, I do want to see Central Methodist try and look for this Dragon Soul, because, I mean, you want, again, we talked about it, you want to end this game before Braves Esports really comes online here. You have a lot of champs that are good in the mid game at around the 2-item mark. So if you can stack Dragon Soul, use that on top of the big spikes I'm talking about, that is how you want to end this game before things like Kogba, Kale, Viego become nightmares you cannot wake up from.
Frank trying to pull the old ruse there, the fake backtapping in the bush, and may have caught Shy Edits out on surprise. The polymorph coming on through. Frank frontlining, doing well to protect their ADC. We see Scuttlebean taking Viego in the vicinity. Keep your eyes on that bot lane. In the meantime, we're going to head on to the top side. DNish is duking it out with Hi there. I'm Noah. Not finding much. Mia ping onto Dragon. They're going to make a play for this. So you said that the Eagles need to be linked for this early on. They have advantages everywhere but bot, but they're going to use their bot prio to get this first Dragon.
And you gotta give props to Kenny. Even though he has the worst wave clear, he's been able to keep up in farm. Actually was ahead of Sebastian, allowing him to go for the dragon, and it's looking like he should be able to walk away. Sebastian has Ragnarok.
Looks like she'll be able to get out clear. Fump on the top side. Oh, there it is. Big root. Drip finding Kenny. That's a big kill to push their mid lane lead a little bit further ahead. Bump, they have to be shaken right now, staring down this Lux. You know, the only thing you can say to console yourself is we just have to wait to 16.
Yep.
We just have to wait to 16 because right now this Lux is dominating.
I mean, honestly, level 11 these days is pretty good for Kale. That's I think when Fump will be able to actually have an impact. We're still 4 levels away from that one in just a few minutes though, so I'm not too worried about that. I mean, we can look at bot too. The deficit. Oh wait, actually, hold on a second.
Yeah, DNH is not long for this world. There's the dunk, the bleed. Oh, the flash. Kenny come through, gets the counter flash, but Kenny might find the kill here.
Yep.
Ooh, not
just
gonna find anything there at all. Yeah, Noah able to find the kill. That's big. You're absolutely right about the kill, but it's just so scary, right? You're staring down this Lux who's almost 30 CS ahead and 2-0-0.
True.
Not a great spot to be. Once again, our eyes are drawn to the bot lane for Braves Esports. Can they prolong this game long enough for Fump to get online?
It's very possible. You talk about Kenny, who's going to have an impact once that Divine Thunder comes through. You race Carworm, who's building towards a call and is already ahead of Wailord overall. This is not bad. I think the only thing you have to play for is Central Method is the fact that they have a pretty hard winning top lane at the moment. Noah's up about 30 CS, 2 kills. Like, the goal difference is definitely insane. The top lane 1v1 is not an option. For Dionysius, I just want to see Central Methodist play more towards top. You could dive this Wukong, especially when his ult and flash are down, and Darius is so strong.
And there's a Solar Flare coming out through, followed by the Zenith Blade Warlord going to go nowhere, and that's what the comp's built to do. But keep your eyes on Drift, who stops the roam. May have had opportunity, but turns right around. I probably would have kept that one on going, but returns back to the lane. Maybe fear the counter roam. Doesn't have Viego vision, doesn't have Kale vision, so gets right back to lane. Will actually Mia ping there, as we do see Kale roaming around, and I think you're going to see a little bit of that from Fump trying to roam, because you know you can't do anything in lane. Dionysius getting ganked on the top side. Sebastian going in, coming through. There's the Ragnarok. Dionysius not going to be long for this world, and there's a nice kill. Zenith Blade on the bot side. Shy Edits going to be next on the chopping block. There's the ulti on themselves. Kale ult coming up through. Jinx ult not going to hit anything. There is Race Carworm. One auto shot. Do it there. It is the tower shot hitting Frank. Beautiful tower aggro juggling by Frank and Race Carworm with the ulti from Kale to boot. Just some gorgeous play from the Braves.
It took a while, but they got there in the end, Ethan. They managed to get the dive off, knock Shy Edits off of the map, and although Drip does get a plate, you still see Fump able to walk back and start collecting some of this farm. But man, that mid deficit is just something to just behold. Mid and top hard winning at the moment here. Having these solo lane leads is such a big deal. No, he doesn't die.
Both these top laners just playing Bakugan. A lot of spin to win. And here is the gank. Herald being dropped. Dionysius, not a great place to be. Gets out of there for a second. Oh, I am Noah. There's the tower shot. Oh, Rift Herald. Are you kidding me?
Shelly makes that a hard winning play for Central Methodist. So again, they're just trying to keep those resources into Noah's pocket. The fact that he's so strong and ahead is part of how they're going to win things out. And they're snowballing a lot better than they were in game 1 with this top lane lead. Now they have another play.
There's a Solar Flare. Zenith Blade coming out through. Race Carworm. That is easy pickings, like shooting fish in a barrel with a rocket launcher. It's almost hard to miss at that point. Frank, Race Carworm, they're going to siege that tower, get some plates. Sebastian baiting in. Dionysius here with Noah, and Dionysius is not having the game they were last game. There's Ragnarok pop. Axes coming on through Sebastian. They'll get another kill under their belt. A combined 5-0-4 for the top, and Jungle Drip does a massive amount of damage but won't find the kill thanks to a quick flash from there are the plates gone on the bot side. Viego pinging up this dragon, or excuse me, it's not Viego, that will be the opposition. The Eagles pinging up dragon. They don't want to lose out on the second one, especially when they're trying to win early on. Soul, one of their big win cons right now.
Right, but Central Method is not really any closer to that Soul. There are no dragons right now at 12 minutes. The thing is, they're snowballing so hard, maybe that they're not going to need it. The only thing Braves have going for them is the fact that Race Carworm is hard winning in the bot lane. Can they actually manage to hold off for him on for the rest of the squad on Braves here? Can you actually just cover it while Race Car throws out all the DPS? The Wit's End is already out, which has a lot of value because of how strong Drip is at the moment. And overall, the stats are great. So even though you get rid of this dragon, You still have a potential win con, but I mean, being 3K down, I like Central Methodist chances. They pick up the drag. They have this top lane pushed in so far. This is a big window for Noah to make something happen.
Windsoul is notably, or Cloud Soul is notably massive on Sebastian.
Yep.
Right? Getting that speed boost with the Ragnar. Also not bad on the Darius, right?
Yep.
You come down from a dunk, you're like, hey, baby, not
Jinx
only
too.
am I yamming, I got the new J's on, and I'm busting it as well.
That's right. And a lot of champs benefit from this soul, even though Cloud Soul is definitely memed as the weakest soul. I mean, for good reason. But this game, it is really nice for Central, and this is not nice for Dionysius, I think. No, he's going to walk away. But we're relaxed at this point, slowing down. Shy Edits is in the area, so you can't imagine much is going to take place. But Sebastian might be looking to make a play with that blast cone, or just to respond to the dive.
As they should, right? You've got to find a kill onto Racecar Worm. I mean, is there no shutdown goal with Racecar Worm, despite being 2-0 with 120 farm? So no shutdown there. Going to steal the Shelly right there.
Pain.
Out of the hands. That's gonna hurt right there. You know, vision is king, but I'm looking for killing a race car here if I'm the jungler, right? If I'm Sebastian, saying, yeah, I focused top, I found a lot of success, but I'm a little bit scared as Kenny drops the Herald Path, might be in some trouble. Noah, 2v1, trying to turn around, won't find enough. Big shutdown goal being handed over to the Viego.
And that's a nice extra bit of gold into Thumb's pocket. Much needed, much obliged here. And the bush play from Noah ends up falling apart. The thing is, even if Kenny is a bit behind, the beautiful thing about Viego, you get one kill and he manages to start resetting. He is in a really good position here. And wow, Thumb, nicely played. Let's use the Divine Judgment to stay alive. Thumb?
Uh-oh. Here's Frank. Can they find something? Dripped might be in trouble. There's Kenny dropping the held path. Dripped has to flash, but gonna be followed, and tough to flash, and you see a massive ape on the other side, and you're handing them every cent of your lunch money. Dionysius gonna take that one, but here's Ragnar coming on through. Frank, good Zenith Blade, unstoppable, of course, not gonna do much.
It's
there
expired.
Is the Solar Flare. Absolutely, the ult not gonna last forever. They're gonna find the kill there. Shutdown will be given over to Frank. Noah popping in there. Cheyenne saying, can't do much, and stuck around too long. Oh, the party was already over. Shy Edits is actually able to get out. Warlord not going to have the same fate. Race Car where they will now have some much-deserved shutdown gold, as will Frank. The bot lane for Braves Esports showing up and showing out.
You talk about the lead Central Method has had. Ethan, it's gone. Braves Esports picking up those shutdowns, and the solo dolo from Race Car means that they have managed to pull themselves ahead after being, I think it was 3,000 gold down. And although that kill from Drip will even things out a little bit, I mean, all of a sudden this lead feels not as big as it used to be for really obvious reasons. We talk about Race Car Worm, who is just smashing 3,000 gold up on Whale Lord. Like, that's insane. He is the big source of DPS here, and unless Noah and Sebastian can get through this front line, Race Car Worm is going to tear them to shreds.
I'm so impressed from that fight with Braves Esports because they took advantage of an Eagles team that was just trickling in member after member, right? We saw Noah die in the 1v2. Then we saw Drip go down. And then Sebastian was there trying to Ragnarok and make something happen. They just trickled. And Braves Esports did that all without Racecar Worm, who was happily farming and winning a 1v1 on the bottom side of the map. This Braves team just came back. They bridged the 3K gold gap with play without their strongest member. That was so big.
Now, we take a look at Thump. He's hit that level 11 mark. Gnasher's Tooth is ready to go. Now, the DPS is really starting to feel like it's going to be something coming out from this Kale here. Something to be wary of in these fights. And Dripped gets the thumbs up as he dodged the Zenith Blade. However, you do lose out on a lot of priority over this Dragon Pit because bot lane, you're barely just shoving it in, but you still have to wait, back off, and try to clear these waves so you can try to fight for priority once again. That's why you see Drip just trying to ult the wave, just trying to get a good amount of damage onto Race Car Worm so that they can actually try and fight for this dragon. But I mean, you have Sebastian on the other side of the map. Maybe they want to just take Herald and give it to Noah so he can really threaten this side lane because they don't seem to be caring about this dragon.
Yeah, they are completely abandoning the bottom side of the map and putting all their efforts onto this Herald. Shy edits there. Lux holding that mid lane strong so the pressure maintains, although maybe in a bit of trouble. See Darius pushing as well. They are securing this Rift Herald pretty well. I like their positioning. I like what they're doing. Just the question is this valuable enough to trade Dragon for it?
I think stacking dragons is fine as you're the team that is scaling. You just have to be very careful. You have to know that this Herald is immediately going to go top because the dragon hasn't been stolen. We're seeing some recalls come through. Maybe nothing will come of it just yet, but they have to know that that is a threat once the next neutral objective comes out here. But for now, it's going to be trading sides of the map, picking up whatever gold you can, and just trying to get as much pressure in the right places.
Yeah, Dionysius is going to just be was just defending on the top side. I'm surprised they didn't try to make an aggressive play for Herald there to drop the Herald on the top side of the map, but they keep it in their back pocket for a later date, which I guess keeps the Braves guessing on what they're going to do. They're able to push on the bot side of the map. We did just see Race Car Worm take that blue buff and is now backing. I doubt that'll come to anything of consequence, though. Either Noah is here. Kenny in the vicinity. 2v2 could be imminent. Lux in the area could collapse down. We'll see if anything further happens. Doesn't look like it. This game is a dead heat as far as gold goes, just about to the cent. These two, they're really duking out. The Braves have come back in a big way.
Come back to a state where the gold is even. Of course, the solo laners of Central still very far ahead, but it's Race Car Worm basically deadlifting his team with the amount of gold that he has carried for himself here. And I mean, this is a comp where you can just do a lot of setting up for this Kog'Maw. He's about to get Flash up very soon. He's at 2 items with the shield bow being completed. He's going to be a very difficult ADC to kill with all the sustain he's got for himself now. So even though you have a lot of pressure on this bottom side, with Noah being able to take these turrets, until you can turn these into some more crucial objectives, it's going to be tough for it to be worth, because pretty soon we're going to get to that point. Much like in last game, you're going to have to fight Braves, even if you don't want to, when things like Baron and Dragon Soul are on the line.
Yeah, you can't keep running from this forever, though I do like their pushing efforts here with Hyder Noah and Sebastian in the vicinity. Fump, can't see Sebastian there, but Frank is in the vicinity, and they've had a great game so far. Frank responding over, gets a flash out. Shy edits caught between a rock and a hard place. That's not going to be great. CC coming on through. That'll be a free kill onto the sport. Hurts to lose your Enchanter this early on in what could be a fight, and it's actually going to cause the Eagles to back on off. Frank, perfect KDA last game, perfect KDA this game, looking pretty hot, red hot, if you will.
That's right. And so far, the TV play is big for Braves. And because Whalers on the other end of the map, isn't anything he can do to turn the tides there. And with the fact that Race Car has been just able to push mid the whole time, it means this mid turret is finally going to go down. And that's more gold into Braves' pocket. I say finally, but it's looking like the wave was taken out in time. But still, overall, the plays going in favor of Braves, seeming like some positioning errors coming through. We saw Shy Edits take a very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very hopeful path that didn't end up working out here. But now it's just they're going to push mid, they're going to move top. But pretty soon they're going to have to answer Noah on that bot side because he cannot push for free by himself.
Yeah, positioning there from Shy Edits akin to all of the NA fans looking at Cloud9.
Oh, too soon.
It was good intention. It was good intention. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed in the urgency from the Eagles here. We know outside of this game what's going on in the standings. We know that this is to continue playing on in the playoffs. They want to give themselves a chance, and they had a lead, and they didn't do enough with it. Their positioning didn't reflect the lead they had. They weren't playing with confidence. They threw it away on a heavily trickled team fight, and I mean, this is the game state they find themselves in. They're a little bit down on gold. They're down 1 kill. They're trailing a drag. They've got their work cut out for them, where this could have been a much easier affair if they had been aggressive with the lead that they had earned.
Speaking of leads, we're going to see the mid lead is narrowed a little, but Drift is still quite a sizable amount of gold ahead. The big one is still top. Noah is a big boy, much like last game, but not enough is being done with this lead here, because especially once we really start fighting for things like Baron, the next dragon, Race Car Worm is going to be a big deal. He's so much damage at the moment. He's at what, I think 2.5 items last time I saw. And I mean, with this turret gold being taken down, because part of this lead was the fact that they took so many early turrets, it's easy for Braves to catch up when a lot of these outer turrets are still available on the board. And now with this top one going down, they just start to take an even bigger lead. They can push this top lead so much further. And because someone has to answer it, the NECs can just start walking towards Dragon.
Yeah, Dionysius afforded a lot of time here on the top side, and here comes the cavalry. So we're going to see a bit of a fight over Dragon. It looks like Central Methodist is willing to fight. They finally ponied up, and they say, you know what? We have to find somewhere where we're going to make a stand. Shy at it, so you don't want to get caught out yet again. Not going to happen. Either I'm Noah looking for a grab on the backside of pit. Not going to find anything there. They will take care of the pink ward, but on the front side, here's the fight. Lux Ulti, that's so much damage, but there's the kill ulti. That's going to be big.
Oh, look
Chopper's
at Race Car, though. He's so strong.
Race Car, the damage. Absolute buckets of it. There's the double. Dionysius decides they're not done. Damage on the backside. Warlord coming through. Kenny misses that. Shy edits will go down. They get the Dragon. Good gravy. The bot lane for Braves Esports getting it done.
Braves just broke the game wide open. Ethan, you saw exactly how it looks when Racecar gets to auto attack. It was just nothing to be done. You could see the indecision. Do I go back? Do I go forward? He's going to kill you either way. And with no jungler and how much damage you do, you could actually do the Baron even though Sebastian is back on the map. You have Kale, level 14. You have this incredibly strong Kog'Maw. I think the only thing that can steal this is Wailord's ulti.
And we're going to see if Warlord has a magical
he doesn't
ulti
even have
in
it.
them. Oh, you're right. They're going to need all the pixie dust they have in their back pocket if they want to somehow do it. They don't have a miracle in them. Sebastian on the front line, still trying to fight, maybe trying to take away a Baron buff. They're not going to find anything but a Wukong dummy. And they might be feeling like the dummies right now after that big lead they have. They couldn't do enough with it, and now they're down nearly 5k gold. They're looking against a superior scaling comp that has a Baron buff, and it's only getting harder from here.
Ethan, I got some bad news. I hope you're sitting down.
I indeed haven't. I haven't risen from my seat yet. But
okay,
what is it?
Racecar has his third item. He has the Rage Blade, and Fump has that second item. These are the spikes we were talking about that Central needed to worry about. Now with the Baron buff and the fact that they're down 5k, this lead is only going to grow, and they're in a tough spot here on the Eagles side. I mean, this stopwatch means that final spark isn't going to get the damage that Drift is looking for. And this Baron buff means that they're just going to start winning all across the map here. This gold lead is only going to grow unless we see a miracle team fight come through from the Methodists. And I mean miracle.
Yeah, they're going to need to pull out all the stops and get some help. Sebastian, that's not the engage that you're looking for. Frank going to back off. There's a flash, trying to get a big kill here. Fump, there's the ulti. Noah, gotta back off a little bit, I assume, the ulti, but there's the flash. Fump generating some space. Spindlewind not going to find its intended target. Fump still generating space. Drops the heal, gets the speed boost, just generating more and more space. Final spark, finally going to find a target, but Frank just a little too beefy. Noah going in, taking some of the help.
Guillotine is up.
And there it is, so a big kill on the Fump, but what are you doing on the top side? Ragnarok doesn't help you out enough there, and Sebastian going to go down. Shyatta's nearly taking one to the back on the top side. Dionysius getting a little bit aggressive, taking some tower shots, but has double caddies with the Baron buff, is going to be able to siege pretty effectively there. Hallowed Path being dropped by Kenny, who is looking for another kill. Lux, you got to be very careful approaching. You know, I've been impressed by Drip's gameplay. Going back to what you were talking about a little bit before with the final sparks, it was a beautiful stopwatch earlier. Drip has been deadly accurate. The problem is, we've seen the kill-offs, we've seen the stopwatches come through. There's been time and time again where it looks like a good kill just gets interrupted. Frank, the grab, not gonna negate the blast code. Frank drops the ulti. There's a Xenoblade, not gonna be enough. Gets dunked on. Big shutdown being handed over the Darius. They'll take every single cent they can get into their back pocket. They need to put the team on the back here. Noah looking like the one that's going to have to get things done. Race Car Worm might be in a bit of trouble. There is Kenny dropping the camouflage. Noah looking for it.
Wait, they turn
gotta
this?
be careful. Racecar's damage is absolutely insane. Noah, you still have to be careful. Warlord going to go down here. Big Flash actually going to be the saving grace. Whole lot of action across the map. A lot of split fights. Dionysius really trying to crack this top tower.
Yeah, but you can see that shutdown they get onto Frank is all they can grab for themselves here. I mean, you get a shutdown, which is cool, but the fact is, you didn't pick up Cog shutdown, you didn't pick up Viego's. And the fact is, there are no objectives for you to fight for either, so the numbers advantage doesn't actually do much for you. Frank is back on the map, ready to set up vision for this next. What could be final Elemental Drake for the side of Brave? They could get that Cloud Soul they've been working towards this whole game. And the fact is, they're still up 6,000 gold. They get the front to back they are looking for. It is going to be over. We're late enough where these spawn timers means they could just end the game through top. And the fact is, they're winning all over the map too, with all these waves pushed in that Central Methodists have to answer, to the point where if they want to fight this Drake, they're going to have to throw away some golden XP.
Don't give Frank any more move speed, especially after that ulti. The ability to drop the solar flare and then just zoom right in there, going to be scary. We see a bit of a bush Wookiee strategy. If you ever seen Star Wars, you know what I'm talking about right here. Oh, that's not really the target they're looking for. So they're going to wait, or they're going to go in. There's the grab. That's going to be a potential big kill. There's the ult. Here comes the cavalry from the bot side of the map. Dionysius is going to get out alive.
Racecar's here.
The heal, the flash. There's a shutdown. Goes on to
He does so much damage.
Racecar, so much damage. Shy, and it's going to survive it. Kenny gets the kill in the jungle. That's big. No smite for this last elemental drag. Shy, and it's... This is just ugly right here. Kenny gonna find the double kill. That ulti coming through from Warlord, not going to do much. There's a big CC. Kenny, gets the kill out, going in. Kenny can't stay alive, but can they trade kills? Noah is going to be enough there with the Lux. Warlord turning around. Frank, I'm afraid you're not long for the world, or are you? There's the response. Race car zooming on in for a big kill. The Lux ult, not enough. The final spark, not going to be Frank's final moments. After a massive fight, we trade 3 for 4. All things considered, the Eagles can't be super upset with that fight.
Oh man, but it's tough. They got their work cut out for them. Braves, you see it. Racecar, that was only so scrappy because Racecar went to finish the dragon. And you can see as soon as he turns his attention to members of Central Methodist, they disappear. They don't live anymore. They're wondering, they got to the gray screen so fast, they are asking themselves, what happened? Did you get the number of that void creature? And it's 46.
I don't think Kog'Maw has an insurance agency, but if they
he
do,
doesn't
the
need
coverage
it.
has to be. He's going to have to be pretty good for what you're inflicting on others. Cheyenne might be in some trouble there.
Well,
Frank, not on the same page as the rest of the team there, will get out scot-free. I was just thinking, this is just free kites now for race car, right? With the soul, because you're ulting every 2 seconds. So you get the speed boost every 2 seconds, right? And you're just kiting like crazy around the fight. I'm not mistaken in that, right?
Yeah, it is every time you cast it. So you're right. I don't see why it wouldn't be refreshing at this point. You can see the damage that they can do on the Baron. Frank is so tanky. They could just turn and fight. They could finish the Baron. They have so many options.
Oh my gosh, Noah gonna go a bit low here. There's a big ult on the Frank from the Kale. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The damage on the front line. Nothing is gonna matter. The Eagles can't do much. Warlord gonna get that one down. Shy, and it's next on the block. You're gonna go. We have figured out the natural predator of an eagle, and it is the Braves. Drip. Oh, that stasis not gonna help you for too long. Final spark coming through, not gonna find any kills, and the Braves may be able to end the game off of that one.
We got long spawn timers here, Ethan. I think it's GG, well played, as Braves are just running through the base with this Baron buff. Dionysius, he's just backing so he could teleport onto this cannon minion, or whatever minion gets into the tower. But I think this is it.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like the Eagles' time on the Rift is coming to a close, and their playoff chances coming to a close as well. Here's the cavalry. Noah coming through. Maybe a preemptive ult there for the Kale. Kenny doing a lot of damage, but here is Warlord on the backline.
He's just full
a lot
sending.
of damage here. Oh, Dionysius, Warlord gonna go down there. Shy. They have no chance. The Braves are too strong. Race Car says, get on my oddly shaped spiky back. I can take us to the finish line.
And there it is, 2-0 Braves put themselves at 5-1 and guarantee a higher seed going into the playoffs. And unfortunately, they will destroy Central Methodist's hopes and dreams of making that same trip. Insane game coming out from Braves. No cap, just gap. I think is really starting to show here and how they conduct themselves. You know, you got to give props to Central Methodist. They did put on a pretty good show, especially in game two. They had controlled the game for a while, but I think in both games, they just struggled to close out some of the leads they got for themselves here. The strat, I think, was good, playing through top, giving yourself these safe bot matches. Bot matchups, I think, is a really good idea. They just couldn't quite execute it because it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, they weren't quite aggressive, in my opinion. They got the lead they wanted, right? And it didn't transfer to Dragons. You said it yourself. You're playing for the Dragons, so you're like, you know what? We don't scale. We need to find some advantage that transfers into the late game. That was it, and they got it was just not enough. They had their lead. They didn't do a ton with it. I got a big question for you, Pete Town, before we go. If you're another team looking at this game, what are your takeaways if you're trying to beat the Braves come playoff time? Because they look like a really well-rounded team. I mean, you know their bot lane's strong. What can you do about it?
I think you got to play towards team fighting. I mean, we saw the playing towards top side, playing for a split. The side lane is definitely an option, but that is a difficult method of play to execute. And I think it's something, especially unless you're at the highest levels of play, what I always say is just play for team fight. Draft yourselves a good front to back composition. Practice it with champions that you are comfortable playing on. And I think that's usually your best chance in these kinds of tournaments here. And I think that's probably something you look at when you watch the Braves play because they play this front to back game. And if you can't beat them, you got to just join them.
Yeah, we will see if anyone is able to out scheme the Braves come playoff time. We've got one more match coming your way here on the NECC, so don't go anywhere unless it's to your fridge for a few refreshments, because we'll be right back with a new set of games and a new set of casters.
Stoned in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. Stoned in paradise.
Hello and welcome back in NECC Week 6. We are wrapping up the night with a fantastic matchup here in the Champion Scion Division. Fish and Dia calling all of our action. We've got Columbia College Navy taking on UBC Onyx. And Dia, we are prepping for the game, and you gave yourself away. You have a little bit of an interest in UBC, so now you're forcing me to take Columbia College's side, even if I don't want to.
You know what? I do. So for full transparency, hello folks, I am a UBC alum and I will be trying my best to keep my bias inside during the remainder of this cast. But I think you got a pretty good deal, Fish, because Columbia Navy have been looking pretty darn good so far, and most recently, UBC Onyx have not, and especially with their big swap ups today, there are a lot of questions about how this roster is going to synergize. I think they've got a really good point bringing Slurps, a very high ranked player, back into the fold, and specifically on AD carry, but having to make these adjustments from week to week has got to be taxing.
Yeah, UBC Onyx is hanging on right at that cutoff line for the playoffs, as you mentioned. And that change is going to be maybe the most interesting thing of the whole night, because you mentioned Slurps going down to that bot lane where he is a very talented player. And for Columbia College Navy, to the best of our ability, Dia, they don't have an AD carry. They're putting someone down there who plays a lot of mid lane. They play some AD carry maybe when they get off-rolled in solo queue. That's a very interesting matchup and one that could favor UBC. You've got your best player going against somebody who is like, yeah, I guess I could play ADC. It can't be that hard, can it?
Yeah, you know what? I believe in it. I was telling you earlier about the variety of things that you can bring into the bot lane. Annie, for one, we were discussing as mages are occurring more and more. Ziggs ADC has taken a little bit of a back foot, but because there isn't as much of a focus there for them, and there is for the side of UBC Onyx, I'm expecting already for there to be a very big disparity in what their win conditions are, especially with Columbia Navy perhaps focusing more on a strong top side, and UBC Onyx definitely trying to gank that bot lane, get as much action going through there. And that's my favorite stuff, is when we get this yin-yang developing on the Rift that will eventually meet in the middle.
I think it's going to be very interesting, as you mentioned. The other thing that I really loved about Columbia College is when you game one, and you'll see it in some of the bans when we do get into the pick draft. Of course, the pro draft already finished. Is you have to ban out their one trick champions. And my goodness, Columbia College has some incredible. Or the Columbia College Navy. The Andy you brought up, the Tryndamere, their player has over 1,000 Tryndamere games in the last two. How banning away champions that you usually wouldn't in the Annie, in the Tryndamere, are going to affect the rest of the draft, because there's some power picks that are going to get left open because you've got to take care of something that somebody plays that you're usually not ready for.
Those power picks are going to show themselves very soon. We'll be going from top to bot here in the actual in-client draft. The pro draft has been done before, and I think that the priority that was shown was really, really interesting. UBC Onyx, they ended up prioritizing their jungler and then their bot lane in the same way. Columbia College responded in kind with a very strong bot lane of their own and a jungle matchup that they personally feel works well into what we will see is the Jarvan for UBC Onyx. So it's a very straightforward sort of a draft. It's a very brute force approach from UBC Onyx, but at the same time, Columbia College have taken their opportunity to play things sort of at a distance here, getting themselves neutralizing power picks, but not direct counter picks.
And I think the one thing that I really like for Columbia College, as we've talked about this bot lane, is they got the bot lane synergy. You'll see it there. We didn't have to remake the lobby. It happens when you're like, oh, we're just going to ban the first 5, right? No, it's pro draft style where you ban 3, pick 1. So the pick for the Trundle, actually a ban champion, so we'll just remake that real quick, is that Columbia College got that Xayah Rakan, that power combo. They picked it first on the red side, and I like that for someone who isn't familiar with the bot lane. You give champions that already have this innate synergy together. You rarely see them get through at the same time unless you pick them both on red on the first 2 picks. So I like that for Columbia College, saying, let's just take a bot lane we know works well together, even if it's something they maybe haven't practiced yet.
Yeah, and the other thing that I want to note is that Columbia College, with that Xayah Rakan that you talked about, did intentionally pick red side. They had side selection here, and they chose specifically to move themselves onto the red side, whose strength lies inside of the counter pick. So the R5 is actually the really important sort of crux of the draft for them. And that R5, as you will see soon, ended up being their mid laner that really brought things together. You think Camille, what goes well with Camille?
I really like this mid lane pick that we're going to see. And I also think that See, Columbia College Navy has to be so happy. They get the Lee Sin, who's usually a very strong champion, and they also get the Camille, who is a very... It took so long for the Camille to be picked. I have never seen a Camille last all the way till R4, and that's exactly where Arctic Mix picked it up. And now we're going to see what JS Method wanted to get on that counter pick. You mentioned the R5D, and he is going to get a champion, I think, as you said. Compliments Camille, but really compliments the whole map style. It's that Galio, that Hero's Entrance. He is going to go wherever he wants, and he is going to assist Columbia College Navy anytime they want to take a fight, and basically mirroring that Shen that we see that UBC Onyx has picked up.
And it complements, like you say, exactly the style that we expected Columbia to go for. This strong top side, the Galio being able to roam up with a very strong, not only mid 2v2, but top 2v2 when you include the Lee Sin, should have Columbia winning the entirety of top side, getting all the Rift Heralds, pushing into the jungle of Perfect Power, and towards the bot side is where UBC Onyx are going to have to look, because they got an extremely dominant lane. You see it on your screens now. That Caitlyn Nautilus was first rounded for them, and it has to be for a reason.
Yeah, I love the Caitlyn Nautilus pick, and you mentioned Perfect Power on that Jarvan 4. Probably going to be hanging around the bot side of the map a ton for UBC Onyx. Getting Slurps, one of their best players, a player who's bounced around a bit. I know it's in previous NECC weeks, they've been up in the top lane. Now they move back into the bot lane where they can be very strong, and I'm curious how they'll do against Komsky, who, again, is more of a mid lane player, plays a lot of Annie in their solo queue, has some ADC in there. He's going to be probably when it's flexed, or maybe their second pick when they queue up. And I'm very curious if Slurps and Perfect Power can combine to maybe take down that bot lane, keep the rest of Columbia College off guard, because that top side of the map with Arctic Mist and with JS Method could absolutely snowball, because we know what Shen's going to do. He just wants to stand united into fights and help you out. If you can pick him off a ton, those taunts aren't really going to matter, because he's not going to have enough bulk to be able to survive all the damage you're throwing at him.
Yeah, and importantly, his global literally does not matter at all if you're bringing the fight to him. If the rest of the team has to come up and address the Shen, it's weirdly enough, for a game that is going to be so bot-centric for UBC Onyx and so top-centric for Columbia Navy, if you're UBC, your focus is going to be not on whether Slurps can dominate the bot lane, as that should be happening already with the Caitlyn Nautilus, but more importantly, can Ios survive the lane against this Camille, and at the level 6 mark, inherently Galio? However, because we're going to be talking about that top matchup so much, it bears mentioning that we're not actually going to be calling Ios on your screen. Ios, he prefers to go by Sway.
Yeah, Sway is going to have a very difficult time. I'm curious. Whenever I play Galio, I love to say, hey, look, when I hit 6, I'm going to Hero's Entrance in somewhere. I want to make a play on the map. Make that ult felt, because, of course, you can't ult yourself like you can with the Orianna. You have that shockwave power to get a solo kill. So what does JS Method want to do? Is it going to be going bot lane? Is it going to be roaming top? I assume as soon as he hits 6, he's going to look to make a play. The other thing I'm really curious about, and this came up last week in my game, is we saw the Gore Drinker nerfs. They're playing on that current patch, of course. Will we see either Perfect Power get scared away? Last week I saw Jarvan tank in the NECC because they're like, well, the Gore Drinker nerfs. I hope they don't do that, because I think Gore Drinker is still very strong. But is it interesting with the Gore Drinker nerf, you pick 2 junglers, Lee Sin and Jarvan, that love that Gore Drinker. If somebody kind of psychs themselves out and says, well, it's been nerfed, I got to try something else, and maybe gets a little bit too creative.
That's true, and that the build paths will be something that we'll have to pay a lot of attention to because of that, because you do want that extra little bit of damage, especially when it comes to the Wombo combo of the Jarvan and the Orianna. That is the one thing that UBC have to layer down that doesn't involve Slurps popping off in a fight, that doesn't involve him sort of going through in the mid game, because Caitlyn isn't known for her mid game, and even now with the addition of the mythic items, with the big change ups here, that hasn't really shifted away. Caitlyn's strength lies in her laning phase and in her late game, and it's going to have to be the mid lane and the jungle that carry Slurps and UBC through into what should be a strong finish for them. They own the bot lane. They should have the first 2 dragons. Whether they can secure the 3rd and the 4th, those are the things that will determine whether UBC Onyx can turn what should be a good early game for them into a solid late.
Yeah, and I think you're hitting the nail on the head for UBC. I would love to see Columbia College Navy counter that, except, look, they're going to have bot lane power, get the first Herald, try and put your top laner incredibly far ahead on that Camille, maybe even have the Galio run up there. See if you can get Camille 5 plates, because 5 plates trading off for 2 dragons is going to be a huge pick. And Dia, anytime there's an Orianna, I personally love to talk about the ball delivery system, the BDS, and I look at the side of UBC Onyx and I say, well, you kind of got the Jarvan if you're looking at Cataclysm on the back line. You kind of have the Shen. You kind of have the Nautilus. So who is going to be that ball delivery system for Onyx? Because they have people who can get in the back line but don't really have a great way to unless they sacrifice their body.
You know what? It really depends, and I know that that's the answer that, of course, play-by-plays hate to hear. I want to be decisive here, but it's going to depend on the power levels of these teams, and more importantly, the tempo of the game. Because if UBC are the ones initiating, it's going to be on Jarvan, who's going to be able to dunk multiple members. But if they're peeling away, Nautilus is actually a really good option because he's more likely to be in the thick of things and pulling people away from your AD carry, which is where you want that ball to be. So if UBC are playing defensively, ball's going to be on Nautilus. If they're playing offensively, we look for it to be on the Jarvan. You know, personally, me, I'm hoping that it is on that Jarvan. I'm hoping that UBC are on the front foot and they are doing the alma mater proud.
And I think if it is on the Jarvan, the one thing that they've got to be very, very careful of is that Komsky picked a perfect AD carry, first picking the Xayah on red side into that Orianna, because you have the Featherstorm, you can go immune, you can get out of the Cataclysm. It's not going to be as simple as, hey, Jarvan, get in there, dunk on top of the Xayah, and I'll immediately shockwave. If you do that, I don't think you'll be too happy because you're just going to see a lot of whiffs. So it is going to be very hard making sure you wait for the Featherstorm to come out, wait for those second and a half of immunity to be done for the Xayah, then you land that shockwave. That is a lot of pressure on the UBC mid lane because you just want to say, I'm in, hit the shockwave, and unfortunately, if you catch nothing but air with shockwave, that Orianna loses a ton of power. So Komsky's got a lot of pressure for Featherstorming, and it's basically Orianna who's got to wait it out, track the ult, and if they miss, it could be bad. But it sounds like we're ready to get into game, Dia. Hopefully your alma mater does you proud. Of course, I will take Columbia College Navy just to make sure it's even here on the casting desk, but I hope at least we get a good game. That's all I'm really rooting for.
Yeah, no, honestly, no matter who wins, I think the consistent thing that we've had here at the NEC is that we are winning on the desk. The viewers, the quality of games that we're getting have been really, really exciting, and I look forward to seeing that even more so as we got a cheeky little level 1 set up here. Not going to be turning into too much action, but perhaps a little bit of poke to do you good. We'll put Matthew right back into the jungle where he is safe, but more importantly, net UBC a little bit of vision and tracking on this Lee Sin.
Curious if Matthew saw that ward, if he's going to back and just get the sweeper, it would be up around the time that red buff spawns. He is going to back just to get some of that health back. Would give him, a smidge of experience. I think it's 10 experience. He gets some gold as well. But no, he's not going to get the sweeper. So that is going to mean, of course, Lee Sin likes to have the warding trinket to enable their hops. As you said, they're going to get the Onyx, UBC Onyxes. They're going to get some vision. They're going to know he's starting at red buff. And I'll be curious if Jarvan tries to vertical jungle this, knowing where Lee Sin's starting, or maybe even meet him on the blue, bring your lane up. I'm curious what they'll do with that information they get.
I love what you say there about bringing the bot lane up to help Jarvan and Bade, because that's the one point where you can start answering back what should otherwise be a strong game around the Lee Sin for Columbia Navy. I would really like to see that happen. If you can get push at the level 1, level 2, as the Caitlyn Nautilus, you bring a lot of CC to the table, you can shut down Matthew, and that would be a great way for UBC to start snowballing things away. However, on the side of Columbia, I don't think that they would fall too far behind or be too sad either if there were to be some sort of vertical jungling, because most importantly, it gives their win condition. Arctic Myths up here in the top lane, pressure on the Camille, and if you have pressure on Camille, if you're able to deny Shen waves, you should be good. You should be able to reach those item spikes where all of a sudden you can't be 1v1 by him anymore.
There's a great ward down as we see there. Sway winning this trade easily against Arctic Mist. Oh, is he going to flash the tower? No, he doesn't have it. He has the Ignite Teleport. Doesn't have the hook shot available either. And Sway with the early win on that Shen, and Shelly being also get a nice trade of poke. That's just too much confidence on the Camille.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I really start sweating because you and I were just talking about it. How Sway should be actually pretty comfortable in this matchup until the item breakpoints, and with nothing to do, Arctic Myths has to burn that teleport to get back to the lane right now. Already down in CS, Shen up a kill, and we're delaying that Camille item spike while also taking Matthew away from the top side. Now Camille doesn't have pressure. She's going to get the wave served to her for free, and UBC are in control of the top side where Columbia Navy should be pulling ahead.
See the pings come out. Here comes the bot lane for UBC. Everybody's crowded up around this blue buff. Nobody's pulled the trigger quite yet. There's the Justice Punch, but it hits a wall. Now they're going to try and channel the taunt. They will be able to land it onto Perfect Power. Looking at it on the back line. JS Smith goes down. Matthew 16 forced to flash away. So is Big Muzi. Has to end up trying to body block for his jungle. Chen just needs to look for that Lee Sin. Lands the dread line, and Shelly Bean picks it up. That is a huge win for UBC Onyx.
Let's go, Thunderbirds. Very nice recognition by them that despite the fact that Columbia Navy rotate up to try and stop it, they've still got that power in the early game. The Nautilus and Caitlyn especially are never going to let you win that engagement, no matter how much matching you're doing for them. They get to the fight first, they finish it first, and now they've got that nice injection of gold, up about 1,000 for UBC Onyx. Jungle paths are sort of finishing up here. We might actually get a double scuttle for Perfect Power, which would set them off to an even bigger lead. At this point, UBC Onyx, they're the ones in control of the game. And it's up to Matthew, Arctic Myth, and the level 6 from JS Method in the mid lane to change things for the better for Columbia.
And the good news here for UBC Onyx, we established their game plan. It's get the first 2 early dragons, then work towards Soul. Is that it's a Cloud Dragon early, so we won't get the Cloud Soul that is memed upon. Has some value, but this means we should get a stronger Soul for UBC Onyx if that's their game plan, which really plays into them potentially winning. Is now we do see, here comes Perfect Power. They're looking for a play on the top side of the map. JS Method has been taking a ton of poke from Shelly Bean. They have played this Orianna fantastically at the first few levels, but of course, as we talked about, once this Galio hits 6, their roam potential is really unlocked. Is Galio's getting a bit aggressive here. I don't think he's going to find anything. Is the Onyx bot lane for UBC is going to bet.
This is really scary, though. That play that you highlighted in the top side with Perfect Power coming up to scare Arctic Myths away means a lot, because it means that Ios gets to freeze the wave over at his tower. He has been able to essentially deny minions from Arctic Myths because the way that he's managed the waves ever since the first blood. And with the experience starting to build up in that top side, with Jen ahead, as we talked about, you're going to need to start paying attention here, as Perfect Power is already waiting in the wings for yet another gank. There is vision in this brush, but if Arctic Myths overextend, there is not much you can do.
You can see him on the ward, but if you are in the middle of a Shen taunt, there's nothing you can do. Not to mention that Jarvan would have the flag and drag. The taunt is going to land, but Perfect Power had just walked away. Now going to go over with the blast code. We'll use the sweeper to disable the ward. Hook shot will come through, get Arctic Mist away. And unfortunately, just a bit of a miscommunication. Perfect Power walked away. We might win lane. Justice Punch taunt going to land. Matthew 16, though, misses the Sonic Wave. And JS Method is taking a ton of damage. We see Big Muzi coming in on that recon as well. This Galio's just staying way too long. The level up heal barely keeps them alive.
Oh my god! It is so infrequently that we see the level actually change the way that a fight was going to go, because otherwise Shelly Bean gets out of there very, very happy. Then, you know what? The reality is that you can still be pretty proud of what you laid down in the mid lane. 3 people had to roam up. Interestingly enough, with Perfect Power being up towards the top side, though, Columbia Navy can start pulling themselves down towards the bot side. You can see on the mini-map right now that ping towards the Dragon. First Drake that was expected to go to UBC Onyx seems to be going the other way.
And Galio has the teleport, so JS Method can easily get back in this fight. Perfect Power looks like they want to make a play on Arctic Mist. They know they're going to trade the Dragon, so they have to get some value. Always scary tower diving a Camille, and I'll be very curious to see here if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure what way they're going to go about this, and I am 50-50 on whether I like the way that UBC Onyx are playing this, because half of me likes the fact that they're investing a lot into continuing to shut down Columbia's win condition, and the other half of me says, are you investing in your own win condition? Because right now, Slurps and Komsky are even in CS down in the bot lane, and you want UBC to have the stronger bot when we get to the mid game, because the game isn't about your top lane. It isn't about how strong the Shen is. It's about the Camille. It's about the Camille. It is about Caitlyn, and it is about this Orianna.
There is that first Dragon going over to Columbia College. They'll pick up a Cloud Drake. It looks like it'll be Ocean next. We'll either get Infernal or Mountain as our soul this game. They will also take down this Rift Scuttle here. And now with Rift Herald spawning in a minute, the question becomes, we know the Dragon was hard to play. We hyped that up for Onyx. Is they now rotate up to the top lane, where Ioza's got a ton of value on this Shen so far, has denied Arctic Mist. Sikovsky taking a ton of damage here. Chen looking for a play. They are going to have the Stand United up as well, though of course the Camille can cancel it. So it's going to be very careful when they want to do it. Here comes JS Method as well. They're looking for a play on the bot side.
You can tell Komsky is baiting right now, and it's nice that UBC Onyx ended up calling that. They've got the backup from Perfect Power as well, but now who's baiting who as Slurps, taken down to very low HP, isn't going to end up going down. Instead, tries almost to collect a kill and is looking for more.
Komsky throwing out a ton of feathers, gets the double root into a double knockup. Chen is just going to have to tank all of that damage. Big Muzi gets the kill, but they'll take it no matter what. Matthew looking for a great Dragon Rage. Here's the Stand United, though. Is it going to get canceled by Camille? The answer is no. But now with a full disengage from Columbia College, this Camille is going to get free plates. Now Shen's got to teleport back to the top lane immediately.
Yeah, favors being done, honestly, for the side of Columbia with that Shen expending the Stand United down towards the bot side. The teleport that you talked about will mitigate some of that for UBC, but now teleport advantage is gone. They didn't get anything for the first Stand United of the game, and Columbia managed to get their first kill on, albeit the Recon, but still a pretty good start for them. And as things go, still a positive play for Columbia. They are the ones that get to dictate to UBC Onyx in that situation. They're looking for more in this mid lane.
Shockwave barely misses. They're going to trade flashes there for Chen and JS Method, and this time the Galio will barely get away. A fantastic Justice Punch, dodging that command Shockwave from Shelly Bean, and just showing how hard it is going to be for that Orianna to get value because there's so much mobility for Columbia College Navy. But I think early on, this start, even though they didn't get the Dragons we had hyped them up for, and I know you were rooting for Dia, I like this start for UBC Onyx. They have played it perfectly, and the fact that the Shen is still winning is a huge plus to how they wanted to play this game.
Yeah, and it's continuing to shut down the win con of Arctic Mist in the top lane. It isn't by a whole lot of CS just yet, but you take your wins where you can get them. I think that where this could go wrong, though, is if this happens.
Hextech Ultimatum comes out. Here is the ward dash in from Matthew. Sonic Wave going to land. There's nothing this poor Shen can do. And finally, they'll lose some value up at the top side. There's a Rift Herald up. The pings are going out. JS Method looking to protect it. This should be a free Rift Herald, potentially, once they get this scuttle down. I'd like to see him jump all over it.
I mean, I think it absolutely should be. You're spot on, because remember, Columbia should always be winning the top side. It's the bot lane where things get a little bit more interesting, as Muzi is very much finding out, but so is Komsky. A nice dredge line is going to land. Komsky going low. See how this one goes.
Slurps looking for the ult. Great cancel on the Feather Storm there. Ace in the hole's almost up, but I don't think they're going to find much value. This is a great disengage. Komsky low. There's the ace in the hole. Flash and the block for Big Muzi will come out. Slurps is still very low. Chen looks for a fight. This could go either way. It could go poorly if Slurps falls down immediately. Slurps has got to play that flash and 90 caliber net almost perfectly in this fight.
Method's hovering the bot lane as well to try and make sure that his laners have priority, that Komsky and Muzi are able to shove out this wave to the tower. It's exactly what's happening for right now as Chen, oh lord, missing the dredge line, might just go down under the tower.
Ignite not able to get him, and they will lose Chen, but Slurps barely stays alive. We've seen a lot of sacrificial deaths so far early on in this game one between UBC Onyx and Columbia College Navy, and this Shen's still getting very aggressive. Uh-oh, Komsky did not get the back off in time with the Recon, despite the fact they're linked together. Forced to flash away, Cataclysm will come out. Perfect Power now can flash out of tower aggro, and they'll pick up one kill for UBC Onyx.
A nice answer back, but make no mistake, Fish, and I want to emphasize this, especially as we approach this next dragon. UBC Onyx are not out of the woods. They lost a kill in bot lane. The Xayah has gotten rolling. Their advantage in the top side hasn't panned out, and they find themselves here at 10 minutes into the game with nothing really tangible putting them ahead of Columbia Navy outside of the 1,000 gold that they've gotten. But in the top side, it's Arctic Myths that gets to be happy here, farming up plate after plate as Sway gets pulled away to these different engagements in the bot lane that aren't netting UBC Onyx anything.
Speaking of engagements in the bot lane, Sway is not going to have a way to get to this fight if one breaks out over the dragon. If the taunt is eventually going to land, Arctic Mist will simply walk away. Arctic Mist has the teleport. The Stand United and the teleport on the Shen are both on cooldown. So this is a 5v5 fight, or a 5v4 fight if Columbia College Navy decides to take it. As it looks like Big Muzi and Matthew going to get caught in the middle of the team. There's the hero entrance that's going to come out. It's not in time to save Big Muzi. Teleport is coming out from the Camille. It's right on top of Slurps, but it gets canceled. And Perfect Power is going to be taken out here, but Arctic Mist now in on the fight, going to jump right onto Chen, stuns them up. Hextech Ultimatum's going to stop him away from the blast cone. Matthew 16 being taken very low, can't quite get it. They are able to blast cone the Lee Sin over the wall. Now Shelly Bean does not have the shockwave either, and this should be a free dragon. Matthew does have to be careful, does not have the smite. Justice Punch going to miss. Taunt Flash barely lands, but there's no follow-up. The health bar's bleeding out here for Columbia College Navy. They're taking a fight they can't sustain. And now they're going to maybe look for a re-engage. They get the smite for some healing. Shelly Beans is doing a great job. This has been a disaster for Columbia College as Big Moosey gets back.
We're getting the respawns and people funneling back in, and time ticks and ticks away. UBC Onyx are getting those cooldowns back up, and Slurps still has access to the farm and the kills that most importantly he managed to pick up during that last fight. The Dragon, of all things, isn't the thing that UBC Onyx go into with an advantage, but they end up getting when they're much like the play around Blue in the bot lane, and now finally they're back on track. The Slurps is fed, and they've got access to that objective.
The fact that UBC Onyx got that dragon, incredibly impressive. Speaks of the power of Shelly Beans and Slurps, who played that fight perfectly. They did enough chip damage to Columbia College, and all the while, Shen building up CS, now has a 20 CS lead on that Camille, also was able to get down a plate, so who would have guessed that between a Camille and a Shen at 13, as plates fall, that they're both going to get 2? That was a fantastic fight around the map for UBC Onyx. It will be a Mountain Soul, which if they want to keep prioritizing that dragon will be huge. Slurps does not know Big Moosey's there. Are they going to look for the dive? Yes, they are. Quickeny's going to go out and land the charm. Teleport is coming out from Shelly Bean. Able to get there in time. They immediately pick up Komsky, and now Rakan is all alone. Looking to dash over the wall. The shockwave will pull them away. They cannot make it away from Perfect Power, and a dive goes terribly wrong for Columbia College.
Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts, Fish. Columbia are so sad right now. They lose not only both their laners, but the kill goes on to the Rakan, and, well, I guess they do get themselves some nice damage in the mid lane, but they might lose this Rift Herald for it, because UBC are looking for a fight.
Rift Herald does look like it gets picked up there, but somebody's got to grab it. Arctic Mist will do just that with the hook shot. JS Method trying to get it away. Dredgeline will knock him up in the air. Sway get a flash, gets one more auto, make it a second one with that grass proc, and a trade. You get Herald finally, but plates are gone. I don't think that's worth it for Columbia College. That was a bad play by JS Method, baiting the whole UBC Onyx right to his team.
Now, I really like where Columbia are starting these plays. They're going, we have an advantage here. This is how we're going to use it. We're going to take our advantage topside. We're going to get the Rift Herald. We're going to have our advantage bot side. We're going to convert that into a dive. But they aren't playing quite reactively enough inside of the actual plays, not recognizing, UBC Onyx have rotated up. We've lost that advantage, but we've gained it somewhere else. Let's adapt the play. They commit to the original one, and it's what's losing them these fights. It started to be seen around Dragon, and now we're just getting more of it. Unfortunately, Sway may be falling prey to exactly the same mentality. He's trying to crash this top wave, and it's not working out.
Hextech Ultimatum's going to trap the Shen in. Sway looking to get away, can't quite find it. Perfect Power is up there, though. I don't know if this is a 2v1 he wants to take, but he's still hanging around. Just misses the knockup on the Lee Sin. Might have been a different fight if he picked that up. Instead, he'll walk away. Here comes Shelly Bean. Command Shockwave is available. Arctic Mist, despite the ward going down, staying and farming. I don't know if they'll pull off a tower dive. Little they know, there's a couple members there, and with the Galio, it's a smart play for UBC Onyx to not pull the trigger.
I do like, though, that they're paying attention to Arctic Mist, because they know as well as we do that he is the one with the Rift Herald. This isn't like when the jungler gets it. If Matthew would have this Rift Herald, then that play follows him around wherever. First tower get picked up for Columbia can happen all over the map. In this case, it can only happen wherever Arctic Mist is. So as Perfect Power, you do have the option of continuing to invest up towards that top side and get their top laner further behind, keep them from using the objective perfectly. I think that the worry that's continued to be true for me is how the bot lane is going, because UBC, they do have a Caitlyn that's strong. Don't get me wrong. She is a big deal. But is she a big enough one yet? No, unequivocally.
Yeah, despite all the kills, the CS has been even this whole time. Komsky actually even having a slight lead, which is what we had talked about, potentially a weak spot for Columbia College Navy. And I would expect that gold would be very, very close, if not slightly, maybe even favoring the Zaya, just because you look, they both have 3 assists. They're almost even on CS. It's just that 1 kill difference. And now Arctic Mist, I'm curious how long they want to wait to drop this Rift Herald. If they just walked mid, they should be able to pick it up because the Galio just does so much tower damage. It looks like JS Method will pick it up on Q, so they won't need that Rift Herald. They can maybe even get a second turret in this top lane. But Arctic Mist has just been so scared to drop it anywhere. This Herald that they lost a person for, you have to remember, is just losing value by the second, honestly.
What a world. A world in which Galio is picking up first tower, where Shen against a Camille is picking up first blood, and where Caitlyn and Nautilus have yet to receive a gank, and instead is being played around the mid lane right now. Somehow JS gets out of that alive.
The second or third time I've thought to myself, JS, you shouldn't be alive right now. The Galio, just the tankiness somehow. Wesley Rakan, we already saw him live 1 engagement thanks to a level up. This time he has some help from his support, and now Dragon is spawning. Should be a full-out fight, though the Shockwave will be down for Shelly Bean if they pull the trigger immediately. It was using that last fight, but the low enough cooldown means it should be up in about 30 seconds or so. And this top lane battle, we've hit it on a lot, Dia. The other thing that both these champions can do is they can cancel the other one's ability to not only teleport or stand united. So if they don't pick a safe spot to go from, we could see either a stand united or teleport come out and then get canceled. That's kind of the micro play that both these top laners need to think, is there is the Rift Herald going to go down.
Nice.
We'll see if either of them want to teleport. Dragon was started down there. Sway taking a ton of damage. Might be forced to back and stand united in as he's just getting pushed down. This is what we expected probably about 12 minutes ago.
It's really good timing on the Rift Herald as well, because it puts Sway in a no-win scenario, much like Chen seems to be in right now, overextending a little bit for the Dragon Vision. Rift Herald's going to crash on the top side, and now Sway is going to have to continue to make this decision as he may not actually get to. Nice locked in and ignited. Means that Arctic gets that kill, and Sway doesn't pay enough respect. This should translate into a dragon fight win for Columbia. Let's see if they can do it.
Teleports up for Arctic Mist. How long are they going to take to get into the fight? Dragon already at 3,000. Now resetting. Heals up just a little bit. Both junglers have the smite. Here comes a teleport from Camille. Backline use of the quickening. 3-man knockup. 3-man taunt. Dragon goes over, but Slurp picks up a kill. Dragon Rage out of the Cataclysm, and Jarvan will fall as well. The rest of UBC Onyx looking for the disengage. The Predator Galio comes out. They'll end up just trading 1 for 1, but Columbia College gets the Dragon and a slight advantage.
Very nicely played from them. It's exactly what we wanted when we saw that kill go down on the top side in Columbia. They get that top lane snowballing. They make sure that it translates into the Dragons. And now you start to be very, very worried for UBC. Or for me, as a UBC fan, even this, oh Lord, the humanity is in the bot lane. Slurps, who again should be winning every day of the week, has to flash away from Komsky.
It's a great Feather Storm. The ace in the hole went out, and that's why Komsky's sitting at such low HP. But Slurps, with no Gale Force, with no Flash, doesn't really have a way to get in range. So Komsky, as you said, who should be winning, or Slurps, you said, should be winning day and night, and he can't quite come away with it. Komsky has played this phenomenally. And that is the one thing that I'll say going later into this game and later into the series, I think does favor Columbia College Navy, is that was my biggest question mark looking at the team. Well, they don't really have a top or an 80 carry. Komsky has played like they've been playing 80 carry all their life. This Zaya has been phenomenal. A lot of the skills they've obviously gotten as being a high-ranked player are coming through, and that to me has been the X factor for Columbia College. Slurps is not winning despite having 4 kills as hard as they needed to for UBC Onyx. And now Sway, luckily this time disengages.
Unfortunately for him, Camille has decided that the Shen is no longer an important part of their life. Instead, departing all the way down to the bot side. We're past 20 minutes now, and Baron is on the table. This is exactly where you want your Camille. Arctic can split push until the cows come home with no worries about who can 1v1 him, because the answer is nobody on UBC can do it. And he might even take down Slurps now, who, remember, has no flash, has no heal.
There we go. Hookshot over the wall. Ooh, nice Gale Force to dodge the stun, but it might not matter. Hextech Ultimatum is going to come out just shy of the Blast Cone. But Arctic Mist sees the stand united, now gets caught in their own aggression. A huge play from Sway. They get a little bit give back there, but meanwhile, top side of the map, Cataclysm and Shockwave come down. A great stopwatch there from JS Method to avoid the damage. Shelly Bean waiting on the cooldowns. Galio forced to flash away. Big Moosey has to dash. Oh, the depth charge barely misses. Now they're going to land onto Big Moosey. Oh, they missed the knockup
my
as well.
God.
The Rakan mobility is phenomenal, but I don't think he has enough movement speed to
Come back.
continuously get away.
Oh my God!
Are they going to dive this? Ace in a hole comes out. They get a double kill. JS Method, can they maybe have the tower help them out, but they play the aggro perfectly? I don't know how UBC was able to eventually find them. That was insane mobility, but they get 3 kills in the top side.
That was a crazy, crazy series of plays, and UBC, like you talked about, did really well there. Shelly especially laying down the damage on this Orianna. It might net them this first Baron of the game. Tomsky only has so much to say about it. Does have that Featherstorm for a little bit of invulnerability, but has no backup as Arctic is on the way. Midwave's already been pushed in, but this should belong to UBC.
Smite is going to be up for perfect power. We'll be able to take it down. There's the Featherstorm going to come out. Look for a route onto the Jarvan and onto Chen. Arctic Mist pushing forward. Does not have the Hextech ultimatum. They still want to make this play. Komsky going to get found out by the blue trinket there. Eventually forced to walk away as the double daggers don't land. I like the aggression, but that is a huge Baron pickup for UBC Onyx. They're going to be able to push waves, and they're going to be able to set up for this Mountain Dragon and probably tie us to 2 dragons apiece.
Yeah, and I think for the first time this game, Columbia make a misstep that costs them not just a little bit of tempo, but a major objective. We've seen this happen before where they commit to a play and aren't able to adapt on the fly. A big part of that was taking 2 engagements at the same time across the rift and not being able to effectively disengage from one. Losing a lot of members. That Baron, of course, goes over. And now it's up to UBC, who are in control of the game out of seemingly nowhere, to take this one and bring it in towards the base, break some of those tier 1s that have been avoiding you for so long, perhaps crack a tier 2 while you're at it.
The thing this Baron does the most is we see nearly perfect power find a Cataclysm. They actually are going to find one. Lee Sin's going to Dragon Rage them away. Shelly being not able to find anything with the ball. This is also going to allow Sway, who actually got forced to use the Stand United, maybe got baited there. I was to say, they have the answer to the Camille with the Baron and Powered Minions. The problem is you have to actually be in the lane with the Camille for those Baron and Powered Minions to exist. Stand United, probably a bit aggressive there, and now they have to make the choice. Are they back and save Teleport for Dragon? And it looks like they're just going to walk to lane. Do get rooted up here by Komsky, taking a bit of damage, but the Shen does not need to care, does not have the Flash Taunt available. There is the Flag and Drag for perfect power. Taunt not able to land either. Now Sway's caught out on the wrong side. A huge double knock up there. The Shen, not long, going to be taken out there. Shelly being taken out as well. Komsky popping off. There is Camille right on the other side. A huge Hextech ultimatum. It's a triple kill for the Xayah. And wow, so much for Baron, so much for Dragon, so much for anything.
I want that Penta for Komsky because he's got a triple already and he deserves it at this point. This Xayah has been breaking ankles, but does get taken quite low themselves. Komsky going to finish off this tower as into a Baron Columbia outmaneuver UBC Onyx to find themselves the first broken base of the game. UBC Onyx now without that mid inhibitor tower do not have access to the pressure that comes with being able to bounce waves off of it, and have lost a lot because they lose the tier 2 in top lane as well. Now with the tier 1 in bot lane, just the last thing standing, it's a matter of time before that falls to Columbia, who are firmly in control of this game, despite what is a very, very small disparity in gold.
We were half right there. We knew the AD carry was going to be the focus of this game. We just thought it was Slurps. It's actually Komsky, who, as you mentioned, got the triple kill. We were rooting for the Penta. They flashed the gold there briefly. Almost 2,000 gold is Komsky ahead of anybody else in the game. They were almost at 12,000 gold earned before anyone else even hit 10,000. That Xayah is very, very scary. And UBC Onyx, we haven't seen a true team fight yet. They have not found a way onto Xayah at all. They have the Rakan quickening that is landing insane charms into at least a 2 or 3 man knockup every single time. I don't know how they take down Komsky before the whole team falls apart to the feathers.
No, and this guy's positioning so aggressively as well. Komsky is just standing in the front lines, knowing that he's got the Featherstorm, the Gale Force for safety, and betting on his reaction time. It's the thing that's netted them so many advantages, but this is, again, where the advantage is always lane for Columbia. It is in that side lane, and especially with a 2v2. There is, 2v1 even. There's no way that Sway is getting out alive. This, though, is a different story. Komsky and Big Muzi, they can actually take a 2v3 and maybe win it.
This Rakan is just putting on full display of how slippery a Rakan is. The grand entrance is not only in, but also out of fights, keeping them safe, dodging a full Cataclysm. Next objective is the Baron up in 2 minutes. You can see everybody setting up for it, but Arctic Mist could simply just end the game before Baron happens, or end the game while the UBC Onyx is taking the Baron, because we just saw their Sway has not been able to answer them since the first minute when they picked up First Blood. The overconfidence from that First Blood may be costing the Shen just a little bit, and now this is a free mid inhibitor, or at least a free tier 2 bot lane tower, because nobody wants to walk within an entire lane of this Camille.
Absolutely not, and especially not when they are backed up by their team. Method now split pushing as well as keeping Shelly from being able to have impact in these team fights. We saw the Galio earlier, and though it may seem like a little bit of a throwaway side lane, you're taking somebody very important for UBC Onyx to be able to clutch up these team fights away from them. You need that wombo combo to set up for Slurps. He has to have the CC that comes with the Orianna, the safety, the speed as well, and it just does not exist for UBC right now. That they're unable to defend as yet another tier 2 falls, and like you say, that Baron that is the next focus is now even easier to get, as Columbia can reassign Arctic Myths into that bot lane and hopefully try the play that they had around first Baron, but have it go a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, that first Baron is the only thing really keeping UBC Onyx in this game. I can't imagine what would have happened if Arctic Mix had picked that one up. Their teleport gonna be up here around the time Baron spawns, so they are freely just gonna walk in that bot lane and push it out as far as possible. It's up to UBC Onyx to get a pick, as you alluded to. They need to make that first Baron fight for UBC Onyx go the way the second one does. As Slurps get a little bit aggressive. Here we go. They're gonna pull the trigger. They're not able to find any value. Perfect Power looking for a Cataclysm. They have JS Method caught out. It looks like everyone's going to stall for just a little bit longer.
This is really scary as well, because you've left Sway in the bot lane with Arctic Myths. If Arctic Myths gets a solo kill here, you not only get the Baron, but you get the base cracked as well. It can be a 2-for-1 for Columbia, and I think that's the thing they're waiting for. It's why they're not starting up this Baron. They're waiting to see if they can get even more by baiting Sway into a fight with their Camille.
Baron is up, and it is immediately started here by Columbia College, and it looks like UBC either none the wiser or just simply, I don't think they know. You can see the assist pings going out. They think maybe the pick is being set up. This is a free Baron. Finally, Big Muzi will give away the fact that his team is there. It's almost like they made the Baron too easy. Columbia College resets it themselves. I don't think that UBC Onyx had any idea. Here we go. This is probably the last fight. Chen's going to get hit by the Sonic Wave. Perfect Power trying to get a heal, not able to find it. Komsky gets the very first elimination. Now that Nautilus caught out all alone, the Shockwave will rip in too. JS Method going to get poked down there by Slurps. Neither top laner has decided to join the fight yet, and now Columbia College will hop on the Baron.
And we got a half second to look at it there. Sway is also a quarter HP right now, so it is all up to Slurps and Shelly to once again play the heroes. Big Muzi goes for the flash here, hasn't found Slurps just yet, but now it's up to a 1v1 between him and Komsky. Make it a 1v2, as now we get to see, even when you go to challenge this Baron, Arctic Myth gets to start winning the game. The pressure is unending, and UBC are crumbling.
That is a free bot inhibitor for Arctic Myths. No kills able to be picked up there. We'll simply hookshot away as the respawns come in. The Dragon has spawned for Columbia College, so despite a little bit of mismanagement on the Baron, they should be able to get Mountain Soul. Komsky knows that no one on the team can even stop them, and they are just shoving it down. We'll see a Perfect Power. They have the Flag and Drag. They have the Flash. Not even close. That is Mountain Soul for Columbia College Navy, and now Komsky has an even bigger shield that is going to allow them to take so much more damage.
Yeah, at this point, you can force fights willy-nilly as Columbia, as long as it's a 1v1 or it starts that way with the Camille. And honestly, even if it isn't, you might have a chance of winning it. UBC, though, do have that slim chance that they're able to pull out a team fight win, especially if it's one that is started by Perfect Power. If the Shockwave from Shelly Bean can be layered, and that's where Columbia do have to be respectful in how they approach this end game, because despite the fact that they've got that Mountain Soul, starting a Baron straight up can genuinely lose them the game from here.
Yeah, the only thing Columbia College has to worry about is probably themselves, as you said, Dia. But my biggest concern for UBC Onyx is now I look at Columbia College, there's 2 players that can't be 1v1, and it's Arctic Mist, who's about to prove that point to Sway right here, and I don't think there's anything this Shen is going to be able to do about it. The Hextech Ultimatum is online, but look at the chunk damage with the Divine Sunder that this Camille is putting out. Eventually will run away, fearing that Shelly Beans was there, but right now they pulled enough members bot side, even with the ward on Baron. Perfect Power is not going to get there in time as long as Columbia College continues to pull the trigger. This is going to be a free Baron over to their side, and now that Camille is almost unstoppable in the base with a huge wave pushing.
Absolute loss for UBC right there. As that Baron goes down, their fates are all but sealed. Arctic Myths is a monster and might just prove that here as he has a really nice ultimate to stop the one from Perfect Power, but the last fight is on Fish.
2 already down for UBC Onyx. What can Slurps do in the back line? We said they needed to be the MVP. They're trying to put out damage. They're not even putting a dent in the health bars. Komski's going to tower dive him, the Featherstorm to reset aggro. Hero's entrance is going to come in so that JS Method can feel part of the fight. But that is not going to be enough. Columbia College Navy is going to win game 1 here, Dia, in commanding fashion thanks to their top and bot lane.
That was some amazing stuff from Columbia, and you can see the discipline in their gameplay to stay in control at all points, especially when we saw that first blood go down in the top lane. I started to get worried, Fish, for Columbia's chances of winning this game. It seemed a little bit iffy when that Shen starts to take off, but I think they play with this factor in mind that, hey, top lane, they may not be doing as well as we thought. We're going to get that first Dragon bot lane. We're going to start that win condition stacking because UBC only had the early game to find their advantages, and they ended up using all of the jungle pressure in the top lane, making the game about the Shen and Camille. And as a Shen, no matter how much you scale, it's never going to be enough when compared to the bot lane win condition. UBC invest a bunch of time into a power spike that is never going anywhere, and Columbia get to continue their snowball throughout this game, making it a perfect game 1 for them.
In hindsight, and I know it's not true, but looking back, it feels like the Shen First Blood made Sway just too overconfident. They took way too many fights with that Camille. They kept challenging that Camille. Now, they had some great plays by Matthew and by JS Method to make that a 2v1 in the Camille's favor. But again, I think the big shout out has to go to Komski. The question we came into this broadcast was, it doesn't look like Columbia College Navy has an ADC. We hadn't seen their previous games. Maybe it's what Komski's been doing this whole time, but Komski absolutely lit up. They were able to match Slurp's early game kills, and it got to the point where Slurps tried twice towards the end to 1v1 Komski, and it wasn't even close. But we're going to take a short break. Can Dia maybe rally his troops? Can UBC Onyx force us to a game 3? Or will Columbia College Navy win it on the backs of Arctic Mist and Komski in the bot lane? We will find out after this short break. Welcome back in NECC League of Legends, wrapping up Week 6, Champion Cyan Division, UBC Onyx, Columbia College, Navy, Columbia College coming off a dominant Game 1 win thanks to their top and bot lane. Fishadia here calling all the action, and we got ourselves a spicy draft that we're going to see here in a little bit, Dia, because we have seen some very interesting picks across the board and some very interesting choices. I think the first one that you have to touch on anytime a team loses, it's been in recent years, they're going to go blue. They're going to go blue. UBC Onyx opting for the red side after a loss.
You know what? I think that is a fascinating point that you made, and you made it in the call earlier about how what is their counter pick going to be? What's their sort of solution here? Because red side does not only give you that counter pick, but the ability to constantly respond throughout the draft, and that is something that I think Columbia did relatively well in last game, but that UBC have maybe not taken as much advantage of, opting instead for that really strong early lock-in and turning the draft on its head several times throughout.
I think the most interesting thing, and it's the pick we'll see last, but because they are in LCS order, but I think we have to spoil it. It's anytime you get blue, your first pick is always the most interesting because it's completely uncontested. The fact that Columbia College opted to run back the Rakan is very interesting, not only because they opted for a first pick support, but because we talked about the Xayah Rakan combo, it usually doesn't end up being going together, because when you first pick Rakan, the enemy team's just going to answer with the Xayah immediately and not let you have it. So it's interesting that Columbia College still wanted that Rakan, but I will say they're getting a ton of value from it.
They really are, and we saw it in the game. I think that was sort of one of the unsung heroes of last game, but Muzi constantly going for engages looked really good on Rakan. I loved his flash grand entrances when he popped the quickness earlier. The guy was a team fight machine, and though it wasn't always converting into knockups, it was really scary, and I think that he put out a lot of utility, also like called out very hard to kill inside of the team fights, but I think it's very much a worthwhile pickup and one that will pay dividends to them as they've locked in what we don't see just yet, but what you and I know is the Ezreal alongside it for Komsky, and Ezreal Rakan is an extremely hard lane to kill. In the second game, I was expecting UBC Onyx to draft a heavy kill lane and bot to try and get themselves as much of a lead there as possible and do what they couldn't in game 1. This lane from Columbia Navy makes it impossible to snowball off of the bot lane lest you collapse 4 members in multiple times to just put Ezreal and Rakan down.
Yeah, and I love the Ezreal pick, as you mentioned, because it's also one of the best AD carries to 1v2 against and let Big Muzi roam around the map and get those insane knockups and the insane charms once he does hit level 6, which is something I think that he did very well in the Rakan. And there's really 2 parts of this draft that I think are going to be very interesting to me that I want to talk about. The first one is this top lane matchup, the Ornn into the Jax. We know Arctic Mist in the inverse of this scenario, playing the more carry-style top lane into the tank, absolutely dominated Sway after a misstep on the first blood. I'm curious how Sway will play it now from the carry's perspective. He felt like the aggressor, and this Jax pick, which was the R5 pick, this was the counter pick that I would assume UBC Onyx was saving the whole time. I'm very curious how Sway will play it, because if it doesn't go well, this whole draft will start to fall apart.
Yeah, it is really scary, actually, because you need this Jax to succeed in order to have any sort of pressure in the mid-game at all, because there's so much scaling on both of these Zions that UBC don't really have the option to sit and go even, because by the point that Jax gets 2, 3, 4 items, Corki and Ezreal will also be one-shotting your carries from hundreds of meters away. And that's the really scary thing. Is that sort of that looming team fight that's going to be coming up for Columbia with the Ornn that you mentioned, with the Nunu that we didn't get the chance to talk about, but should be so scary during this early game. And with that Corki and Ezreal, you do have to pay a lot of respect. I do think that they've got some nice team fight counterplay options, though, in the fact specifically that they have an Anivia, and Anivia into things like the Nunu especially, but also into the Ornn, can work exceptionally well at shutting out entire areas.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. I have personal nightmares about Nunu, so I'm going to be honest. I don't care what you put on the other team. Nunu's going to be everywhere with that biggest snowball. The one person I want to point out, you brought up the Anivia. It's actually their lane opponent. It's JS Method on that Corki. The Galio, left a lot to be desired. It definitely appeared like it was a player who was playing a champion that felt the team comp but didn't fit their play style. So I'm curious how the Corki will go. They play a lot of Tryndamere and a lot of Annie in solo queue. Corki doesn't really match either of those. And with that package, if you just kind of yeet into the enemy team, you're going to just get picked apart. So I'm kind of worried that JS Method is going to be this guy where I'm like, what are you going to do with the package? You're either going to rip the whole team apart or you're just going to YOLO in, or you're going to hit a wall, because we saw quite a few Justice Punches also hit a wall.
Yeah, I am excited to see how the Corki goes. You said yeet it into the middle of the team fight, and I can already see it happening. I'm 100% certain that we're going to get that at some point inside of this game. And a big part of the question that will be answered during this is how comfortable is he on that Corki? Because in this specific case, there aren't a whole lot of other people that he can lean on for damage. Method, if he goes down mid-team fight, magic damage no longer exists from Columbia, and very much will on the side of UBC Onyx, who will be very happy to absorb a wayward package, as they've got a lot of shielding with that Karma to mitigate initial burst. They've got a lot of zone control with the Anivia to cut you off from the rest of your team, and they're always gonna have that Jax split pushing, applying pressure, and winning the game as long as Columbia stay indecisive.
And we talked about this last game. I'm curious your thoughts, Theo. We said the plan for UBC Onyx was play around the Dragons, while we thought maybe Columbia College Navy should play around that top side. Things kind of got wonky. They ended up kind of trading roles. So, you are, as you mentioned, a grad from UBC, so I'll put you in their shoes. How do they win this game 2 and get us to a game 3? What is their perfect 15-minute start?
Oh my god, you asked me, that's the most beautiful question ever, and it is very difficult to answer, so I'm going to take things slow. They've got the Karma and the Xayah in the bot lane, who should be winning 100%, but who, interestingly enough, should be pulling the lane during the first couple minutes, because they don't have to push into the Ezreal Rakan, and Ezreal Rakan can't actually punish this. That'll give Lee Sin the time to pay attention to Jax in the top lane, get him to win those early levels where Ornn's base damages can be rather high, and freeze near his tower. But come that dragon, I'm still looking at UBC. Come that 5-minute mark, maybe 6, you want to have Lee Sin coming bot lane. You want to have your bot lane have had their first recalls already, so that you can go onto that Drake, take it, and then move yourself forward into the game. It is still an early game plan from UBC, but in terms of their side lanes, the wave management is so much more important here, because it's not just about one lane pushing and dominating. It has to be a trade-off between top and bot with that jungle pressure to make the most of the situation.
My only concern with your plan is you're going into a Nunu, and that makes early objectives so hard because of the consume smite combo. It is almost impossible. Lee Sin, probably maybe the second or third best jungler in securing objectives, but Nunu is always far and away the best outside some troll Cho'Gath jungle that we don't have to worry about. So that is my only concern for UBC, is how do you play around the Nunu? You mentioned they have the Anivia wall, can maybe wall them outside the dragon, but you're totally right. They're going to have their bot lane backing early, getting their first buys, because they might have a dragon fight break out, and Nunu has so much healing, it's going to be very tough. So maybe you even you kind of sacrifice Sway. Maybe you force the jungler Matthew 16 to go up in the top lane, help out his Ornn, because we saw that happen a bunch with Perfect Power. They kept having to go top, missed out on dragons. But I like your game plan, but anytime there's a Nunu, I almost always give objectives to the Nunu team. I'm like, yep, you get dragon, you get Riptail. There's nothing I can do about it, because you have like a 1500 damage combo that no one can stop.
It is for good reason that you do, and I would not be surprised if Columbia end up getting away with a few objectives themselves, as we already saw UBC in the actual contest around them struggle a little bit, especially with that first dragon, giving it up entirely. And sometimes we know that UBC can go for other plays. If they do end up giving up first dragon, I am hoping that it at least translates into a kill or more. I think a kill and a plate, perhaps, for the Jax would definitely be the minimum that we want from that, but it's all up to now the game to determine how we're going to see that one play out, as UBC have got to win this game to stay in the series. As you mentioned, they're already this close to being knocked out of the playoffs.
UBC is on that line. They are right now barely in the playoffs, but I'm sure they do not want to take a loss at already. Looking like they're going to start a bit cheeky here. Komski's going to find out very quickly what is on the table. He will see all 5 members of UBC Onyx, and that will ruin any chance of a cheeky invade early on.
And UBC don't have that much level 1 power, which is why you don't see them press this forward like they did in game 1 with the Caitlyn and the Nautilus. Instead, they take a little bit of vision, but it's not that deep because, of course, Komsky was able to spot them out. Really nicely done from Komsky as well. I think we see a lot of AD carries sit inside of the tri-brush, actually stepping out of it, gives him the warning that he needs to run away.
They're going to run all the way across to that top side, but you are going to see the blue pings come out because there is a perfect ward put there by Columbia College. So they're going to know that Lee Sin is going to start on that top side of the map. Nunu will also start on the top side, so we won't get any crazy jungling. But great vision by Columbia College Navy. They did this in game 1. They get these deep wards, and this is why you always start with the warding trinket. And as Dia alluded to, you don't just sit in your bush. Get deep vision. Wards win wars, as they say, and that is a fantastic start, knowing that Lee Sin's on red side and predicting he's going to want to go bot lane probably as soon as possible.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because it's not what I had expected from UBC Onyx, with Lee Sin pathing bot lane into top lane to try and give Jax a little bit more pressure. Instead, Sway is going to be more or less left all on his own during the early stages of the game, and there's going to be some attention, ideally, paid into that bot side. Now, Lee Sin can go a variety of clears. He's not one of those junglers that has to full clear every time. He's not necessarily a power farmer, and so we might see him do something like buff Gromp into a very early gank to try and catch Komsky and Muzi off guard. But it still has to be the same thing for UBC. If they're setting up for a play in their bot side, Slurps and Chen have to be pulling the wave. You cannot be pushing with this Xayah, because otherwise, Perfect Power is going to get bot lane and have absolutely nothing to do.
Yeah, Perfect Power will probably run into Matthew 16 if that does happen. And the other thing I'm very curious about is how much roaming Big Hamuzi will do, because that is one way you can almost sort of guarantee that the wave pushes towards you and you trust Komsky to play it safe under the tower with the flash, with the arcane shift, is maybe you let Big Muzi roam and be able to pick up kills across the map. The Corki does need to hit level 6 to really start to have that range advantage over Shelly Bean. I would not assume they'll make their way all the way up the top side to help out Arctic Mist, but that is the one thing I'll be keeping my eye on, because this Rakan was played so well. The fact that it got through is just a testament to all the other scary champions in Columbia College Navy's pool, because, I mean, looking back, it felt like Big Muzi probably averaged 2 knockups a grand entrance. If he can scale early and get his other lanes ahead, and you just say Komsky plays safe on the Ezreal, that's going to make UBC's rest of the map kind of fall apart, where they have a lot of power on those solo lanes.
And you just didn't die, too. I mean, this Rakan is something that normally, we'll see Zanya's picked up. They'll have to buy themselves time with the invulnerability. It's a really good knowledge of the cooldowns that we don't see Big Muzi pulling off those kinds of plays. Instead, opting for this more, I want to say, ability-oriented playstyle where he's able to get away with things in the face of UBC Onyx. Of course, now with the Anivia on the other side, I do think that we've got to be a little bit worried about, in this specific case, how Columbia will be able to play their late game. Because if they do get ahead in the mid game, or if they even go even against UBC Onyx, which I would count as a win, they'll still struggle in closing out the game. As we've got that early gank from Perfect Power that we called out.
The ward, though, from the side of Columbia College, they pinged that out for so long, but Perfect Power is just simply chasing down JS Method, force a flash over the wall. Lee Sin is going to follow. Where's the rest of the team? Nobody ends up coming. That gank was so telegraphed. I don't know how many, I think at least 50 pings went out on that Lee Sin, and he still gets a kill. That just speaks to Perfect Power's ability to make plays on this Lee Sin, and getting ahead early against a Nunu is a huge play.
That's actually so crazy that we saw that. And specifically as a color, I am infuriated and amazed. Although I'm going to have to hold the point, as he may still take it back. Going to get knocked up here. Perfect Power should still be able to get out to safety as he recommits onto Method.
He might be able to kill this Corki. Oh, no! How does JS Meth get the... No! Okay, he does go down. If he lived because of another level up Dia, I would have just simply said, okay, the secret to winning games is level up at the right time. Doesn't matter anything else you do, it's just level up at the right time. But luckily, Shelly Bean gets it. I don't know how JS Method is timing these level ups so well. That's apparently a hidden skill I haven't unlocked yet.
Unfortunately, like you said, this time it doesn't save his life, and still very much now in the control of UBC Onyx, as they've picked up not only a kill for their mid laner, but for their junglers, or rather, not only for their jungler, but for their mid laner as well. Perfect Power, who hasn't backed yet, can't actually take down Arctic Myth, but he can make his life really inconvenient, as he's already done so. I think that one of the things that we were calling out earlier was the ability for this Lee Sin to make a play into the. Is this really happening?
He is just running down the entire map of Columbia College Navy, and there's still plenty of game left. I don't want to jinx it and say 30, and we end up playing 60. He's going to go over the wall once again with the Sonic Wave, playing this tower perfectly. This time, though, does get knocked in the air, gets shattered, played it too aggressively. But this is where I'm looking at and saying, why did you first pick Rakan when you could have picked Lee Sin for Matthew 16 and done that? Because Perfect Power has played this Lee Sin very well at the end, maybe a bit too aggressive, but he's all over the map, making his presence felt.
And although he gets a little bit too aggressive there, the fact is that you would never expect it, and that's been the biggest strength of the Lee Sin. You don't expect the level 2 gank in that mid lane. What even we had thought was going to happen was that he would go and pull this down into the bot side to make a gank happen that Columbia were more than set up for. But now, with the way that he has been playing, I would say they're still very much ahead. As an Ornn getting a kill, not too concerning just yet, as Sway is still going to be able to scale up, will not have a difficult time inside of this matchup. He's going to get a massive wave to crash now being so important because it's almost 5 minutes and Dragon is almost up.
Now, Perfect Power is going to be forced to make plays because that's the one downside to ganking heavy against the Nunu is you're going to get 3 buffed. Matthew 16 ends up stealing that blue buff away from the Lee Sin. So now Perfect Power, in order to stay up in level advantage, at least stay close. You can see he's two levels behind this Nunu, 5 to level 3, because he has 12 CS. So that's a great job by Matthew 16 realizing, I'm playing Nunu, I'm just simply going to punish you for being too aggressive. So Lee Sin is now falling further and further behind in terms of levels.
Oh, Method's making me sweat there as we saw a brief shot in the mid lane of Shelly, walling him off from the safety of his tower. Has that Valkyrie to get to safety, but we're still waiting for this Dragon play to go down while Matthew continues to farm, continues to get ahead. It's Perfect Power. The show's back up in the mid lane for yet another kill.
That's a great play by Perfect Power. Arctic Mist being taken low, but it is an Ornn with Grasp of the Undying, and I don't think Sway is going to be able to continuously win this. And now this Dragon is up. What can UBC Onyx do? You can see the Nunu not too concerned, just still farming camps. There is a lot of vision out for the side of Columbia College Navy, including that Rift Scuttles. We do see quite a bit of damage going on to Chen. And unfortunately, I don't think UBC Onyx can capitalize on this Dragon at the moment.
No way for them to do, and very nicely noticed as well with the fact that the Nunu has come down to the bot side, and specifically Muzi, who's put out so much pressure on this Dragon by hovering right outside of the wave, is doing exactly what you called out they could do with the Ezreal earlier, letting Komsky sort of 1v2 from a distance, is having Muzi able to apply a lot of pressure around the rest of the map, and importantly, keep that Dragon from going down. Now maybe finding a kill.
Grand Entrance gets a knock-up onto Slurps, who does get ignited, but a great shield from Chen, plus a root onto Komsky. But here comes the Nunu.
Ooh,
already flashes. Karma wasn't even in danger, but was that scared. Perfect Power now has to make a play on the other side of the map. Gonna get the slow on to Arctic Mist. He'll flash away. The Ornn Horn available, call the Forge God. So they will not tower dive here. JS Method is a great wall. You called out the walls can counter the Nunu. Shelly Bean has played so well for UBC Onyx. I hope they're able to get a kill here, but it does look like First Dragon is going to go over to Columbia College Navy, and it won't be close as the Valkyrie barely dodges the stun.
Yeah, this is easily going to be our player to watch of the game right now. Shelly Bean, especially in that mid and late game, is going to have the vast majority of it to control. However, it is Columbia that take the early game, at least in the sense of the Dragon here, finding themselves that very first Infernal to give themselves a small damage boost for the rest of the game, and maybe looking bot for yet another gank.
Here comes the Nunu. There's no flash available on the Karma. Heal automatically used. True Shot Barrage does a ton of damage. Komsky forced to use the heal, and Shen will go down. Meanwhile, JS Method, 2 towers deep, will get taken out. They'll play the tower aggro perfectly, so they'll trade 1-for-1 across the map.
I can't believe what we're seeing in the mid lane. Shelly Bean and Perfect Power, their synergy is on another level right now. As, like you said, that turret aggro juggling is difficult to do, but right now we've got bigger problems, and they come in the form of a Nunu. A nice wall separates Shelly from Matthew, however. He'll be able to take his reset nice and quickly. Has the teleport to get back to the lane.
I honestly maybe would have liked to see you bait out the egg for him. Perfect Power runs down and gets the kill. I know in a perfect world that would be great, but of course you don't want to waste the egg for him that early on the interview. So, yeah, as you mentioned, Shelly Bean, got to be our player to watch. It feels like if UBC Onyx wants to force this to a game 3, they're going to have to be insane on that Anivia. They're already 2-0-1 with some ton of help from Perfect Power, who's basically been everywhere. This is a clinic on how to play Lee Sin into a Nunu. You cannot farm. You just have to gank your heart out and try and put the rest of your lanes ahead. I have loved what Perfect Power has done on this Lee Sin, and those two, you mentioned their synergy, they have to continue that for the rest of the game, because so far early game it's been great, but how will it do when we get to that mid game?
Columbia are definitely noticing what Perfect Power has done to them, and you can see the aggressive blue vision laid down in the jungle to try and spot where Perfect Power is going to be, to preempt that, to keep him at bay and keep his impact mitigated. Muzi as well is roaming around to try and answer this one right back, and even Matthew waiting in the wings right now may be able to equalize some of the pressure that's been laid down inside of the bot lane, as mid lane just gets worse and worse for you. This Anivia is so strong, has the lost chapter already, and your Corki, who's your only source of AP damage on Columbia Navy, is so far behind.
Perfect Power, he wants this play, he wants another kill onto the Corki, ward hops in, Dragon Rages it right into the Anivia, Shelly Bean picks up another kill. The mid lane is on point for UBC Onyx, and there is nothing that Matthew 16 can do but get a sad blue buff in return.
They just make it look so simple. That was amazing stuff, and they're going to make it look simple in the bot lane as well, as Muzi goes for another flash engage.
Slurp's trying to do as much damage as possible. Chen just already take it out. There's nothing you can do with these grand entrances. And now we're going to get a fight over the Rift Herald. Perfect Power is very, very low. I think they're going to maybe try and reset, but they don't actually have any wards left. They're stuck in the pit. We'll get to that in a moment as they get a great stun, but the Unstoppable is going to be used for Arctic Mist on the charge. There is the call of the Forge God, but there will be no return on the Ram. Shelly Bean picks up one. I don't ever know what happened in that Rift Herald pit. Lee Sin almost dying to objectives, never what you want to see.
But he manages to stay alive, and crucially, Arctic does not. While Shelly picks up even more KP, has almost 100% right now on the Anivia. This is going to be really scary, as I've just noticed Perfect Power actually does have 100%. We're going to have to get to that later, though, see if he can participate in this one. He's on top of Method.
Flash from Method's gonna come out. I don't think it's going to matter. Chen will snipe that one away. The Rift Herald will be dropped. I believe this tower will live with a sliver of HP. Hopefully Shelly Bean's able to get some of this gold as well. There it is. Double plates going over. This should be an easy first tower over to the side of UBC Onyx. Nobody else is in range. Matthew 16 trying to do what they can. The Anivia wall will go down. Absolute Zero, though, immediately canceled. What a stun from Shelly Bean, and that is free first tower for UBC Onyx.
Oh my god, that Flash Frost canceling the ultimate is the extra level of style on what has already been a beautiful cake from Shelly Bean. Takes that first tower as well, completely turning the tides from game one. And there was only 2,000 gold advantage for UBC. It seems a lot larger in my mind, and should in the minds of Columbia College, because they don't have a direct answer to this Anivia. Their game plan has always been front to back, and now UBC, they've got that extra bit of power for them. They should turn not only the side lanes, not only the skirmishes, but the team fights in their favor. I look towards the next Dragon to inform whether UBC can keep that control.
And I think the one thing that UBC did very well, I don't know if it was a comp decision or a player decision. I look at the score on JS Method, 0-6, and it's not really his fault. He's been timed 2 towers deep, but they have decided this is the player that we're able to pick on, and I'm very curious how this Corki will respond, because Corki is not a great early game champion, but once they hit their 2-item spike, once they finish that Mirror Mana and get that Essence Reaver, they can absolutely pop off, as here comes the call of the Forge God onto Sway, and land a great stun to stop the redirect. A huge wall from Shelly Bean as well, but it's not enough to keep Sway alive. But this Anivia has blood on her mind, able to land a huge flash freeze. They're going to take down the Ornn. They'll trade out a kill in return, but this Anivia is popping off. Meanwhile, Dragon has been started. Komski's forced to run away, flash and heal. Excuse me, Arcade Shift, but they'll still pick up a second Dragon. Lisa not even able to get close.
That's the really scary thing, is that Komski is always going to be able to survive, and now it gets rough for your bot lane as Shen's going to go down. But that's the only one, as they lose that support now at 1-3 and give a kill over to Komski. Of all people, this is an interesting game, Fish, because Shelly being on one side is a big carry, but we've seen Komski do this before.
Perfect Power wants to jump on Matthew 16. Absolute Zero comes out and still managed to land onto Slurp. Teleport is going to come down from Sway. Komski just taking way too many tower shots. That is a huge shutdown onto this Lee Sin. I don't think they're able to get it in range of the Rakan or the Nunu. And we saw this a little bit last time. Sometimes the tower dive's a bit lacking. It's a great job by UBC Onyx. They lose 2, but they get a huge shutdown onto their Lee Sin, who clearly, alongside the Anivia, wants to be the carry for this game, already finishing the Gore Drinker.
Yeah, really nice stuff for UBC, and now they'll be able to continue with a beefed up front line as well as the back line. As you mentioned, that sort of drain tank that the Lee Sin brings to the table is going to be super valuable. Blue buff is coming up soon, and though this has been a small thing that hasn't really impacted the game as fast-paced as it's been, Shelly does need blue to continue clearing waves at the pace that we know Anivia can.
I'm curious if we'll see Matthew try and invade. He's going to get his own blue buff.
I'm so tilted for Method right now. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why would you? I mean, he is. Hey, maybe that might be the time where you pull the plug and say, look, man, that blue buff would be on the Anivia so fast, I'm not gonna let you have it. I don't know if that's a conversation you have, but you have to take into account that they have bullied that Corki so hard. But that blue buff is coming up, as you mentioned. Slurp's taking a ton of damage from Komsky. Slurps, you cannot win this. Maybe you can, as the root does land. Arcade Shift away. True Shot Barrage will miss. Featherstorm is coming up soon for Slurps, but I think both of them just gonna walk away. And it looks like that blue buff is Anivia's unless Matthew 16 runs over them.
Yeah, Komsky playing that super duper well to be able to win a skirmish that he should not be able to. Forces Chen back down to the bot lane, and Muzi roaming around is going to be able to lay down a bit of vision as well. Cheeky stuff, but perfect power has to be ushered outside of the jungle as Matthew actually has to run away into his own when Shelly Bean joins up, and that's the power of having such a winning mid lane right now. Mythic already completed, the Leandry's going, and we're going to get some kills going in this bot lane as well. Q not going to land as Komsky gets out over the wall and takes Chen so low. This guy is going crazy right now, but he's alive most importantly as Muzi still gets the peel.
Comes the greatest snowball ever. It's going to knock up the Lee Sin. That is a huge shutdown for Matthew 16. Now they want to chase after the bot lane for UBC Onyx. Slurps has to be careful while we go mid lane. Huge chunk of damage. Going to break that shield bow for JS Method. The wall goes down. The flash will come out. They're going to try and heal up from the fruits, but will also slow them. The top lane might be involved as well, but Sway is taken incredibly low. This Jax matchup has not gone well. Call the Forge God will come out, be redirected into both of them, but this Anivia has one thing on their mind, and it is first blood, and it is more than that, as they're going to look to pick up Arctic Mist as well. A double kill for Anivia, 6-0-3. My goodness, Shelly Bean, what can't you do?
I am shocked, one, that Columbia ended up actually finding a kill off of that at all, but... Yes, that Columbia ended up finding a kill off of that at all, but two, this Anivia is just disgusting. Shelly is playing this incredibly well, and oh my lord, he just keeps doing it to him as well. Muzi taken very close to half health right now, just denied the ability to clear out this vision. Why did we not see this Anivia in game one? If it is this strong, I want to see Shelly on this pick all the time.
I guess the best time to pull out a pocket pick is in game two when you're up against elimination, but I agree with you. The Orianna was not bad, but it was not Anivia level. Shelly Bean is basically kind of what we talked about for Arctic Mist last game. No one in this entire game could 1v1 them. Maybe if JS Method can finish a couple items and gets a good Immortal Shield Bow proc, but maybe. I will say my one concern for UBC Onyx is this top lane matchup we're watching right now. Sway finally starting to win a little bit as the Conqueror does proc, but for picking a Jax, for picking that hyper carry, they're even in farm, and Jax has been losing most of these trades. This R5 pick has not worked out for UBC Onyx in the way I think they wanted it to.
No, not just yet, and I wonder if it will when we get to these objectives again. And the thing is that timer's been so delayed that I'm not sure if it will work. You want, of course, the Jax to be winning the side lane much earlier than this, but around that third or fourth dragon, when he's got 2 items complete, they should at least be able to pressure down towers, as Jax does take those immensely quickly. It'll be really good for UBC if they can stall out that timer for their Jax by taking the dragon, the third one of the game, and keeping Soul Point away from Columbia Navy.
Yeah, Cloud Dragon will fall. Will be a Cloud Soul, which I'm sure UBC Onyx is less than thrilled about, especially with the Anivia and the Jax not having the longest ultimate cooldown. So that will let the Jax get some movement speed into the team if he does team fight. His perfect power, speaking of movement speed, wants to go in, but the Sonic Wave will miss, and Muzi will be able to get out alive.
gonna say, I think maybe the Lee Sin, Perfect Power, and Slurp's the happiest to have a little bit more ultimate CDR, and they're gonna get that for now. So maybe a little bit more safety, a little bit more aggression, a double-edged sword for these squads. His Arctic face checking might actually go down for the first time here. He has got a long way to run back to his tower.
Call of Forge God going to come in, will land the knockup, but still has to run away. Here's Perfect Power, gonna ward hop in, might not even need it, snipes the kill, probably ends up keeping Sway alive from the tower. So I think that actually was a good kill steal, because I don't think Jax wins that without dying.
Reported though, easily.
Yeah, open top.
Exactly. You are so done at that point, as Sway did so much work for that kill, and just to have it taken away from him feels bad, but we know in the back end that it is good, as Tomsky, speaking of good, still doing quite well inside of the bot lane down in CS, but with the Divine Sunder is laying down the hurt with those Mystic shots.
Tomsky has played phenomenally as JS Method this time can't Valkyrie over the wall as Corki starts to work on those items. Oh no, here comes Perfect Power. Luckily the first Sonic Wave does miss. The flash free stun is going to land. The Immortal Shield Bow will proc, but there is no hope for JS Method. They will go down once again, and this has been Onyx game plan, and they have run it perfectly for the first 20 minutes. That is get that Anivia incredibly far ahead.
And it's a 4v5 right now. Any way you slice it, the Immortal Shield Bow on Corki is nothing at this point in the game, let alone the level disadvantage that he is at. UBC Onyx run this game in the team fights, not just because of their composition, but because of what they've done to the mid laner, as they're going to run more than that, with Matthew being quickly pushed out of his own jungle. Still might go down here. Slurp splashes forward.
He's absolute zero for the shield stun under the tower. The snipe from Shelly B, but Perfect Power is now caught out. They are going to go down. Unfortunately, that shutdown, thanks to the Ignite, goes over to Big Moosey. Komsky, what are you doing? You're going face checking the Anivia, running the wrong way as well. There are 2 towers up, so this is an awkward spot for UBC Onyx, as Komsky can run to their tower, but I would assume Shelly Bean and company are looking for the dive, especially with the wave pushing in their direction. They already get a huge chunk of damage. How will they manage the tower aggro? The teleport's coming in from Ornn. They need to burn down this Ezreal incredibly quickly. They're going to try and do it. Call the Forge God comes out. It's redirected back in, but misses Slurps. The Jax is in this fight as well. UBC Onyx has got to disengage. There are too many kills sitting here for this Corki with these ultimate snipes. But now, Shelly...
Oh my god.
All right, hey, luckily he had Flash. I thought he was going down for the nighttime.
Yeah, I thought Slurps was going down, but yeah, the method's sitting a little bit too far forward there for our comfort. Definitely at home is going to be a rough one. Has the first Ornn upgraded item as well, which is a super weird play for Columbia. I suppose not recognizing this case or trying to mitigate perhaps how far behind their Corki is. We'll see if it works out for them, but I do have my doubts, Fish, as already Shelly perfectly comfortable sitting in this bot lane with the blue buff that we mentioned on the Anivia, shows no signs of being uprooted from any home that they choose to land themselves in.
And not only is Shelly Beans absolutely dominating, you can look at the kill feed, you can see that. The egg form hasn't even been popped yet, but we'll get to that in a second here. Sway finds themselves in a 1v3, going to try and leap and flash to safety. Absolute zero going to be used. True Shot Barrage as well, but that Jax is just simply too tanky, and here comes the rest of the squad. The Anivia and the Lee Sin on their way when they hear trouble in the mid lane.
Now, I will say, for how far ahead UBC Onyx is in terms of that mid lane matchup, they haven't actually made too many aggressive plays just yet. It's not their fault. Their composition isn't really built for it unless it's around Perfect Power. They got to find this pick now, as Komsky needs to be shut down.
Teleport coming in from Shelly Bean. They're not going to need it for the first pick, as they're going to find it right on to Komsky. You see the gold on your screen. Shelly Bean almost at 10,000 gold. They are 2,000 gold ahead of anyone on Columbia College Navy, and they're making a Baron call immediately at 22 minutes. What can the side of Columbia College Navy do? They have the Nunu. They have the best Baron execute in the game. And we see JS Method is also split pushing. So if they lose this Baron, this could be huge. Call the Forge God going to come in, gets knocked towards Sway and ends up missing. They don't even try and contest it with the ability for the Anivia to deny dive, and now they want the rest of the team. Arctic Mystic, the first one they want to jump on here. Now they're going to get a great stun with the flash freeze onto Matthew 16. The wall will cut off their own team as well. They'll back to stop the Corki, but they get Baron in one.
That was perfect play and perfect identification from UBC that they have nothing to fear. As soon as Komsky is down, there's no damage, and he might go down again, as he does manage to trade back at quite a bit of hurt onto Perfect Power for the audacity of jumping on him the second time. But with that Ezreal gone, and even if JS Method was around, there's just no way that you win that fight. The damage isn't there, and UBC have the perfect timing and position to take that Baron away. Now it's up to Columbia to try and steal this dragon, and I'm not sure they get access to it.
Don't even get close. Great finish on Perfect Power. I believe did have the smite as it comes off cool. Actually, no, he did not have the smite. I thought that was maybe the 15-second cooldown. He did not have the smite. That could have been an attempted steal from Komsky if he wanted to use the True Shot Barrage. But you called this out, Dia, before the Baron fight. For all the advantage that UBC Onyx has, which is that 6k gold lead, nullified a bit by the Ornn items and the power that they provide. But they just haven't been aggressive. And with Baron, they need to make plays. You can't just keep getting picks across the map and not get towers. And that's what they need to do, because we're still tied at 3 towers aside, and you would never guess this for how many kills Onyx has picked up across the map.
Exactly. The Baron should unlock them, but a snowball in the mid lane does try and dissuade that with Perfect Power now engaging onto Muzia. Still don't see the angle for UBC Onyx to force another fight, but at this point, they don't have to. Their siege is unquestionable, and this play should be them cracking the base.
JS Method just has to spam the missiles in. Gonna use the package, actually, to just kind of get away from an unfavorable position. Of course, is on a timer, so never know how much time they did have left, and they have decent wave clear. As Perfect Power's going to run right into Matthew 16 in the jungle, do quite a bit of damage. This Baron buff ticking away, and there's nothing for UBC Onyx right now to show for it. It's a great lane push on the bot side for Arctic Mist, and that forces the Jax to answer, and there's still a tower down there as well they need to take out.
Yeah, I find myself wondering why they're roaming away right now. It's going to be fine for Sway to take this tower in his own time. Perhaps waiting for the minion wave in the mid lane will mean a little bit more time, a little bit more gold for UBC Onyx. But this tower dive, well, it might net them a kill, and it doesn't even, is very ill-advised, because it's just tier 1 going down that would have fallen anyway, where they could be getting so much more. Method is split pushing, and Columbia are starting to come back via income.
Couple of split pushers there, as you mentioned. That was a great flash by Arctic Mist to dodge the insect maneuver there for Perfect Power, who was looking to Dragon Rage him back into the team. Minion wave starting to run out. There's one tower gone, and it doesn't look like Komsky's going to stop pushing anytime soon. Neither is JS Method. They have to get a bot inhibitor here. The tower getting blown apart by UBC Onyx. The 4 members, as Baron buff fades off, finally get something to show for it. They'll clear all the way out on the bot side here, and now they might have a 3v4 for the base race here. Ornhorn's going to come in. It's going to knock Sway up in the air first. Nexus Tower is going to fall, however. Komsky on his way back. He is not backing. Now he's taking an alternate route, and it looks like UBC Onyx, realizing they don't know where the Ezreal is looking to retreat here. But an aggressive play pays off for UBC Onyx, and now Shelly Bean has blood in the water, but luckily, Corky's able to Valkyrie away, and there's just not enough mana on that Anivia.
Super weird play, though, from Columbia. I think maybe taking a little bit more bravado than we know that they have the right to. Do lose almost the entire game right there with their first Nexus Tower falling. And, of course, the bot lane inhibitor now gone. 2 minutes left until that Baron, and bot lane inhibitor will still be gone at the point that ends up spawning. And with that dragon just about 2 minutes away as well, there's going to be eternal pressure for the side of UBC Onyx, where Columbia will have to continually answer this wave in the bot lane. I kind of want to see Method be the one to be forced to do this, because yes, if Sway comes there, there's nothing that he can do, but at the same time, it's guaranteed income for at least one member of Columbia that they have to take advantage of.
Yeah, and that Corky needs the income, needs to be able to get back in the game, and plus with the package has some of the better mobility to maybe answer a fight. And I'm curious what UBC Onyx wants to do off this. You mentioned the dragon spawning in a minute 15. Baron's going to be up right behind the dragon. They probably look for that, but right now they have JS Method on their mind. Matthew 16 is there, but Perfect Power doesn't know. Valkyrie to safety, the ward dash out of tower range. Absolute Zero broken by the Dragon Rage. Meanwhile, we look back mid lane. The Ornn has been taken out, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. That is a huge, just confidence boost, honestly, for JS Method, as they nearly get taken out on the feather pullback.
Shelly Bean. No, he's going to pick up JS Method with a sick flash, and Komsky's in trouble as well.
Sway now has to be forced to jump away. There's no minion, Shelly Bean. I know you have the egg form. Oh, gets procced there from a huge snipe from Komsky, but it might not matter. Muzi gets taken down. The body block for the Anivia. Should be able to see Shelly Bean come back alive. First time the egg form's been used, but that is huge because with Baron and Dragon on the table, that safety net is no longer there as they will siege this top inhibitor turret. It should go down with ease. Ornn is up in 5 seconds. Corki is up in 17, and that is a second inhibitor down, and we'll see what UBC Onyx wants to do from here.
Hey, yet another really good play from them. They should try and rotate, take that mid lane tower right now, but you have to stop them as Columbia. Going for this now. Matthew not going to quite find the engagement. Chen still in trouble as the Ornn ult's going to come out. Still going wide there, rather not even going through it all on the second proc. Leaves Komsky empty-handed, and even this Corki, who's going to hurt a lot. We'll see what he can do.
He is absolutely annihilating Shelly Bean.
God.
Finally, JS Method is here. Slurps has to run away. Maybe look for the pullback there on the route. Not able to find it. Matthew 16 chasing him down. The Cloud Dragon is picked up by Sway and Perfect Power. But at what cost? Perfect Power is here. Featherstorm going to be used. Absolute Zero canceled by the Dragon Rage. And that should keep them alive. Now the root, will they look to turn this? Muzi gets hit by the Sonic Wave. Sway is coming in. They don't know that the Jax is right there. Finally, Komsky stops the back. But there are super minions hurtling into the Columbia College base. They have to retreat.
This one is too close to call, Fish, because UBC Onyx, they've been winning the game this entire time, but as I am illustrating right now, the items are coming in big for JS and Komsky. Just about to hit the third for Komsky as he should on the reset. And already the third item picked up for JS despite being set behind so far. And remember, he just got that big shutdown as well. These are the big scaling damage threats on Columbia that help them win team fights. And now team fights are all they have left. As this Baron would be the one thing that UBC have to push them over the edge into that base. Columbia have just enough of it left remaining that they can technically claw back. It's just going to be a very long and hard road.
Columbia didn't even know that Baron went down. The True Shot Barrage is going to come out so late. Now UBC Onyx, their first Baron, they didn't get a lot of value on Dia. They have to get value here. They can probably easily siege this inhibitor turret for super minions charging in the whole base. They only have one Nexus turret to deal with as well. And it looks like we'll see how long Columbia College Navy is going to wait before potentially their final fight of Game 2.
Going to lose that inhibitor first, so now double super minions are going to be spawning in every lane. Another mythic item enhanced now by Arctic may be able to turn the tide of battle. But Komsky needs to play careful because if he dies, the team loses.
This feels like the Komsky Shelly Bean showdown because despite this Jax being okay, Shelly Bean is all of the damage right now. The wall barely misses. The flash freeze will miss as well. The bot inhibitor had respawned, but it's not going to last very long. And they want to take an engage. Perfect Power on one side. They force out the Zonius from Shelly Bean. Gets charmed into the absolute zero. The full channel comes off. Shelly Bean being ripped apart. The egg form not available. They'll be able to get the bot inhibitor, but this is going to force UBC Onyx to reset, or they'll go for the simple base race with only one Nexus turret available. And it looks like Dia, they're opting right now to hang around. They could easily get picked off here with these low health bars.
I'm very, very nervous for UBC Onyx right now as the game is hanging on a thread and Method goes forward to find Slurps.
Feather Dance not going to last long enough. UBC Onyx is going to get wiped in the base. Sway will at least get one. But that is all they're going to get. With the super minions coming in, I don't know how much Columbia College can make off this play, but at least they stay alive for a little bit longer.
The death timers are so long right now, though, that they are going to be able to push out these waves. They are going to be able to get themselves a few more items. 2 more plays like that, and you're going to be able to win the game off the death timers alone. But we have to recognize at this point, losing all 3 inhibitors, it is always going to be an uphill battle for Columbia Navy, and they have to play like Superman right now, because as Superman, you mess up once, and the Earth explodes. Just like that, Columbia Navy have exactly 1 error that they can make, and at that point, it's over. They lose this game. They move on to Game 3. They have a chance at the 2-0 right now. They have a chance to send themselves forward, and they're going to take a pause just to keep the mentals going.
I am really curious how Shelly Bean is going to play this next fight because, as you mentioned, Columbia College basically has one chance once the inhibitors start to respawn in a few minutes for the top one. The mid one's probably about 3 minutes away, and then bot we know just got taken. Shelly Bean has put themselves all game in aggressive positions and had never been punished, but the last 2 fights, they got obliterated on that Anivia. There's not many defenses after you use your shield from the Seraph's Embrace and after you use that Zanya's that they immediately had to blow. Shelly Bean has got to be a lot more careful, but Anivia is just such a close-range champion. I think JS Method and Komsky's range ability and their ability to land skill shots might kind of render Shelly Bean's 9-2-6 current score kind of useless.
And I think that exactly what you're pointing out right now is Shelly Bean trying to play in a way that UBC Onyx's comp doesn't support. They are a comp that thrives in absorbing pressure and in using that map pressure around the rest, or using the pressure that they can absorb to benefit their top laner. And we haven't seen Sway really take off. We've seen him have a couple kills, but at the point that they're in the base, it really doesn't matter. And you've got to wait for Columbia to make a mistake or crumble under the super minions. But with the ace that they just had, there's going to be no Baron buff. It is all about the supers that should now be melting in front of Method and Komsky. And if you want the chance at playing a game where Columbia don't mess up and you still win, it's got to be around that Baron timer, because at this point, UBC do not have engage tools. They cannot be stepping forward like Shelly is to try and force them, or they'll straight up lose.
And the more I think about this, Dia, the more you mentioned the Jax, the more I'm starting to wonder, does UBC start to play this split push game where they basically try and force the Jax base race? Because as you said, he's not getting value in fights. We're not seeing him split push. I don't know what you do with this Jax to be able to finish off this game, because it's trending more and more that Columbia College is basically in control. They just have to not make a mistake, where UBC Onyx is honestly the ones that, despite this lead, they feel on the back foot the way the last 2 fights have gone, because they simply have run out of the one-shot potential for the Anivia with everyone building health and getting those Immortal Shield Bulls. I think this Jax almost has to, like, YOLO split push and hopefully catch them in a base race over a Baron or a Dragon fight.
Oh, I love that you point that out. The Baron or the Dragon. The Dragons that were picked up for Columbia Navy are the thing that have given them a lifeline in this game. Because the fact is that the Elder hasn't been a problem for them. They can't be juggling objectives like this. And now Columbia, they've got the chance to even take away the next Dragon if they're able to win this fight. But remember, engaging is so hard into the composition of UBC that is built to absorb them. It is built to enable Sway in the top side, who's already split pushing, ready for Columbia to throw their lives at Shelly.
Top inhibitor has respawned, so Sway puts himself in a great position here. We'll see who wants to go answer them. Package has been picked up by JS Method. Despite the horrid start, you can see the amount of damage he is doing, almost chunking that Lee Sin for half health. Dragon is going to spawn. This looks like it's UBC Onyx's to lose. They will pick up the Cloud Soul, and it doesn't look like there's any way Columbia College will really look to contend this. But once again, as you mentioned, Dia, because we've seen so much Dragon trading, this will just now start the Elder Dragon timer at 6 minutes. And that's the first Dragon that I think Columbia College cares about is Sway. Gonna get caught out here. Package will be used. And I don't think they're going to find anything for it. They are too scared of a backdoor from UBC Onyx to continue the push.
And for good reason as well, because UBC are looking for it, moving all these members down to the bot side. Columbia have to call everybody all the way back home. It's time to defend planet Earth once more. They've got waves of super minions crashing, and thank God that they still have that top lane inhibitor that's just recently spawned. They got 2 more on the way, but I have to play this one, I say it again, absolutely perfectly, and they do not have the package anymore to cut off UBC Onyx from the rest.
Minute 20 on Baron. Will UBC Onyx wait for that? If they die right now, the death timer should be up in time, but who knows how much value Columbia College Navy will get. As you mentioned, Dia, the inhibitors are starting to respawn. Mid should be up here soon. Bot lane a few minutes away after that. And right now, it's just farming waves in the base, playing perfectly for Columbia College. And now I think UBC Onyx will look to take the reset here and probably set up for Baron, heal back up to full. Never mind, they'll keep the fight going, but they're just getting chunked out by these missile barrages. They have to reset now.
It is crazy to see the game shift so much, because think about it as if we had these inhibitor towers still up. At that point, this is a totally different game. It's one that Columbia should win, but at the moment, it's still one they are barely not losing, but that we know they have the power to take Still, 33 seconds on that Baron gives me hope for UBC, because if they can claim that objective, they can close out this game, and they've got the Jax to give them the split push in the bot lane that would allow them to take the Baron. They've got to do this now. The resets have come in. The Baron up in 15 seconds now, and Sway has to book it down south.
20 minutes ago, who would have guessed, we got the gold flash on screen there, that JS Method would have the most gold in the game after the start that he had. 330 CS. The Corki is now full built and ready to go. The Anivia is full built as well. Most of the builds being completed with one item being saved for wards on the Lee Sin and on the Jax. And speaking of JS Method, will take the Sonic Wave, but Perfect Power will not pull the trigger just yet. We're going to have a battle in the bot lane here between Sway and Arctic Mist. This could be huge as the Ornn looks to dash out of the way. Baron's going to be starting on the other side of the map as well. Sway flashing on top. He wants to deny the ability for this Ornn to get to the fight. The Call of the Forge God is going to be used. Jax is going to win this hands down. Everyone else is resetting because right now Columbia College is just pushing. They're just pushing mid. They get a turret. Jax can't quite get the kill.
Oh my god!
Oh no, he can't finish him off. That is a huge throw. Meanwhile, Baron has been started. Slurps has to back to answer Komsky. Columbia College might win this as Slurp's forced to Featherstorm to safety.
Oh my
Komsky will
God.
flash into the base, look for an arcane shift to finish off this Xayah, who is retreating to the tower. The minions blocking. The heal comes out. Baron at 5.6k. There's fights all over the map. The quickening lands onto Shelly Bean. The Zhonya's is popped. The egg form is there, and with no defenses, JF Method gets the ultimate revenge, and the Baron is Columbia College Navy's after all of that, Dia.
No way, Fish! I am floored by the way that was just played, and Columbia have played immaculately to now be in a position to win this game. Moosey is stopping the back because you've got a duo lane in the bot side. They're the only thing between Columbia and the end of the game, and they are not going to be stopped right now. Still 30 seconds left on Shelly, and a big snowball coming down the mid lane. Slurp does not have the Featherstorm. He gets knocked up, he gets finished off, and just now Sway is making it back, and even he can't stop this.
The only thing stopping them is the wave. The first Nexus turret's going to go down.
Komsky.
Sway has to make a play. Komsky kiting it out perfectly, though. Perfect Power has finally made it back. Shelly Bean's up in 10, but that is the longest 10 seconds of their life because despite the best game we have seen played at times from Anivia, they are going to lose this game, and Columbia College Navy will storm back, Dia, and win the series 2-0.
Oh my god, Fish! I am a fan of amazing League of Legends, and that was some amazing League of Legends for Columbia to pull that back. Their power spikes hit at the exact right time, and just like Superman, they did not mess up once.
It was absolutely crazy to just see UBC Onyx's lead fall apart. It fell apart in two fights. We were going from Shelly Bean one-shotting everyone to not being able to get in range, getting eliminated. And I have to say, a fantastic shout out to JS Method. I know Komsky did the most damage. If we had an MVP, it'd be Komsky. But the fact you start 0-9 and you rally back, you just farm waves to be that fed at the end of the game and outplay your lane opponent who is farming you for 25 minutes, the fact JS Method kept their head on straight is phenomenal, and they deserve a huge shout out.
Absolutely, and I love that you mentioned that because it does come down to the players at the end, and it came down on both sides as Method did really, really well to come back into the game. The same thing sort of mirrored happened on the other side where Shelly, who had started off the game so well, started to fall down as this Anivia was positioning very far forward, and ultimately we saw couldn't do anything inside of these fights where once they were started and once somebody was on top of the Anivia, they couldn't access Komsky in the backline. They didn't have the range to contest Method, who now had gold, and were sort of left in no man's land as a pick that didn't fit with the rest of the composition. I cannot take away, though, from Shelly, who by far was the shining star of UBC Onyx.
I think UBC Onyx, as we said, they're right on that playoff line. I don't know how this loss will affect it. We'll see when the standings are updated. But they have seemed to figure it out. We talked about it when we came in. This is a different comp from what we've seen in the past. Slurps has been moving around a lot. It seems like everything is there except for the top lane. And I don't want to pick on Sway because they didn't by any means play bad in this series. The Jax just didn't have the oomph that you would like when you pick red side after a loss, and that's your R5 pick. That is the one criticism I would have. If Sway can figure out what playstyle they want to go with, this UBC Onyx team could rally, because you're right. Shelly Bean, I don't know how often they pulled out the Anivia. That should be always locked in. And my goodness, Perfect Power, your Lee Sin, those two alone deserve to win. It really sucks they couldn't get it done, but there's some good things going for UBC Onyx, but I want to touch for Columbia College. They were phenomenal. And as we start to wrap this up, Dia, one, I feel bad I lied to you. I told you were going to game 3 because it's always happened when I've cast, and I thought we were going to a game 3. I was moments away. I was prepping my game 3 jokes, and then Columbia College turned it around. I'll give you the floor for one last chance before we close it out on your thoughts on this crazy series and really this crazy game too.
I mean, I had a great time watching them, and as much as, my heart was in it for UBC, I am really happy to see Columbia be able to weather the storm, especially in Game 2, and we saw a lot from them that gives me big hopes inside of the playoffs, as this team looks really good. I would say, you mentioned the Jacks, and I wanted to say that I think that the one thing that they can do to enable this Anivia, if they want to pick it again, and if they want to have the Lee Sin, is have another source of engage, and there's no better place to have it than in the top lane. So if there were one place where I would just direct UBC's focus, it would definitely be there, to rounding out their draft, so that in that late game that we know that they're going to be in a great place in, to have that ability to follow up.
Well, that will do it for us. What a way to end. Probably one of the best games
What
we
a
have
way.
seen. That was so fantastic, Dia. Big thank you to you. It is always fun. I'm sad we didn't get our Game 3 curse, but that was a great way to end it. That is the end of Week 6 here in the NECC for League of Legends. Make sure you always stay tuned. We've got great esports coming at you every single week. We've got 2 weeks of League of Legends left. We'll continue next Friday. Have a great evening, and just enjoy the final league game you saw, because we'll now say goodbye.